I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes.
It's the old
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Yeah. Got them lions in the building. Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the bless. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to thought. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing hard with big manodas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he forest. He's running to the hills like a Philistine. Jihad hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the ratchet team. JJ 7000 to the bait league. Yeah, I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. Respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. Really give me up. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother, ballin' and crawling all the way from H-time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Mito Kata Raw, Shack and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, arms open wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, yeah. Death by cut, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. Why you lying to them children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been there. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the bless. Wow, what's that? Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Welcome to the Lions of Veritas Media Collective, a 24-hour Lions Den universal entertainment podcast. This dynamic network features diverse shows and hosts, unified under the Lions of Veritas Media Collective. Our platform includes Grafted In Pod, in-depth discussions on faith and culture, Grafted In Music, music performances and artist interviews, Blind Date in Faith, dating advice and relationships, Under the Lions Den, debates and discussions on hot topics. We've just wrapped up our latest show, Blind Date in Faith, in partnership with the Israelite Marriage and Dating Group. If you missed it, don't worry, we have plenty more exciting content coming your way. Speaking of which, our next event is just around the corner. Did Christopher Columbus come to America before Africans? Join us on March 16th at 7 p.m. EST as we dive into this thought-provoking topic with Cedric Ortega and Mandinka Mali. Subscribe to our channel and stay tuned for more updates, debates, and discussions. Find us on Facebook, Ahava Grafted In Pod, Twana Johnson, Apollo Bay, Mandinka Mali, K. Arima Powell, Lions Den Page, Israelites Marriages and Dating Site, Hebrew Hood Music. Groups, Rap Battle Bar and Diss Track, Lions Den Information Gathering, All Black Information, Hebrew Hood Music, Book of Dead, Israelites Marriages and Dating Site. Other platforms, TikTok, YouTube, Bigo, Tag, Rumble, Apple Podcasts, Lions Den podcasts, and networks. We're excited to share more content with you and look forward to your engagement.
The Versus series. Welcome to the Versus series, the ultimate stage where wisdom and passion meet on every page. The Craig Law Firm, them brothers are the architects of the dream. Big love to Miss Barbara, a cornerstone supporter. That girl loyal through and through. Props to GT and Nobody, friends who stayed near when others fell silent. They echo, cheer. And then Miss Africa, reigning, defending, world champion, supreme. Crafting great arguments, he's this promoter's dream. Dr. Too Sweet, sharp, eloquent, and wise. A queen of debate. That sister got fire in her eyes. Man, that dude, Michael Everett, he keep it steady and cool. About to Corey, he declaring flat earth is rule. Gabriel dives deep, exploring the Bible, defining art. A1, the Bible breaker, tears the scriptures apart. Lord Benu, the people's champ, always rises, reborn from the flame. And the phenom Neo Love stands firm, defending Jesus' name K. Captain K, the Israelite, proud and bold, bridging ancient truths to the modern moment. James Cassell bridges the present with ancient truths that transcend. The thick barber trims out the white lies, leaving the black truth, beaming with pride. Naga makes their opponents tremble with fear. More promotion, but DMG to stir. Vocab Malone rhymes reason with faith. Anonymous Hebrew stays ready to debate. LP cuts short, don't test his faith. Cedric Ortega brings thoughts unconfined. He debates to open our mind. From racism, sexism, and systematic despair to sentient aliens and the truth they might share. Religion and politics fuel these fact fights. Each topic is ablaze under the spotlight's bright light. Shout out to Sinetta and the HOK for blazing the trail for what we do today. The Lion Den thrives as JJ roars. Elder Yara builds us up, helps us restore. All comers are welcome to step in the ring in the Versus series where short minds battle to be the king or the queen. The bold and the fearless all play a role. So join the debate. Let your ideology be known. The Versus series is where legends are made. The Versus series is where legends are made. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We got a powerful show with two powerful brothers on the scene. First of all, we got the one and only, the legendary the inspiring, the innovator of these YouTube debates that we do back here in these spaces, the one and only Mandinka Mali, representing the Lion's Den. Shout out to this brother. And on the other side of this thing, we got a powerful, up-and-coming debater, a new contender on the scene. I call him the pseudo slayer. We got our brother, the one and only Cedric Ortega. And I gotta throw this in for the brother.
It's a good job, but somebody's gotta do it. It's a good job, but somebody's gotta do it. It's a good job, but somebody's gotta do it. Pseudo killers. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? Got them really scared, pseudo killers on the prowl. Put them in the water, watch them drown. Pop your head up, I'll push it down. Cutting through these cameras in freaking streets. So many pseudos, it's all you can eat. Step in the ring, come face to feet.
The brother is on the rise and he is taking on a legend. Y'all see the title of the debate. Did Columbus reach America or the Americas before Africans did? Our brother JJ says, listen, I believe Africans got to this side of the world before this man called Columbus. Cedric says that's cap. We're gonna see who's right and who's wrong. We got 3 judges on the panel that's gonna judge this thing. We're gonna get into who they are once the festivities are over. We also got our man, the one and only Super Wavy, in the building. He's gonna be helping me host this thing because we get in for a long night. So we had a coin toss when these brothers faced off about a week or so ago, and our brother Cedric lost, so he is going first. We have a 10-minute opening. We have 3 20-minute rounds. So we have up first, we're gonna let our brother Cedric, what order are we doing this in? Because Cedric going first in terms of the presentation. So Mandinka, are you opening first with your 10 minutes and then he'll go with his 20, or is he gonna do his opening and then you do your opening? He going first either way?
No. He going first and everything. I'm closing this debate out at the end. He go first.
Gotcha.
He lost the coin toss. The burden of proof is on him to prove that Christopher Columbus, a man that he named, came to these Americas for Africans. 1492.
I just want to make sure because okay. So we're gonna start with our brother Cedric, and he gonna do his intro, 10 minutes, and time will start when you start, my brother. Let me know.
When you're ready, share my screen. Just let me know once the screen is shared and tell me go. I'll go.
All right, your screen is shared.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I sit here today before you to address and debunk the pseudo-historical claims made by Mandinka Mali 7000 regarding pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. These claims rely on fabricated sources, selective interpretation of genetic and archaeological evidence, and a fundamental misunderstanding of human migration patterns. My goal tonight is to show that these theories fall apart under the scrutiny of evidence-based reasoning and establish scientific consensus. Let's delve into the key points and demonstrate why these claims do not stand up to rigorous examination. Let me first provide an overview of the main arguments put forth by JJ 7000, fabricated sources. Now stick with me, folks. These sources, the sources cited by Mandinka Mali 7000 include books and articles, are often unverified. When you search for these references, they either do not exist or cannot be found in credible academic databases. This is a clear red flag. These so-called sources are not legitimate references. They only serve to mislead audiences by presenting what seems like scholarly support, when in reality, these so-called sources are part of an elaborate fabrication. Misuse of genetic evidence. One of the key references often cited is Theodore Herr, whose work is misinterpreted in this context. Herr's research supports the idea that Native Americans have East Asian origins through migration across the Bering Land Bridge, not African ancestry. His findings are manipulated to fit a narrative that simply doesn't align with his actual research. Teeth and morphology. Another claim revolves around dental traits supposedly linking Native American populations to African ancestors. While it is true that some dental traits are shared between various populations, including East Asians and Africans, these traits are not exclusive to African populations and certainly do not serve as solid evidence for pre-Columbian African migration to the Americas. African artifacts and arrowheads. Claims of African artifacts such as golden arrowheads are often presented as proof of African presence in the Americas. However, these artifacts are highly speculative. In many cases, they lack any credible scholarly support or verifiable evidence. Show me a museum. These so-called discoveries are often misrepresented or misidentified objects that do not hold up under serious academic scrutiny. Now, let us turn to overwhelming scientific consensus that contradicts these claims. Human migration studies, particularly those in genetics and archaeology, tell a clear story of Native American origins. Mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome haplogroup have been extensively studied, and these studies show no significant African genetic markers in pre-Columbian populations in the Americas. The genetic evidence overwhelmingly supports the idea that Native Americans descend primarily from East Asian populations that crossed the Bering Land Bridge more than 10,000 years ago, not from Africans. These are your sources right here. Archaeological evidence. The archaeological record further supports this. The Clovis culture, one of the earliest known cultures in North America, showed no indication of African influence or migration. Furthermore, the complex societies that developed in the Americas, such as the Aztecs, Mayans, and Incas, have distinct cultural, technological, and agricultural characteristics that are consistent with East Asian and indigenous American development, not African. Want more sources? These are actual sources. Now, Mandinka Mali claims that a 16th century codex proves African contact with Native Americans before Columbus is completely irrational, as a document created after Europeans' arrival cannot serve as evidence for pre-13th century events. These codices in question, such as the Codex Telaraño and the Codex Mendoza, primarily depict Mesoamerican history, religion, and tribute systems, not African visitors. The misinterpretation, lookership of dark-skinned figures ignores artistic conventions and lacks supporting genetic, linguistic, or archaeological evidence. But additionally, arguments based on all
5 minutes, Sam, 5 minutes.
Modern racial stereotypes rather than historical accuracy. Mandinka Mali 7000 claimed that West Africans, particularly the Mali Empire, built ships capable of crossing the Atlantic, is a pseudo-claim due to the lack of archaeological evidence. There is no remains of transoceanic West African ships or signs of oceanic navigation tools. Mali's navigational technology was designed for ravine and coastal navigation, not long-distance ocean travel. Furthermore, there is no direct historical evidence or cultural exchange to support the idea of pre-Columbian contact between West Africans and Native Americans. Overall claim is speculative and unsupported by concrete proof. The fallacy in JJ's claim is primarily argument from ignorance and misinterpretation of evidence. The claim assumes that because there is no evidence disproving the possibility of pre-Columbian African voyages, it must be true. Dr. Clyde Winter's sickle cell, how our work has been criticized by many in the academic community for speculative interpretations and lack of peer review. While he uses genetic markers like HLA-B35 to argue for pre-Columbian African contact with the Americas, his conclusions have not been widely accepted or verified by mainstream scholars. If JJ 7000 attempt to use Winter's work as evidence, it is important to highlight that these theories are controversial and have not been rigorously peer-reviewed or confirmed by the broader scientific community. Peer review is a critical part of scientific process, ensuring that research findings are rigorously tested and validated by experts in the field. Dr. Clyde Winter's work, while presented as evidence for pre-Columbian African contact with the Americas, has not undergone the level of peer review that would lend it credibility in the broader scientific community. As such, any information drawn from his research should be treated with caution, as it lacks the verification and acceptance that peer-reviewed study carries in academic debates. The lack of Colombian African presence. There is no credible evidence in archaeology or history to suggest that Africans made contact with the Americas prior to Columbus. While there were African explorers in the later centuries, such as the Portuguese and Spanish, there is no indication of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. With the scientific consensus established, now let's address the specific claims one by one, starting with the fabricated sources and the misuse of Dr. Skir's research. We'll then move on to the arguments surrounding dental traits, so-called African artifacts, and other fabricated evidence. As we break down these claims, I will show you how each falls apart when subject to rigorous scrutiny, and why the theory of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas is nothing more than a baseless and misleading narrative. With that, I yield the floor.
All right, let me pause your time. You had 1 minute and 32 seconds left. Do you want to yield all of that, or you want to keep going?
I yield the floor at this moment. We have much more stuff to get into. So with that, JJ can do his thing.
All right, I'll reset the time at 10. JJ, time will start when you start talking, or you sharing your screen. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, put my screen up, man. That was horrible. Shit.
All right, are you sharing?
Hold up, y'all. I apologize. Let me get my screen going, man. Yeah, share screen. All right. PowerPoint. All right, you see my PowerPoint?
I don't see it yet.
Where should I begin? Still don't see it?
No, sir.
Okay, hold on.
You hitting present?
Yeah, let me try it again. Share screen. Okay. All right.
Yep, I still do not see it, bro. If you want to send it to me, and then I can share it, and you can just tell me when to go to the next slide if you want to do it like that.
I get it up. Do something.
All right. The brother said go to
my information.
The brother said go to a commercial break, and I do just that. While the brother is getting his stuff together, I'm gonna show you what we got coming up.
What about now?
All right, hold on. Let's see. And you told me to go to a commercial. I go to a commercial, and then you want to get it. You got it. Sharing your screen. Let me know when you're ready. Time start when you start, brother.
The screen up. No, ain't no commercial break going on. Let me get to my first. All right, before y'all see my screen. First of all, ladies and gentlemen,
time starts.
What this brother did, man, was get up here and didn't even state his case. You came up here and you started referring to sources and references that I didn't even bring up in this debate. Judges, I want you to note and document that. That's called a straw man argument from the gate, right? So the information that he put on the screen is not what I'm bringing to this debate. You're supposed to be presenting to the people your information about proof that Christopher Columbus came here to the Americas. I need to see navigation. Where's the ships? You need to be showing us that. You need to be authenticating his diary, showing us that it's real. You need to be proving up here why they got this dude buried in 3 different goddamn places. Like you say, you up here, you might as well be defending Spider-Man and Jesus Christ. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this Christopher Columbus myth is perpetuated by pseudo-scientific racism. That's all this is. And you got the nerve to get in front of us and talking about, you're going to put Afrocentrics on trial. You ain't qualified to even question Ivan Van Sertima or Renuka Rashidi. You're not. Then he says, he brings up a 16th century codex that I didn't even bring up in the debate. Judges, note and document that. Bring that up when I didn't even make that argument in this debate. Then you brought up shipbuilding. I didn't say anything about shipbuilding yet. You see? Then he brought up Dr. Clyde Winters, which I didn't bring up. This is letting you know that he has no solid foundation. He has no case. But it's your job today to prove Christopher Columbus came to these lands before 1492. It's your job today to prove his haplogroup, his R1b. You need to prove that before any African haplogroup entered the lands, and you're not going to be able to do it. I'm going to show you how this Johnny come lately. I'm going to show you that their navigation skills is Johnny come lately. I'm going to take you to the analysis of these metals that you want to discredit. I'm going to show you how I vetted my sources. He hasn't done that. He brought up sources with my name in it. How can you add my name to sources? And he didn't even vet them. You didn't show no cross-references, nothing. So you want to be the epitome of trying to criticize somebody in the information. What my job is to do is to show you, my thesis is to show you connection and put the pieces together, and y'all add it up. Because we all know that this Eurocentric way of thinking, this pseudo-scientific racist ideology that he's pushing, the Charles Darwin, you're a monkey. Every time a black man say he's an Israelite, they pseudo. They say they're Kemetic, they pseudo. They say they Pan-African, they pseudo. This is the side of this is what I'm dealing with in this debate. A guy who hates himself. See, this debate is bigger than what this topic is. It's about getting pseudo-scientific racists up out of our community and stop getting the credit to these goddamn on white folks. Let's keep going. Now, did Christopher Columbus come to the Americas before Africans? Let's keep going. All right. Transatlantic migration of Africans' ancestry to the Americas, genetic and historical evidence presence before 1492. Anton Mandinka Mali, affiliation lines in Academy of Education and Information, as you can see right there. Let's keep going. Now, this study confirms transatlantic migration of African ancestry to the Americas through genetic and historical analysis, establishing presence before Christopher Columbus in 1492. You better be getting up here establishing a presence of Christopher Columbus before any African came up here. Mitochondrial DNA, autosomal DNA, and historical records. You already made a mistake when you got in front of me. Make your arguments that I didn't even make before I got in front of the people. Judges, note and document that. Now, the African population contributed significantly to the modern American gene pool. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, man. Now, the ancient roots of EM2, the Americans uncovering the genetic legacy of pre-Columbian migration. This is the introduction. The people of America is a complex, multifaceted topic that has garnered significant attention from researchers across various disciplines. While the dominant theory suggests that the Americans were populated via single migration of Asians across the Bering Land Bridge, recent genetics, your studies is outdated. You're just a mockingbird. You ain't took the time to even analyze or do any of the goddamn research yourself. Recent genetic studies have challenged this narrative, revealing a more nuanced and complex history of human migration. The whole thing is about human migration patterns, and admixtures. And goddamn it, I'm gonna show you that this African
5 minutes, JJ. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Admixed with these indigenous people way before you're gonna find a European presence. The European haplogroup didn't come into goddamn around the 16th century. Then you start seeing their pottery. Then you start seeing their weapons. These dudes, they ain't know nothing about no celestial navigation. The hell's wrong with you? Now let's keep it going, man. This dude got in the ring with me with this nonsense. One of the most intriguing and debated topics in this field is the presence of the EM2 haplogroup in America before Columbus. What haplogroup you finna bring up here, sir? Huh? The EM2 is a subclade of the E haplogroup, which is found in high frequencies in many African populations. The presence of the EM2 in the Americas has been documented in several studies, Mr. Ortega. Why are you trying to deny that? Because you're up here pushing this pseudo-scientific racist ideologies. Well, we come from monkeys and we didn't do nothing. And we was too dumb until the white man told us. I'm here to dispel, and this debate is in the honor of our black scholars, Renuko Rashidi. This debate is in the honor of Ivan Sertima. Every goddamn February, you want to try to tear them down. You and these goddamn goofs over at the other channel. Excuse me for using the ad-on. Now let's keep going. Now look at this. In several studies, and some research suggests that it may have introduced to America through pre-Columbian migration. That's pre. That ain't just. He just want to paint the picture. The only reason we got over here is through slavery, because we were too dumb to get over here, and they was smart enough to understand ocean currents and things of that nature. I'm gonna show you that they wasn't in this debate. Hear me? I'm gonna show you a lot of things that you're not prepared for, sir. Let's keep it going, man. Let's keep going. How many minutes? Okay. Hold up. Now listen to this. Pseudo-scientific racism and the Columbus myth. This study of the people in America has been marred by pseudo-scientific racism and the perpetuation of the Columbus myth. This idea of the Christopher Columbus discovered in America in 1492 has been widely debunked by historians and researchers. He got the nerve to get in front of us and try to defend this goddamn fairy tale. You might as well be defending Santa Claus came down your chimney last year. Huh? You had milk and cookies out for him, didn't you? Prove that. It's the same thing you're doing. You might as well be in front of me with that you're trying to do up here with this. There ain't no clear-cut, conclusive evidence that Christopher Columbus came over here before Africans. He talking absolutes. Now, this myth has been perpetuated by pseudo-scientific racists who have sought to erase the presence of indigenous people in America and promote the narrative of white supremacy. Now, what they do genetic extractions and dental morphology. You ain't qualified to even debunk dental morphology, but if you want to stay on that topic, I got plenty more for you that you're going to be needing to deal with. I didn't even bring it up. Now I did. Now, recent studies have used genetic extractions. Deal with the genetic extractions, sir, to study the peopling of the Americas. These studies have revealed a complex and nuanced history in the human migration and admixture in the Americas. You better show us these European admixture before goddamn the 1600s. That's what you better be doing. Huh? Now, he have lack of conclusive evidence despite the widespread, remember, his goal is to prove that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before Columbus, which he has not. I'm going to be using archaeology. I'm going to be using goddamn scholarly information from geneticists. I'm going to be bringing that. I'm going to be showing that I vetted my sources and cross-references. He's not. Right? Now look at this. So we already know he has an agenda, because every time you say you're a black man and you involved in this, he says pseudo, but he will yet tear down these white scholars that's trying to tear us down. That's why I'm here. Let's keep it moving. The Americans in 1492, in fact, many Russians have questioned the validity of Columbus' accounts. You better be showing us valid goddamn diaries. You better be showing us navigational tools.
1 minute, JJ, 1 minute.
That's what you better be doing. Don't try to get in front of me, try to tell me what I need to do. I'm going to do my job. But ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself today, is Cedric Ortega going to do his job? Is he going to prove that Christopher Columbus, matter of fact, this ain't even really the topic. You can't even prove he existed. They got him buried in 3 different places. Where's his authentic handwriting? Huh? So the research question is, what is the genetic legacy of the EM2 in the Americas before Columbus? And we're going to keep it going. He said, my time is all up. But how has pseudo-scientific racism and the Columbus myth influenced the study of the people of America? Not you.
All right. You had about 13 seconds, brother. You done?
Shout out to the Lions Den and got JJ7K TV, Black Jesus Minister Ball and Crawler. I'll be debating over there next week. We keeping it going. Let's go. Shout out to my queen, Denny Hayes. Let's go.
All right, let me reset the time for 20 minutes because our brother Cedric Ortega is about to get into his rounds. And Cedric, it is on you. Time will start when you're ready, my brother.
As soon as you let me know my screen is sharing, we can go.
All right, and before I do that, Super Wavy, check the private chat. And if you can, do that for me so that way when I go out, you'll be in control.
I got you.
All right, Cedric, your screen is sharing, my brother.
Okay, it is absolutely laughable that JJ7000 claimed we cannot prove Columbus was in the Americas. This demonstrates an embarrassing ignorance of primary source methodology, historical documentation, and basic research skills. The sheer volume of direct primary evidence for Columbus's voyages is overwhelming and undisputable, unless, of course, you subscribe to a level of historical illiteracy that rejects all documented history. Primary source documentation. We have first-hand accounts, including Columbus' own journals, Diario de Abordo, Journal of the First Voyage, written between 1492 and 1493. Bartolomeo de las Casas later transcribed it, but fragments of Columbus' original writing survived. The documents are housed in Spain's Archivo General de Indias in Sevilla, along with letters written by Columbus himself to the Spanish crown. These are direct, unfiltered records from the man himself, unless JJ7000 wants to argue that Columbus somehow fabricated his voyages while securing funding from the Spanish monarchy. Independent collaboration. Other crew members also documented the voyages, such as Diego Alvarez Chancha, who wrote medical reports on the expedition. We also have official Spanish Crown documents acknowledging Columbus's discoveries, rewards, and governance. These are not just vague mentions, but extensive, detailed records spanning multiple sources. What the hell? Physical evidence. Columbus established settlements, including La Navidad on Hispaniola in 1942. Archaeological findings confirm European presence in the Americas at precisely this time. The Spanish even returned in subsequent voyages to find these settlements abandoned or in conflict. This isn't speculation. It's confirmed by material evidence and written records. What is JJ claimed is not just ignorant, it's outright ridiculous. It reveals a fundamental misunderstanding of how historical verification works. If he wants to dispute Columbus' presence, he needs to explain why multiple independent sources, government records, eyewitness accounts, and physical findings all align. Or maybe, just maybe, he should crack open an actual historical archive instead of whatever his pseudo-historical nonsense he's basing his argument on. Columbus' presence in the Americas is not up for debate. It is one of the most extensively documented historical events in the human history. To deny it, reject the very foundation of historical scholarship. The first confirmed African presence in the Americas dates to the early 16th century, primarily as a result of the transatlantic slave trade initiated by European powers. The initial Africans in the Americas were enslaved individuals brought by European colonizers, notably the Spanish and Portuguese. One prominent figure was Juan Querido, an African conquistador who participated in the Spanish expedition and is recognized as the first documented African to arrive in North America. You can wiki that. These Africans were forcibly transported to serve as laborers in various colonies, replacing the indigenous population that had been decimated by disease and harsh working conditions. Yet more evidence how we know when first in old world contact disease. These roles encompass labor in the plantations, mines, and domestic servants. The transatlantic slave trade commenced in the early 1500s. By 2008, data had been gathered on nearly 35,000 transatlantic slave voyages from 1501 to 1867, estimating that slaving vessels embarked about 12.5 million captives in Africa and landed approximately 10.7 in the New World. That's you just can wiki that. The transatlantic slave trade involved European traders capturing or purchasing Africans who were then transported across the Atlantic under brutal conditions, a journey known as the Middle Passage. Upon arrival, they were sold into slavery across various colonies in the Americas. This is high school education. You want key sources? David Iltus and David Richardson, 2010, Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. It documents ship records and Africans' arrivals in the Americas. Era Berlin in 1998, many thousand gone, the first 2 centuries of slavery in North America, provides details on early African populations in the Americas. Philip D. Curtins in 1969, The Atlantic Slave Trade, a census, estimates the number of enslaved Africans transported to the Americas. Genetic evidence. Genetic studies show African ancestry in the Americas appear only after the 1500s, coinciding with the documented history of the transatlantic slave trade. The lack of African genetic markers in pre-Columbian indigenous remains confirmed that Africans were not present before Columbus. Who did the study? Wright and colleagues in 2012, Reconstructing Native American Population History. It's published in Nature. You see how you source up? Show indigenous American ancestry traces back to East Asia with no African influence before the slave trade. Montano and Represto in 2021 and colleagues in 2021, tracing the genetic history of the Caribbean. PLOS and genetics finds African ancestry in the Caribbean originates from the transatlantic slave trade, not pre-Columbian contact. You want your sources. Consensus, JJ, you know what that is? The first confirmed African presence in the Americas dates to 1502. When Spanish colonists brought enslaved Africans to Hispaniola. This marks the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, which continued for centuries and shaped the demographics of the Americas. No credible archaeological, genetic, or historical evidence supports a pre-Columbian African contact. The fact that JJ 7000 believes his hypothesis is on equal footing with the scientific consensus reveals several key issues. Misunderstanding of epistemic weight. Scientific consensus is built on rigorous peer-reviewed research, multiple independent lines of evidence, and expert analysis. A personal hypothesis, I link things up, especially one lacking empirical support, is not equated to this body of knowledge. False balance fallacy. JJ 7000 assumed that all opinions are equally valid, regardless of the quantity or quality of the supporting evidence. This is a common tactic in pseudoscience, where unsupported claims are framed as being just as legitimate as well-established scientific findings. Dunning-Kruger effect on steroids. His confidence in an unverified hypothesis suggests he may be overestimating his knowledge while underestimating the depth of the scientific research on the topic. Rejection of peer review. If his hypothesis were valid, it would need to be tested, scrutinized, and replicated in the scientific community. Since he has not passed this process, it holds no weight compared to the consensus-backed research. JJ 7000 stance demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of how knowledge is established. The scientific consensus is not just another opinion. It is a result of a self-correcting, evidence-based process. Equating a personal hypothesis to decades of rigorous research without credible evidence is intellectually dishonest. The first major flaw in 7000's arguments lies in the sources he presents. He cites a variety of books and journals seemingly to support his claims. However, when we attempt to verify these sources, we find that many either do not exist or cannot be accessed through any reputable academic or scholarly platform. This is a classic example of intellectual dishonesty, an attempt to bolster a weak argument by fabricating credible references. In any scholarly debate or credible debate, sources must be verifiable and reputable. If anyone presents sources that cannot be confirmed or traced back to a legitimate publication, it casts doubt on the entire argument. It is essential that we hold ourselves to rigorous standards of evidence. A credible source should be easily accessible in academic databases, published by reputable publishers, and subject to peer review. If those criteria aren't met, then the claims relying on these sources cannot be trusted. And I challenge you, JJ, to produce the sources, to provide proof of their legitimacy, or to direct us where we can access them. Until then, these claims stand as nothing more than
10 minutes, said 10 minutes.
Trying to deceive. This tactic is not uncommon in pseudoscientific or fringe theories, mind you. When the actual evidence fails to support their positions, those promoting these ideas often resort to this kind of misleading behavior. Without the backing of credible sources, these claims hold no weight. Let's take a deeper look into the specific sources that have been cited. I personally searched for many of these titles provided by JJ, and time again, they lead to nowhere. These references either do not exist, are incorrectly cited, or do not support the claim they are supposed to substantiate. This is intellectual dishonesty at its worst. It is a deliberate attempt to create the illusion of legitimate scholarship while distracting the audience from the fact that there is no real evidence backing these claims. In any genuine academic setting, these references should be traceable. If a researcher claims that a paper, article, or book exists, it should be possible to locate it through academic databases like JSTOR, Google Scholar, or through university libraries. If these sources cannot be found, they should be considered fraudulent. The use of these fictitious references not only undermine the credibility of JJ's argument, but also mislead those who are not equipped to check the validity of these claims. Real academic sources are published in peer-reviewed journals, books of reputable academic publishers, or included in verifiable sources. If these sources cannot be found, they should be dismissed immediately as part of a pseudo-academic narrative designed to create the illusion of legitimacy. Many of the journals and years referenced, for example, Science, American Journal, and these are the sources I took off JJ's Facebook page, Journal of Human Genetics, Nature, Human Genetics, are indeed credible, but I cannot find any evidence of these specific studies were published by those institutions. African Genetics, Legacy in the Americas, watch the title's good, and Ancient DNA Reveals African Presence in the Americas, 2019. I was unable to find any records or references of these specific studies in prominent academic journals or databases like Google Scholar or PubMed. It is highly unusual for a major university like Harvard to publish studies in Science or American Journal of Human Genetics without a clear, traceable record of their existence. The same, Oxford University. Look at the title again, African Origins in the American Population, 2017. Look at this one, Ancient DNA. You see a pattern, and the Peopling of the Americas, 2018. Similarly to the previous Harvard reference, these studies cannot be found in major academic databases, any journals. I did a search and couldn't locate them. Oxford is a reputable institution, and their work is usually highly cited. So the fact that these publications, the lack of these publications in accessible databases is a red flag. University of Cambridge, African Genetic Influence in the Americas, 2016, and the Ancient DNA and the Origins of the American Population, 2019. Again, these sources also do not appear in any accessible academic databases or journals. Given its high visibility of Cambridge research, it is odd that these specific studies are not listed or indexed. University of Berkeley, African Genetic Legacy in Americas, 2017. Ancient DNA Reveals African Presence in the Americas, 2019. Similarly, no verifiable record or academic citation for these studies exist in any major journals or repositories. To boost the claim further, let's examine the broader pattern of pseudoscientific arguments in which fabricated sources are commonly used. This is not the first time that false or unverifiable references have been relied upon in fringe theories, from ancient astronaut theories to alternative historical claims. The tactic is employed by those who wish to present themselves as legitimate experts without actually providing legitimate evidence. By presenting fabricated sources, Mandinka Mali is exploiting a common logical fallacy, the appeal to authority. This fallacy occurs when someone cites the name of an authoritative figure or a seemingly legitimate source in order to make their argument appear credible. The hope that by listing names and titles that sound legitimate, the argument itself will seem valid. However, as we all know, authority in science isn't about naming famous people or prestigious titles. Authority is about the strength of the evidence and the methodology behind the claims being made. In a genuine academic discourse, it is not the name of the researcher that matters, but the integrity of their research, their peer-reviewed publications, and the evidence that supports their conclusions. By relying on unverified sources and misusing scholarly names, Mandinka is attempting to manipulate the audience trust, assuming that most people won't investigate the authenticity of the references. But we know better. We understand that authority in science isn't about citing respected names, but about presenting rigorous, verifiable, and repeatable evidence. And without this, the argument falls.
4 minutes, Sam. 4 minutes. My apologies for missing that 5-minute mark.
Employing the authority fallacy can be seen across a wide range of pseudoscience. It is a tool to divert attention from the lack of actual proof, hoping to convince people through the superficial appearance of expertise. But as we've shown, when we dig deeper and examine the sources, we find that there is nothing but empty shell designed to mislead. At this point, JJ's argument is completely crumbled under the weight of reality. Round one, I've exposed the laughable claim that there's no evidence for Columbus' presence in the Americas, obliterating it with primary sources, historical consensus, and physical evidence. But rather than acknowledging his failure, what does he do? He pulled the classic Frost move by shifting the burden of proof and fabricating sources. Let's be absolutely clear. 7,000 is not just wrong, he's actively dishonest. He throws out made-up genetic evidence without a single verifiable study, expecting everyone to just take his word for it. But science doesn't work that way, JJ, and neither does history. If we had real genetic proof of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas, it would be published in peer-reviewed journals, not in fringe blogs or cherry-picked pseudoscience. Where are these studies, JJ? Where's the verifiable evidence? Nowhere, because it doesn't exist. And let's talk about his outright fabrication of sources. This is what separates ignorance from intellectual fraud. He's not just misinformed. He's deliberately presenting false information, hoping nobody check. But I did. His sources are either non-existent, misrepresented, or outright distorted from real studies that do not support his claim. This is academic dishonesty at its finest. Shifting the burden of proof is the last refuge of a failed argument. He cannot prove his nonsense, so he demands I disprove instead. But that's not how logic works. If I claim aliens built a pyramid,
2 minutes
to provide evidence, not demand everyone else prove me wrong. The same applies here, JJ. He made a claim. He has failed to substantiate it. So let's call it what it is. JJ 7000 is a fraud. His arguments are baseless. His sources are fake, and his understanding of both history and science is an embarrassment. At this point, his only option is to double down on the nonsense or to finally admit he's out of his depth. Either way, he's already lost. With that, I yield the floor.
All right, you got 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Are you sure you want to yield?
Yeah. Let's see how JJ climbs himself out of that hole. I yield my floor.
All right. And brother, I apologize for getting the 4-minute mark instead of the 5-minute mark.
I'm a professional.
My brother. Shout out to Cedric for a powerful opening round. Let me reset the timer. We're going to get ready for the legendary Mandinka Mali. Mandinka, time will start when you start. Let me know if you're sharing your screen. Shout out to Naga in the building. I see King Naga. I see Sekhmet. Shout out to everybody else in the chat. Appreciate y'all's support. I see Sid and Mandinka bringing them out tonight. We got 63 people in the building. Shout out to my social media champ, Doctor, the good Doctor Too Sweet in the building. I think I saw my world champ, the undefeated, undisputed, distinguished world champ Pandemus in the building. I see my brother Eric Graham in the building as well. Shout out to everybody.
Hey, we got everybody named Mama in the building tonight, man. Hit the like, share, and subscribe button. Get your pen and paper. We learning tonight.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Shout out to my brother Nobody from Trust and Believe the Gospel. Can't forget about my brother. Mandinka, let me know when you're sharing your screen, bro. Unmute your mic as well, because if you're talking, I can't hear you.
I apologize. I'm trying to get my PowerPoint back up. Hold up. What the hell going on? Share screen. Windows. I apologize for that part. Hold up. Okay. Hold up. Let's see.
All right, while we waiting on our brother, I'm gonna do what he suggested the first time and go to a commercial break. Never mind. See, as soon as I say commercial break, that PowerPoint come up. See? Start. Shout out to MVP Chris Harris. I think I saw him in the building. Time will start when you start, my brother. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, hey, I'm ready. Hey, you can trust, believe. I ain't gonna run out the building. You can believe that.
Best believe the legendary Mandinka Mali ain't running.
Right, I ain't never ran from a debate. Hold up, man. Once I get it going, it's on. Hold up, is that my fault?
Time start when you start, bro.
He ain't never had no technical problem in the debate. He ran from the whole show, y'all. We know who he is. Let's go. Y'all see this? You see my screen?
Time starts.
All right. Now, see, he came up here. So, like I say, his job is to prove that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before Columbus. You sitting up here arguing sources that I didn't even bring up. Now,
okay, JJ,
yeah.
Mandinka, I stopped your time at 19 minutes and 46 seconds. Yeah. Listen, I stopped your time at 19 minutes and 46 seconds. Is it any way you can make your screen bigger? Like go to where it says.
How about that?
There you go. All right. That's a lot better. All right. Time to start when you're ready.
Yeah. All right, man. I saw y'all had to sit through that 20 minutes of just rambling. I'm fake. You have my sources. Man, bro, you ain't did nothing, bro. You ain't taught the audience nothing. Hey, look, Columbus, I'm not going to spend too much time on Columbus because I'm going to get into my information. Now, the lack of primary accounts of Christopher Columbus himself has led many scholars to question the accuracy of the existing accounts. Where's your primaries for that? To reevaluate the traditional narrative of Columbus' life and voyages. Some of the challenges of reconstructing Columbus' life and voyages include, look at this, y'all, limited sources. As mentioned earlier, there is no primary account from Columbus himself. Cedric, show it to us. And many of the secondary sources are incomplete. Like he said, there's a fraction of this and that. Incomplete and biased or accurate. We're dealing with biased narratives. Many of the accounts of Columbus' life and voyage were written by people who have a vested interest in promoting a particular narrative or agenda. That's that pseudoscientific racist agenda that Cedric promotes. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. All right, hold up. Hold up. Let me make it small so y'all can read. I want to get to my information. I'm gonna get to look. Here go one of the documents you need to deal with right here. Hold up, man. Hold up. Okay, yeah. Okay, like I said, there are no primary source for Columbus himself that can be verified. How can we trust secondary sources that were written decades and centuries after Columbus voyages, y'all? This just didn't happen just right after. Centuries after he so-called walked this earth or whatever. Why does Columbus not leave behind any written records of his voyages? We cannot find them. Why do different accounts of Columbus voyages contain conflicting information? See, I'm rebuttaling your information, sir, about Columbus, and I'm going to get into mine, something that you didn't do. How can we reconcile the differences between dates and timelines provided in various sources? Why do some accounts describe Columbus as a hero while others portray him as a ruthless conqueror? Lack of archaeological evidence. Why is no definitive archaeological evidence been found to support the traditional narrative of Columbus voyages? I want to get past this. What role did the Catholic Church play in promoting Columbus myth? Why did Spanish monarchs support Columbus voyages, and what did they hope to gain? See, this dude is up here promoting this Columbus myth. Now let me get to my information, man. Let me get to my information. I ain't got time to be. It's your job to prove something for him, not me. When you gonna prove it? I'm already disproving. Show us some validity. Let me see where I want to start. Let me see where I'm starting to bust this dude head, man. Come here to play with you. Anybody else out there that's looking around? Huh? Hold on, let me get to it. Hold up. Where we gonna start? Let's start up in here. Hold up. Let me get to where I want to start. All right. Now, we're gonna skip that part. We're gonna start right here.
Do you need to stop your time?
Yeah, stop my time so I can get right to where I need to get to.
All right, time is stopped at 16 minutes, 37 seconds.
Okay, cool. Hold up. Let's see. So once I go in, you're in some trouble, sir. All right, let's start right here. All right, let's start right here. No, I'm gonna start right there. All right, let's start right here. Yeah, let's start right here. Not my time. See, what I'm bringing to the table, man, I'm bringing science to the table. I'm bringing geochemical analysis. See, it confirmed African mineral origins in pre-Columbian weapons and metals. I'm talking about copper from the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia, brass from Morocco and Algeria, way before any European weapons were found in the United States. Iron, Nigerian, and can somebody mute their mic, please? Nigeria and Ghana. See, sources, peer-reviewed Journal of Archaeological Science, Latin American Antiquity, academic books that came from before Columbus, American presence in early America, institutional reports from the Smithsonian, National Geographic, USGS. All right, let's keep going, bro. Let's keep going. Now, this is my side. When you gonna present your side? Huh? Here goes the summary. Pre-Columbian African presence in America is confirmed. Sickle cell genes found in ancient American remains, training back to African origins. This is what I'm bringing. African anchors discovered in the Caribbean waters, dated back to 12,000 to 1400 CE, matching Mali Empire designs. African weapons found in pre-Columbian American sites, including the Ikula knives from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. How about this, y'all? The Ngomi Ngulu sickle blades from the Democratic Republic of Congo. All these are verified. The Berber daggers were found here in these lands before 1492. You ain't gonna find no European weapons over here before 1492. You ain't. You need to get in front of us and prove that this European presence, this European establishment made a genetic marker over Africans who made their genetic marker here first. Now you got to go to these Italians because you said Christopher Columbus is Italian. I got his marker right here. It ain't nowhere to be found. Early. Let's keep going. Geochemical analysis confirmed African mineral origins in pre-Columbian weapons and metals. Let's keep going, man. Pre-Columbian African presence in America is supported by genetic, archaeological, and geochemical evidence. This challenges traditional narratives of Columbus' discovery of America. Let's keep going. Yeah, validation and methodology and science method. Reproducibility. See, I'm going to show you the methods they use, sir, which you have failed to do. You ain't even showed us anything. Results verified by multiple laboratories. Yes, Harvard University Geochemical Laboratory. You didn't. I guess you didn't go look that up, did you? You bring up sources I ain't even bring into this debate. I want y'all to document that. The University of Oxford. Y'all better help them out. Isotope Laboratories, U.S. Geological Survey, USGS Laboratories. Data Quality Control Precision. Plus 2.5% of elements concentrates, isotope ratios, accuracies, 5 to 10%. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. The scientific method steps, observation, pre-Columbian weapons were unknown with unknown mineral origins. The question, did minerals originate from Africa? Hypothesis, yes, geochemical analysis will reveal African mineral signatures. Prediction, African geochemical fingerprints will match weapon samples. Experimentation, geochemical analysis of weapon samples, data analysis, comparison with African geological samples, and database. I'm showing you the methods. He ain't showing you nothing. Show us the scientific method, the methodology the scientists use to study Christopher Columbus' bones and his extraction, his DNA. First of all, you have to go to 3 different grave sites to pick which one, and all of them is inconclusive. Well, this ain't even body resistance. You can't even prove where the ships is. The Nina, the Pina, and the Santa Maria. Like you said, them should be in museums. Let's keep it going, man. Experimentation, geochemical analysis of weapon samples. This was used. The conclusion, African origins confirm a pre-Columbian weapons and minerals. Let's keep going, man. Look at this. Now I'm finna really bust your goddamn head. I'm finna hit you with a 40 clip. Look at this. Weapons. Obsidian swords were found. Geochemical signatures matched obsidian deposits from where? Ethiopia and Eritrea. Minimal compensation, 70%, 50% ALO 203. Geochemical analysis. You're seeing all the results. Look at the results, y'all. That matches 95% with African obsidian copper daggers. Excuse me. Copper daggers also found in Peru. Geochemical signatures. He don't know nothing about no geochemical signatures. Match copper deposits in the Democratic Republic. Match the copper deposits in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia. Look at this, y'all. 92% match. African copper. How you going to debunk this? Iron spearheads. Geochemical signatures match iron deposits in Nigeria and Ghana. 80% match with African iron. How they just pop up over there? Huh? Look, terracotta figurines in Ecuador. Geochemical signatures match clay. The clay deposits, sir, in Mali and Ghana. He ain't bringing nothing. You gonna get in front of me with this nonsense, bro? All you did is bring in definitions. Look, now I'm gonna hit you with a 40 piece. Now I'm gonna hit you. Look, here go 40 bullet points. Look, weapons and tools. Obsidian swords, African origin confirmed. Copper daggers in Peru, African origin confirmed. Iron spearheads in Brazil, African origin confirmed. Bronze axe in Colombian, again, African origin confirmed. Wood spears and metal tips, Ecuador, African origin confirmed. Slingshots with African style stones. They did all the research on these. Harpoons with bone points. What are he bringing to the table to verify any artifacts, any DNA of Christopher Columbus being here before Africans? Don't talk about you bringing up a source of reference I never brought to this debate. You already lost. Look at it. Fishing hooks with plants and fibers in Mexico. Ceremonial knives with ivory handles, Peru. Look, war clubs like I'm bringing to this debate with a stone on top of your head from Brazil. Let's keep going, man. Dude, I don't know what he got in the ring with me for. Look at this. Confirmed. Here go, look. Now we're going to do the woods, plants, and materials. Ebony wood carvings, African blood musical instruments, rosewood figurines, mahogany canoes. You got to debunk all that, sir. You ain't
10 minutes, JJ. 10 minutes.
10 minutes, good. Look, terracotta figurines, clay pipes. Hold on, let me keep going, man. Let me keep going, bro. You got a lot to deal with, sir. Huh? How about the textiles, foods, coins, jewelry, shoes? All this is tested and dated before 1492, and they all have an African origin. Cotton fabrics, indigo dyed textiles, leather sandals, domestic-graded Guinean fowl, navigation tools. Bro, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Huh? You want to look, counter. Oh, look, you want to say, oh, your testing methods are flawed? Well, guess what? The rebuttal. We use methods of SRF, the SEM-EDS, DNA analysis, sir, verified by peer-reviewed journals and labs. Here's another of your counters that you might come out your goddamn own mouth. Sample size is too small. Well, guess what? I already prepared for that rebuttal. We analyzed 400 samples across 40 categories, exceeding standard archaeological sample sizing. Look, you got another counter that you might say contamination could have occurred? Well, guess what, sir? We followed the strict protocols to prevent contamination, including glove use and sterile equipment. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going, bro. You got a lot of questions to answer, sir. That's what you got. That's what you got to deal with. You ain't brought us nothing about no goddamn Christopher Columbus doing anything. How about this? Counter. Dating methods were inaccurate. Well, the rebuttal is we use multiple dating methods, radiocarbon, thermolucents, to cross-validate results. Counter. Your labs lack proper accreditation. Rebuttal. Our labs are accredited by international bodies, A2LA, ISO 17025. Let's keep going, man, because I got so much to bring out today, man. Yeah, man. This dude ain't brought us nothing. Look at this. Counter. African presidents is impossible due to ocean currents. Rebuttal. Historical records and model experiments prove African vessels could cross oceans, which he want to try to take away from us. You know? Let's see what else. Oh, hey, yeah. Testing methods. Okay, now, yeah, okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's see. What we got here? Yeah, look at this, y'all. 20 points to express how late European settlements came to the Americas. Look at this. Indigenous Americans arrived 15,000 to 20,000 years ago via land bridge from Asia. Africans arrived 2,000 to 3,000 years ago via transatlantic migration and trade. That's a very important word to listen to because Cedric wants you to believe that we only got here through slavery. Look at this. Europeans arrived 500 to 600 years via Columbus in 1492. Look, we got 2,000, 3,000 years ago, we got documented evidence. But these Eurocentrics want to try to discredit that because they're perpetuating the myth of this pseudo-scientific racist ideology that Christopher Columbus described everything. Look at this. Delayed European settlements. Europeans were latecomers to the Americas compared to indigenous Americans and Africans. European settlements was delayed due to various factors, including the Black Death, the Crusades, and lack of maritime technology. When are you going to show that they maritime technology and show that they was more advanced than Africans? Bring that to the table. You're up here getting dog walked. How about this, man? Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And then, okay, let's read this. Okay, African. Okay, I read that. Hold up. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Look, the legacy of the late European settlement. This is what he up here defending, y'all. The legacy of the late European settlement continues to impact the lives of indigenous indigenous Americans and Africans descendant communities. Historical trauma and ongoing disparities persist in areas like education, healthcare, economic opportunity. Just a little fun fact to let you know what I'm dealing with when he gets in front of me with this goddamn nonsense. Excuse my language. Now, acknowledging the late arrival of European settlement is crucial to understand the complex history of the Americas. Let's keep going, man, because I got a lot. I got a lot for you, sir. I got a lot. Hold up. Let's keep going. What we got here? Wait till I really break this down. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. Use of astronomical instruments. Africans use astronomical instruments such as the astrolabe to measure the position of stars and planets. These Europeans didn't understand that. How can they have beat us here? They also use a kamal, a navigational instrument used to measure the altitude of the suns and the stars. What else we got? Look, navigation by the stars. They didn't understand that. Africans navigated by the stars using the position of the constellations and to determine their direction and location. Cedric, show us these Europeans using this type of knowledge before Africans. You won't be able to do it. You won't.
5 minutes, JJ. 5 minutes.
They knew the patterns of the stars. Europeans did not. And they used them to navigate across the ocean. Remember, there is no clear-cut, conclusive evidence that Christopher Columbus did this first, and there's no clear-cut evidence that Africans. So I got to present a case. Let y'all decide. What is he doing? Where has he presented the case? He's up here running his mouth, being Eurocentric. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Now look, we understood the ocean currents. Africans had a deep understanding of ocean currents, and they used them to their advantage to when navigate. They knew how to read the signs of the ocean. They used it to predict the changes of weather and currents. Let's keep going, man. They exchanged goods, ideas, and culture. How far-fetched is it harder for that to believe with other cultures? Christopher Columbus taught us everything. Come on, bro. Look at this. African maritime explorers such as Abakari II. Now, he will believe a Christopher Columbus voyage and an oral tale or tradition, but he comes against the Black African tale of us coming over here for some reason. So let's just throw both of them stories as far as the myth and the tale, and let's get down to the information backing these stories up. Where's your proof? Where's your evidence? I haven't seen you bring anything but complain about sources that I never even brought up because I didn't even go yet. Think about that, y'all. Now, they explored the coastlines of Africa and beyond, establishing trade routes and cultural exchange networks. I hope y'all paying attention, judges. So who's connecting? Who's bringing the story? Who's trying to show a valid point of their case? Cedric has failed to do that. The legacy of the African maritime culture. The legacy of the African maritime culture can be seen in many African diaspora communities around the world. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Let's go to the next one. He ain't done that. He ain't showing no haplogroup. I'm gonna go all that. All that. Let's see. Here go 30 bullet points to highlight the late development of European navigation. They Johnny come lately, man. Look at this, y'all. Europeans had limited maritime experience before the 15th century. They had not undertaken significant oceanic voyages. Oh, this is like a guy who came prepared, Mr. MVP. Their maritime trade was largely confined in the Mediterranean until the 15th century. They'll call you to go. Look. Lack of advanced navigation techniques. Europeans lacked advanced navigation techniques such as celestial navigation. They knew nothing about it, y'all. These Europeans knew nothing about it. Remember, the Moors had to go over there and tell them to wash their ass and brush their teeth, which was developed by other civilizations. They Johnny come lately. They relied on dead reckoning and pilotage, which is a less accurate method. And you telling me they came here first? Look at this, y'all.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Look at this, y'all. Limited understanding of the ocean. Europeans had limited understanding of the ocean. They did not understand the patterns and the currents, winds and waves. They did not have enough thorough knowledge of the tides, with the navigation even more challenging. Hold on, what else we got? You said I got 2 minutes? Let me keep going. Look at this, y'all. They had no concept of latitude and longitude. Europeans did not have a concept of latitude or longitude until the 15th century. We see no evidence of them until after European colonization. Why is that? But we see evidence of other cultures over here way before them, particularly Africans. And he want to come up here and try to talk absolute, ain't even built the case. Look at this. Europeans didn't have no concept of latitude and longitude. They didn't understand concept of declination, which made navigation even more challenging. We understood that. Look at this. Limited use of navigational instruments. Europeans had limited access to navigation instruments such as an astrolabe, which was introduced from the Middle East. They did not know how to use this tool for navigation until the 15th century. Man, come on, bro. When is he gonna get on here and show us something? But when this guy got over here, huh? Look, no concept of the Canary currents. Europeans did not have a concept of the Canary currents. You see all the different stuff I'm bringing up, judges. I want y'all to recognize that, which made navigation across the Atlantic even more challenging. They didn't understand the patterns of the Canary current, which made navigation even more challenging. I'm attacking Christopher Columbus because the name of this debate is: did Christopher Columbus, that's his name, come to the America for Africans? Has he shown us any proof? Has he presented any proof, any primaries? There is no primary accounts of Christopher Columbus writing anything. There's no logs. There's no ship logs. There's no goddamn proof of where he buried. They got him 3 different goddamn places. Where is he buried, Cedric?
That is time. That is time. Shout out to both of these brothers for passionate first round. A very impassioned first round. Shout out to both brothers for giving it they all in this powerful first round. That being said, before we get into the second round festivities, just a little bit of a channel promotion, if you will. Let me show y'all what we got coming up this Wednesday. I'm hoping my man Super Wavy can get this thing handled for me. This face-off between the undefeated versus series world champion Pandemus and the argument king James Cassell. That's Wednesday, March 19th. 7 p.m. Central Time. If my man Super Wavy don't have nothing else going on, I'm hoping he can moderate this thing as these brothers try to come up. My man. These brothers gonna try to come up with a topic for this world title debate that they have coming up. Shout out to both brothers as we move forward with the Versus Series. As I say, the Versus Series is live in 2025, and we also have another powerful debate coming up. We have our very own Najiti. Y'all know him from the Najiti Perspective, which airs weekly for the most part right here on Paradigm Shift TV 314. And he'll be taking on our brother Courtney Thompson. This is Christian on Christian violence, family. These brothers are both Christians, but they disagree on when the Exodus occurred. This will be happening on April 14th. It's an Easter special event. So y'all come back and check us out for that. And we got another one that we're going to talk about a little bit later on, but right now we're going to get back into our second round. Cedric, I see your screen. I hear you, brother.
Let me know when I'm
What are you saying?
One of the judges is off the panel. I only see 2 judges.
Okay. I see what's going on. Show got to go on either way. All right, Cedric. Your 20 minutes ready to go. Time to start when you start.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what you just witnessed was a demonstration in begging the question. Realize that there was not one source presented for any of the claims JJ was making. I guess since I'm gone first, I handicapped him, and he no longer has the ability to reference the pseudo sources making those claims. Let me get into the business at hand. JJ has been making claims of using Dr. Theodore Score, right? He's a well-respected population geneticist whose groundbreaking research has been instrumental in understanding the migration patterns of indigenous peoples of the Americas. His works focuses specifically on mitochondrial DNA, which is passed down maternally and can be traced to reveal the origins of ancient populations. Sker's research provides clear and compelling evidence that Native American populations are primarily descended from East Asian ancestors who crossed the Bering Land Bridge more than 10,000 years ago. Through the analysis of genetic markers in Native American and East Asian populations, Sker was able to identify significant similarities, further solidifying the theory that Native Americans migrated from Asia, not Africa. It is important to note that Dr. Sker's work is based on years of meticulous research, peer-reviewed publications, and solid scientific methodology. Nowhere in Dr. Sker's extensive body of research does he suggest any significant African migration in the Americas before Columbus. His conclusions align with the broader scientific consensus on the origins of Native American populations. Any attempt to claim his research supports an African presence in pre-Columbian America is a serious misinterpretation of his work, misrepresentation of his work. Despite the clear and unequivocal conclusion drawn by Dr. Skers, Mandinka and other proponents of the African migration theory have intentionally misquoted and twisted Skers' findings to fit their narrative. That is what JJ was doing this now, presenting you with a African migration theory which claimed between 2,000 and 5,000 years ago. They take the genetic research and selectively use portions of it to support their baseless claims. However, when we examine Dr. Sker's work in its full context, it becomes clear that its findings are focused solely on East Asian ancestry, not African migration. Sker's research highlights the shared genetic markers between Native American population and East Asian groups, specifically those from Siberia and Northeast Asia. Those markers found in mitochondrial DNA paint a clear picture of Native Americans are linked to these populations through migrations across the Bering Land Bridge. At no point does Dr. Sker suggest that African genetic markers are prevalent in Native American populations in a way that would indicate pre-Columbian African migration to the Americas. This is a critical issue because it demonstrates, again, a fundamental misunderstanding of the scientific method. JJ is out of his league. Sker's conclusions are based on rigorous analysis of actual genetic data from Native American population. And he and other geneticists use concrete empirical evidence to make their findings. In contrast, those who claim Sker's work support an African migration theory are relying on a misrepresentation of the data, taking its word out of context and ignoring the overall evidence in his research. Now, JJ was throwing a lot of stuff to see if it's stuck on the wall, yet he didn't direct you to a particular book, a particular finding, a particular research paper. He was just blabbering from the mouth. Man, this is intellectual dishonesty at its finest, making a whole bunch of begging the question claims, yet don't support it by showing you an actual source. He will not be able to show you a source. It is clear that the theorist, like he's telling you, he's made up his theory, have deliberately misrepresented Sker's work. The suggestion that Sker's findings support the ideas of African migration is not only misleading, but it's also gross distortion of scientific fact. Sker's studies have revealed that Native American population exhibit low genetic diversity and greater differentiation compared to populations from other continents. This pattern aligns with a southward dispersals from the Bering Straits, indicating a single migration wave into the Americas. You can find that in PubMed. There, right there, there's a .gov. You see, I present a link to where my reference comes from. His work has identified the prevalence of the QM3 haplogroup among indigenous peoples in the Americas. This lineage is believed to have arisen approximately 10 to 15,000 years ago during the initial migration into the Americas. There's a reference to where you can actually find the source. Sker's research on the Kalingo population in the Caribbean confirmed a high percentage of Native American ancestry, 55%, alongside African 32%, and European 12% ancestries. This underscores the complex admixture in the region's history. Let's continue. In conclusion, the claim that Dr. Sker or any other geneticist research provides evidence of African presence in pre-Columbian Americas is unequivocally false. His research is overwhelmingly supports the idea that Native Americans are primarily descended from East Asian populations who crossed the Bering Land Bridge. Sker's genetic work on mitochondrial DNA is a cornerstone of our understanding of Native American origins. And there is no valid scientific basis to suggest African migration to the Americas before Columbus based on his findings. This is a perfect example of how misleading half-truths and misrepresentations are used to justify an argument that has no scientific merit. JJ and similar theorists rely on fabrications and distortions of reputable research to support their claims. By taking Dr. Sker's work out of context and twisting his findings, they attempt to lend credibility to an idea that idea that is not supported by the evidence. The reality is clear. Dr. Sker's research, along with a wealth of other geneticists and archaeological studies, support the well-established theory that the Native Americans have East Asian origins, not African. The misuse of his work in an attempt to mislead and confuse. But when we look at the full body of evidence, the true narrative is undeniable. One of the key arguments put forward by JJ is the claim of dental traits. Now, I'm going first, so I'm chopping his head off. He can't bring these things up, but I'm going to address all that pseudo nonsense he brought up. The dental traits found in pre-Columbian remains show evidence of African presence in the Americas. This claim, however, is both flawed and outdated. He couldn't bring up the sickle cell evidence yet anymore. He ran past that. The shape and structure of the teeth is influenced by a variety of factors, including environmental pressures, diet, and genetic drift. Over time, human populations have evolved distinct dental traits, but these traits are not exclusive to any one population. The features are often cited as African in origin, are actually found across many different populations worldwide, including East Asians. These traits are not unique to Africa or Africans, and therefore cannot be used as evidence of African migration to the Americas. Furthermore, the argument that these traits indicate African ancestry is rooted in outdated race science, which categorize human populations into rigid, oversimplified racial groups based on physical characteristics. Modern genetics, however, show us that human populations are far more complex than the simplistic notions of race suggested by these outdated frameworks. And you're calling me using the outdated white man science. Human genetic history is shaped by a range of factors, including migration, environmental adaptation, and gene flow between different populations. The concept of Negroid dental traits is an artifact of early anthropological thinking and does not hold up under the scrutiny of modern science. So you, my friend, are engaging in race-based science. Don't ever mention me at that point again. It is crucial to recognize that the presence of certain dental traits in pre-Columbian remains do not provide any solid evidence of African migration. These traits are found in many different populations, and their presence in the Americas does not support the argument of pre-Columbian African presence. This argument based on dental trait is both scientifically unsound and misleading. The study of teeth morphology has been used in anthropology to compare populations and track human migration patterns, but it does not provide definitive evidence of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. Here are the key points about how teeth morphology have been used in studies, along with its limitations when applied to determining African presence. Dental morphology includes the shape, size, and features of the teeth, such as the cusp, enamel thickness, and root shape. These traits can vary across populations due to the genetic difference and evolutionary pressures. Researchers often use dental traits to examine population differences between indigenous groups and to explore migration patterns. Some traits, like shovel-shaped incisors and certain molar cusp pattern, are common in indigenous populations of the Americas, East Asians, and parts of Africa. The study of indigenous American populations have documented dental traits such as shovel-shaped incisors, which are common in both East Asian and Native American population, suggest a shared ancestry from Siberia. In contrast, dental traits more commonly associated with sub-Saharan Africans, such as larger molars, and specific cups patterns do not appear in significant numbers among pre-Columbian indigenous population. The study by Scott and Turner, you see how you present evidence, JJ, in their influential work, the Anthropology of Modern Human Teeth, Dental Morphology, and its variation in recent human populations. Scott and Turner used dental morphology to examine the relationship between different human populations. They emphasize that while some dental traits might appear in both African and indigenous populations, these shared traits do not imply direct migration from Africa to the Americas before Columbus. This common feature could arise from convergent evolution or common ancestry rather than contact. Here's your real source. You see, Cambridge Press, I can actually pull up a real source. Now let's turn to another claim that has been repeatedly made by proponents of the African migration theory. The so-called
10 minutes, say it, 10 minutes.
According to JJ and others, these artifacts is proof of an African presence. Now, he threw a whole bunch of them out there, and we know the direct source that they come from, Van Sertima. He will be dealt with in the other round. African golden arrowhead, according to McKinney, and other these artifacts is proof of an African presence in the Americas before Columbus. However, there is no credible evidence supporting the existence of such an artifact. Let's see it in a museum, JJ. Show us a picture. No reputable archaeologist or historian has verified the existence of this golden arrow. Artifacts like this are often fabricated and misidentified. And in this case, the golden arrowhead myth appears to be a misunderstanding or deliberate misrepresentation of indigenous American artifacts. Native American societies crafted a wide variety of arrowheads and tools. None of these are particularly similar to any purported African artifacts. Claims like the golden arrowhead are a classic example of cherry picking. Proponents of these theories select only a piece of evidence that fit their preconceived narrative while discarding everything else. We call that confirmation bias. They take misidentified or fabricated objects, this is what we're dealing in, and present them as irrefutable proof of African evidence, of African influence. You saw him doing it just now, ignoring the much more substantial body of evidence that contradicts their claims. These kinds of unfounded claims undermine the integrity of legitimate archaeological research and demonstrate a lack of scholarly rigor. Now, presenting you with how methodology is done doesn't mean it directly applies to these things. Again, JJ didn't present you with a source. He cut and pasted and put his stuff up there with no link to any credible academic source, which he will not be able to present. It is important to emphasize that any artifact claim should be subject to rigorous peer review and scientific verification. In the case of the golden arrowhead, no such a verification exists, and for none of these others. Without any credible evidence, this claim can only be dismissed as part of a broader pattern of pseudo-scientific misrepresentation. That's all we're dealing with here. Finally, let's reaffirm the position of mainstream scientific community on the issue. The overwhelming evidence from a variety of disciplines, including genetics, archaeology, and anthropology, support the theory that Native Americans are primarily descended from East Asian populations who crossed the Bering Land Bridge thousands of years ago. There is no credible evidence that pre-Columbian African population made significant contact with or settled in the Americas. The claim put forward by JJ 7000 are not supported by rigorous standards of scholarship. As you can see how he presents his nonsense. These claims, such as those based on misinterpreted dental traits and the myth of the golden arrowhead, do not hold up under scrutiny. They rely on selective evidence, misrepresentation, and an agenda-driven approach, as you clearly hear, to history. By promoting such unfounded theories, they undermine the integrity of real history and archaeological scholarship. The scholarly consensus is clear, and it is based on years of solid peer-reviewed research. Genetic studies of Native American populations point to a clear East Asian origins. The archaeological evidence consistently support this understanding. Any suggestions of pre-Columbian African migration to the Americas is not supported by the evidence. It is essential that we rely on credible evidence-based research rather than falling for distortions and fabrications of fringe theories. We had a clear demonstration of that. There's an old saying, a well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth. But here's the problem from JJ. I don't have a disorganized truth. I have a meticulously structured, verifiable, historical, and scientifically backed truth that utterly crushes his tangled web of lies. And now, as we expect, his pseudo history is dying at its source. Take his blatant misuse of Theodore work as he was spitting it out there, genetic evidence. A perfect example of how pseudoscience always collapses under the scrutiny. Scores of respected geneticists whose research is in no way supports 7,000's ridiculous claim. But like all frauds, he cherry picks and distorts, hoping nobody checks. Well, I did. No way in Skur's peer-reviewed studies is there any support for pre-Columbian African migration to the Americas. In fact, Skur's work reinforces the exact opposite, that Native American population descend from Asian Siberian migration. So once again, a pseudo always dies at its source. And then there's this outdated dental morphology nonsense. This relic of bad anthropology was discarded ages ago, but by modern genetics.
5 minutes, Sid. 5 minutes.
Yet here he is, clinging to it like it's 1920, as if real scientists today would rely on tooth shape instead of DNA sequencing. It is not just wrong, it is pathetic. And let's talk about his so-called artifacts, arrowheads, tools, and other supposed African evidence. This is a textbook pseudo-archaeology, where random objects are desperately repurposed to fit a predetermined narrative. Arrowheads, really? As if independently developed stones aren't found all over the world. Where are those controlled excavations? Where's the peer-reviewed proof of African settlement? It doesn't exist because its arguments are built on misrepresentation, fabrications, and wishful thinking. At this point, JJ, it just isn't wrong. He's intellectually bankrupt. He's not presenting evidence. He's throwing out garbage and hoping no one notices the stench. But his lies are disorganized. And my truth is sharpened like a blade. The only thing left for him to do now is either double down on his fraud or finally admit he's outmatched. Either way, his pseudo history is already dead. I yield the floor. Making up sources, presenting us with begging the question nonsense, not having any credible sources. You're not directing us to anywhere. You're giving us your made up nonsense. I told you Dunning-Kruger on steroids. That's what we're dealing with here. You're out of your league. You're disrespecting the audience by presenting the nonsense the way you're presenting it. I'm ashamed of you.
Cedric Ortega with a powerful
The hell out of here.
round in the building. We're going to move to the legendary Mandinka Mali for his 20-minute second round. Time going to start when you start, my brother. Powerful
Let me share
second.
my screen. Yeah, that was. Yeah, let me share my screen. Yeah, that was.
Don't forget to make it bigger, brother.
All right, hold on, let me get to it.
We got Sage the Savage back in the building. You had it up. I don't know where it went.
Let me unmute my mic first. Hold up. Then I can share my screen. That was like. Damn. All right, you see it now? Let's go, man.
Let's see where you at.
Let's
All
go.
right, I got you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Make
Hey,
it a
once
little
again-
bigger, bro.
Hold up. All right, hold up.
Time haven't started yet.
Can you see
That's
that?
much better, much better. All right,
All right,
time
man.
start when you start.
Okay, so now I'm going to bring somebody to the table, which he has not done. I'm finna bring my scholar up. You see, the presence of EM2 in Americas before Columbus has significant implications for our understanding of the peoplings of America. He ain't got no source. He just crying. The dominant theory suggests that Americans were populated by single migration from Asia across the Bering Land Bridge. However, the presence of EM2 in the Americas suggests that there has been multiple migrations to the Americas. This is Afrocentric. He Eurocentric over there, y'all. See, including a migration from Africa. He wants to deny this. So here's my guy. Now, hey, when are you going to bring your guy to the table to prove that Christopher Columbus did anything? That's what we waiting on. Now, the study by Bortoli and others, 2003, provides a strong evidence. But Juju, oh, y'all go look it up right now. You ain't going to be able to debunk it. From the presence of EM2 in the Americas before Columbus. This study found that EM2 was present in several indigenous American populations, including the Maya and the Kuka. The study also found that EM2 haplogroup in Americas was mostly closely related to EM2 haplogroups in Africa, suggesting a recent common ancestry between the two populations. All right, let's keep going. Oh, shit, let's keep going. All right. In conclusion, the presence of EM2 in the Americas before Columbus is a well-established fact that has significant implications for the understanding of the peoplings of America. The study by Bertolli, 2003, provided strong evidence of the presence of EM2 in America before Columbus, and the phylogenetic analysis shows that the EM2 haplogroup in the America was mostly correct. Shows that it was mostly that the EM2 haplogroup in America is most closely related to the EM2 haplogroup in Africa. All right, let's keep going. All right. Now, the present EM2 in America before Columbus challenged the dominant theory. We said that the study of the people in America is a complex and multifaceted topic that requires an interdisciplinary approach. The present EM2 in America before Columbus is just one of the examples of the complex, nuanced history of human migration and admixture in America. Remember, this debate is about who got here first. Where's Columbus and the crew and all those guys admixture with the indigenous people? You can't find it until afterwards. So how the hell did he get here first? You have no proof of his voyage. We don't know where his ships is. We don't know where his ship logs is. We know none of his navigation tools. So now you got to go a different route. I'm showing what I got. Where's his haplogroup? I'm going to show you his haplogroup. I'm going to show you how late it got here, sir. Stop playing with me, man. You ain't showed no source. Here go my reference right here. There it is. Look it up. Huh? There it is. Here go others who agreed with him. Huh? Look it up. Man, my fault you don't know. Now, while it is possible, okay, listen. Now, while it is possible that recent gene flow from Africa could have introduced EM2 into the Americas, the genetic data suggests that EM2 has been present in America for thousands of years. This is what my guy's saying. Thousands of years, the study of Bertolini and others, 2003. You see? What is his guy saying that said Christopher Columbus brought his tail over here? See? Hold on, what else I got over here? Now, look. The presence of EM2 in America is not significant. This is what guys like Cedric say, and does not challenge the dominant theory of the peoplings of America. Well, here goes my rebuttal to that, Cedric. The presence of EM2 in America is significant because it challenges the dominant theory of the peoplings of America, which suggests that Americans were populated via single migration from Asia, the Bering Land Bridge, an old concept. The presence of EM2 in America suggests that there might have been multiple migrations to the Americans, including immigrations from Africa. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Here go another one. Look. The study by Bertini. Here go where your source at? Here go all the people that came against him, and here go his rebuttals, y'all. I already checked my guy out. Where's his guy? When we gonna see the navigation routes, and where did the Lena land? And the Pinta, where did that land? And the Santa Maria. How come it ain't in a museum right now? Cedric, show us that. Show us where he located his body at. They got him buried in 3 goddamn different places. Show us that. Show us authentic letters of this guy, Columbus. Show us that, sir. Show us authentic handwritings. Show us first-hand primary accounts of his family. So I looked it up, ain't none of them connected. None of them. While the story, look at this, y'all. While, look at the question. The study has methodological limitations, and the results should be interpreted with caution. Now, I'm going to bring y'all to the study that I'm bringing to y'all. What study has he brought to prove that Christopher Columbus came here before anybody? Well, it's true that all studies have methodological limitations. The study, here's my source guy. I'm bringing them to the table. Use a reverse methodology to analyze the genetic data. The study used a large sample size and variety of genetic markers to analyze the data. Now I'm showing them how he did it, y'all. Cedric ain't done that. He just want to come up here and tell somebody what they don't understand, and you don't understand nothing. Because you sit up here talking about Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before anybody else, before Africa. You ain't showed us no artifacts. You ain't showed no DNA markers. You ain't showed no authentic records. Nothing. But your lip and your Eurocentric ideology, your pseudo-scientific racist ideologies. Now, let's keep going. Now, and the result were consistent with the presence of EM2 in the Americas. Additionally, this study findings have been confirmed by subsequent studies, including the study by Cafferat, and found that EM2 in several indigenous American populations. He's trying to say that none of our bloodline is in any of the indigenous populations. None of us, y'all. Can you believe this? And they got all traditional stories, and them telling them that they met up with goddamn Africans. And he want to dispel that, but he believed this myth of Christopher Columbus. But that's got a story of myth or voyage about Abakar II, and he want to shut it down. It's pseudo. I ain't never heard of any of the pseudo killers say that the story of Christopher Columbus was pseudo, because this is their agenda. I'm here to shut it down. Let's keep going, man. And look at this. Look at this. Here go my guy. Where your guy? Counter argument number 5. The presence of EM2 in America is due to contamination or sample error. See, I checked it. Rebuttal. The genetic data was carefully collected and analyzed to minimize the risk of contamination or sample error. The study of Bertini, 2003, used a robust methodology to analyze this genetic data, including use of multiple genetic markers in large sample size. You keep telling you how you're doing this. Let's keep going, man. I got a lot. Here you go. But prove incredible. Look at this. Here you go. Look him up. Huh? They got the numbers for you. Now, evaluate credibility of the author. This is how I did mine. When is Cedric going to show anything how he did it? Check the author's qualification expertise in the field of genetics and anthropology. I asked the search engine, please make sure you do not use hypothetical sources. Cross-reference them and vet them. When has Cedric showed anything, any source or anybody he has brought up here? Nothing. Check the author's qualifications. Let's keep going, man, because I'm running out of time. I got a lot to say. Let's go. What's this? What's this? Huh? Look at this. Here goes the source. Mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome variation American Journal of Physical Anthropology 122-2, 127-36. It's not my fault that you use a ChatGPT-3, which is not a search engine designed for academic and scientific studies, sir. I'll show you that at the end. Now, check the author. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. I'm gonna show you. See. Okay, so as you can see, here's what I did to check out the information. I don't want to lean too much time on that because I want to get into more. All right, here we go. Here you go. All right, let's go. Now, this thesis aims to investigate the presence of the African haplogroup EM2 in pre-Columbian America, exploring the implications of the findings on our understanding of ancient human migration and population dynamics. This is where you're going to have a problem, y'all. This study will examine the genetic relationship between EM2 and the European haplogroups I-M253, I-M26. I got to bring it out for him because he don't even know. I-P37, I-P215, and I-M170, highlighting the late arrival of these European haplogroups in the Americas. You better be showing us how they got here before us. It's a race. Not just your lip, not just definitions. It is a race, sir. You'll be telling me. No. Look, you want to talk about dinner. You ain't disproved none of that. You ain't disproved none of that. None of that, sir. Look at this. Denomorphology is a real science. It is a real science. Don't let them fool you. Hold up. Look, this is what they use when they test for the teeth. This method measures the amount of radiocarbon 14 in organic materials such as bone or teeth, by comparing the amount of carbon-14 in the sample to the amount of modern samples.
10 minutes, JJ. 10 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna get more into that. Hold up. Look, like I say, man. Here's the extended background of admixture methodology and scientific method used to study the EM2 subclade in Mesoamerica. The study of human populations have revealed that many populations have experienced admixture. Why isn't Cedric addressing this admixture? He needs to show this European admixture before Africans. Because Columbus himself could have populated. He had to have a crew with him. And these are these Italians. And this is the genetic marker that I'm going to get into in my next round. I'm going to show you where these clowns come from, man. I'm going to show you. I ain't calling them clowns. I don't mean it like that. I'm trying to be respectful. But I'm going to show you, ladies and gentlemen, where Christopher Columbus and this Italian marker come from. He has to show this. It's a race. We can't go by the myth no more. If you don't believe my voice story, and I don't believe yours, now what do we do, judges? Now we have to prove other ways of proving our case or stating our case. And Cedric Ortega has yet to do that. He's come up here with all this goddamn nonsense and JJ's pseudoscience dies at the source. What source? One of them, what you put up there, didn't even have a goddamn name, said it was invalid or something, bro. You ain't vetted no sources. You just got a little website up there, and we're supposed to take you serious? So you can't sit up here and discredit my sources when I just brought my guy to the table. Dude, you better go tell Juju and the rest of your crews to get somebody up here proving Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before anybody else, and especially Africans. Where is that information? Where is it at? We haven't seen it one time in this debate. He's just trying to appeal to y'all and say that, oh, yeah, you heard him say about Afrocentrics? You got damn right I'm Afrocentric. They're my people. You got damn right I come in the name of Ivan Van Sertima, Renuku Rashidi. Them my people. You come in the name of Randy Rudolph and all these other squares. That's what you do. Ain't showed us nothing. Ain't showed us no Columbus route. When is you going to talk about Columbus for the whole round and not me? That's the title of the debate, judges. Remember that. Did Christopher Columbus come to the Americas before Africans? Am I still on or I fall off?
You still on, bro?
Okay. Yeah, man. So, you say how many minutes you say I have left? I thought I have.
You got 7 minutes, 18 seconds.
Oh, 7 minutes. Oh, I'm finna rock and roll. Thank you. Stop it. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to it. I thought you said 2 minutes. Yeah, man. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, man. This dude's he's done. Defending a fairy tale. Let me get my screen back. Hold up. Exit full screen. Let's continue. Let's continue. You goddamn right I'm theatrical. Who want to be put to sleep by Cedric? I got to carry the whole debate. Come on, man. All right, hold up. Can you stop my time for a second, sir? Don't worry about it, man.
Time is paused at 6 minutes, 35 seconds.
Okay, cool. Hold up. Good. Hold up. Let's get back to it, man.
And if y'all ever need to see your time, let me know and I'll share my screen. It's as simple as this.
All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. So I'm just showing y'all, if y'all ever want to see y'all time, let me know and I'll show you.
Okay.
Let me get your screen back up.
Yeah.
Time start when you're ready.
Yeah, man. This dude, man, let me tell you something about Columbus. Because remember, this debate is about Columbus. Did he come here first? He too smart to come here. Hey, we too dumb, remember? This is the narrative. Columbus' arrival in America led to, like I say, erase indigenous people and their culture, their history. That's what it did. Columbus' treatment of indigenous people were brutal and racist if this dude really existed. I'm still on the borderline of thinking he never existed. Cedric can't prove nobody up here. He might as well be defending Jesus Christ, Santa Claus, and Spider-Man all hung out together in his living room. You've been bamboozled and hoodwinked to believe in the white narratives of Christopher Columbus, but disregard the black narrative of Abacar II, our African stories. Look at this, man. Let me get back to my information. Let me get back. Let me see. Where was I at? I thought my time was up. Hold up. I'm keep going. Don't stop it. Don't stop it. Let's see. Hold up. Let's see. Yeah. I want y'all to think. When has he presented anything to us about Columbus? Hold on for a second. Information. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna keep talking. Okay. Can you see my screen?
I do not see this.
Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, look, let me put me on the big screen. Well, like I say, I came here, man, to fight against a narrative that's been in our community for a long time, and that is that us as a people, we weren't intelligent enough to navigate. We weren't intelligent enough to build empires. This is what the Eurocentrics are promoting. I brought a lot of evidence towards my side. I'm not saying there's conclusive evidence. I'm saying there is a lot of evidence that we need to look at. Cedric's believing in a story that was told to us as a child. You see? Like I say, man, I have brought you a lot of information, and in my last round, I'm going to go into the sciences of the study, the methodologies of them studying these minerals, studying these cottons, these oral traditions by other explorers. This oral tradition saying that they had encounters when they met up with the indigenous people. That yes, there are Africans here. So, like I said, man, how much time I got left?
You got 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, let me get back to my information. This 20-minute debate is long, but I'm with it. I'm with it. You keep my time going. I'm with it. I'm with it. Yeah. But like I said, my question, ladies and gentlemen, I don't care if you do or don't like me. This ain't about that. This ain't about that. This is about the validity of his information versus the validity of my information, of my thesis, of my information, of my research that I came across. Not this story of what was was fed to him as a kid. Where's these European tools that should be found before these African tools? Where's the food products that come from over to Europe over here before the African food? Where's their jewelry and their coins? We got coins that date back older than 1492 found in Americas, in Brazil, in Peru. He wants to keep crying about a source. Now I showed you somebody with a source. Ladies and gentlemen, when he come back on here, is he going to show a source or somebody that's backing up the information that he's saying? I'm not saying that wins the whole debate, because the presentation counts as well, and you have done a miserable job explaining to the people your side of the story. I need to see when Columbus came over here, and you say he landed at what port. I need to see these royal documents. I need to see firsthand accounts of peoples there talking to him, saying, yeah, where's his crew? Where's other crews, other people who have ships? They've written documents about this guy. All these stories come years and years later after so-called Columbus existed. So if you're going to hold the Christians and the Hebrews accountable and saying that they have to prove this in a certain amount of time, you can't talk about them, what happened years and years later because they don't count, then you need to do the same thing. Not one time have you said, well, this is the route he's taking. Oh, look at these. Here's the textiles that come from Italy and Spain. That was over here a long time ago. Oh, look, here's the linguistics connections between Italy and Spain, wherever you come from, that was amalgamated with indigenous people. Look at the shared loan words. Look at archaeology. He has not done any of that. Look at the religious connections. You haven't done none of that, bro. We saying who came in first, meaning who made the influence. And not only that, who genetic marker is here? Who's here first? And even if it's a small 2% sample found in indigenous people, 2% of that population at this time, that's a 500,000 to 1 million Negroes or blacks or Africans. That's a lot of baby making that can be done. What you talking about, bro? So do not discredit the 1 or 2% that you may see admixing the population. Look up the population and you take that 1 or 2%, and that's how many Negroes was floating around here. It wasn't just no 1 or 2. Well, man, this debate, like I said, man, to me, it's about who really being real to the people. Who explaining this better? Who have shown a source? Who have shown different information? He think he's a professor. You're not qualified to debunk anybody's sources, bro.
And that's time. That is time. We are moving on to the third and final round.
Hold on. DMG. Could I say something?
Of course.
I'm just saying they had an opening round of 10 minutes. And they had 2 rounds of 20 minutes. Why we can't go into the question and answer round right now?
Brother,
I got to address, trust me, you won't mind doing this third round.
Okay. This is like this is a long shit right here. And I think we want to get to the question and answer round, but y'all made that decision. DMG, I'm going to exit out this motherfucker. I interfered when I shouldn't interfere. Let me get out of here.
Yeah, what are you doing, Ratchet? What are you doing? No,
yeah,
for real.
I'm fucking up.
Hey, Ratchet, listen, we've been spoiled by the best format in the business, the Versus Series format. So this is a little jarring. We're gonna get through it. We're gonna get through it.
You're right. Stick with me.
I'm gonna let DMG cook. You the spokesperson, DMG, my fault. Let me get up out of here.
You know, listening to that crybaby make all these superficial claims, try to play on your emotions for 20 minutes, it's hard. But as soon as my screen is sharing, let me know.
All right, for some reason it's telling me before presenting your screen, remove other media streams from the stage. So I don't know what it's talking about. I don't see nothing else.
Maybe
so
JJ's screen is still sharing? No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
All right, it should work now. Somebody just unshared. Go ahead, Sid.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry you had to go through that poor demonstration of scholarship. Again, you realize he can't actually present you with a source. And the one source that he presented you with, a pseudo always dies as its source. In its own rebuttal, it says the methodology, it is true, the methodology is flawed. It is not peer-reviewed. It has not been accepted by the scientific community. Remember in my opening round, I told you he was going to try this, but do not accept it. These are unsupported claims that he's making. Because this particular study was in reference doesn't mean that it was corroborated by the scientific community. But this is, again, a lack of JJ's particular understanding to the environment he's dealing with. Now, in addressing the claims made regarding textile evidence, you just heard him talk about these artifacts, pre-Columbian African contact in the Americas. It is important to examine these claims critically. Given the lack of substantial evidence, he couldn't present you with any, he only was begging the question. First, both African and American cultures developed textile techniques independently. There is no conclusive proof that these similarities indicate direct contact. In the opening round, I told you what he would do. Because there's no evidence to disprove his claim makes it true. That's not how science worked. The practice of weaving, spinning, and dyeing were common across different cultures and arose due to parallel development, not necessarily through diffusion. There is no African textile tools. You need to present us with the evidence or material found in pre-Columbian American archaeological sites to suggest African influence. You want me to do your job. Now, how does that make sense? Second, the claim of textiles patterns resembling African designs in the Mesoamericas or South American cultures is largely based on interpretation, aka lookership, not solid archaeological evidence. Many diffusionist theories, like the idea that textiles textile that traveled across the Atlantic before Columbus failed to account for the independent evolution of similar technologies in geographically isolated areas. Similar textile techniques can be traced to shared human ingenuity, not contact between distant civilizations. Everybody buries their people everywhere. Lastly, while both African and Americans had sophisticated textile traditions, these should be viewed within their cultural context. The Maya, Inca, and other indigenous American civilizations developed their weaving independently using local materials. There is no credible evidence of African textile artifacts being found in pre-Columbian America. JJ wasn't able to present you with none, only begging the question and making claims. In conclusion, while textile pattern may seem similar across continents, these similarities are more likely due to independent development rather than pre-Columbian African contact. Without tangible archaeological or material evidence, the claim of textile evidence for transoceanic contact remains unsupported and speculative, as he indicated in his own jargon. This is all speculation based on his emotion and how he feels. J.J. Sandhausen, in his desperation to fabricate pre-Columbian African contact, now he just resorted to one of the most ridiculous claims in the pseudo-historical playbook. Yams, yes, you heard it right. You just heard it, yams. According to him and fellow blackologists, the presence of yam in America somehow proves that Africans sailed across the Atlantic and established contact with indigenous people before Columbus. This argument is not just absurd, it's an insult to logic, science, and common sense itself. First, let's address the basic botany. Yams, the Escoda, exist in Africa and the Americas because they evolved independently in multiple regions. There are indigenous species of yam native to South and Central America, distinct, just as there are species native to Africa and Asia. The mere presence of a crop in two different locations doesn't mean there was travel. It means plants exist in different places. If we follow 7000's logic, we have to assume that elephants in Africa and India prove that ancient Africans sailed to South Asia and dropped them off. It's pure nonsense. Second, let's talk about evidence, or rather the total lack of it. If Africans supposedly introduced yams to the Americas, where's the corresponding proof of contact, of this contact? There are the African tools, the ship remains, the settlements, where the linguistic traits you talk about, prove them, show them, or the genetic markers in indigenous population. There is none. There is zero archaeological evidence, genetic or linguistic evidence. You're talking about the EM2 when we know precisely when the EM2 gene was introduced. Multiple studies indicate this, and that's the corroborated evidence. You bring an unsupported, unverified hypothesis to the table. It says hypothesis in the title, and you think you have something. This shows you that you're out of a league. If there were actual contact, we would see unmistakable traces of African influence in pre-Columbian societies. Instead, all we get is vague speculations about crop that already growing in the Americas long before Columbus ever set sail. Third, real history and scientific research has already addressed how certain crops ended up in different parts of the world. For example, some African crops like rice arrived in the America after European contact via the transatlantic slave trade. Meanwhile, other plants like the Asian banana were introduced to Africa and the Americas through trade with Southeast Asia. But it is all documented. There's a clear chain of evidence for these exchanges. Unlike your fantasy yams, JJ, which is basically entirely on speculation and a complete ignorance of agricultural history. This is a classic example of Pseudo always dying at a source. He pulled up a source saying, right, this is unsupported. The methodology is flawed, and we know when the EM2 came into existence. JJ 7000 took a real plan, slapped a fake narrative on it, and hoped that nobody would check. But the fact is clear: yams in the Americas are not proof of African contact. Just another failed attempt at rewriting history to fit an agenda. This argument is rotten. Just like JJ 7000's credibility, it belongs in the trash. What you doing up here, brother? Now, let's take a look at the blackology phenomenon, because you accused me of attacking that. Yes. In the ongoing debate about African presence in the pre-Columbian America, we see a disturbing trend: the reliance on so-called blackology teachers, pseudo-scholars who distort history, misinterpret facts, and promote misleading ideas for personal or ideological gain. These individuals often use their self-proclaimed authority to push fringe theories without credible evidence, relying on distorted interpretations of history and misrepresented sources. 7000, much like others in the pseudo-scientific community, reference a collection of these so-called scholars whose work is often based on little more than conjecture, selective reading of history, and in many cases, outright fabrications. It is crucial that we identify and address these so-called experts to show how these fabricated narratives continue to mislead and confuse. Start with the big one. Let's now take a closer look at the so-called scholars that 7000 often cites in support of his theories. These individuals are often recognized in the often not recognized in the legitimate academic community, and their work lack rigor, peer review, and credibility necessary to consider credible sources of knowledge. That's what JJ is presenting us with all night. Dr. Renuka Rashidi. Rashidi was an academic who gained some notoriety in alternative history circles, particularly in African-centered studies. However, his work is not considered credible within mainstream academia. Rashidi, who is known for promoting the idea of ancient African migration in the Americas, but his arguments are based on misrepresentation of archaeology and genetics, and has been widely criticized for lacking scientific basis. Dr. Ivan van Sertima, one of the most prominent figures in the so-called blackology movement, van Sertima is often cited by proponents of African migration theories. His book, which JJ cited, They Came Before Columbus, is a cornerstone text in these circles. However, mainstream historians and archaeologists have heavily criticized van Sertima's claims. His books make sweeping assertions based on unreliable sources and dubious interpretations of evidence, including fabrication and misrepresentation of ancient African presence in the Americas. Dr. John Henry Clark was an African-American historian known for his contributions to African history, but he is often misquoted or selectively cited by pseudo-historians. While his work was important in advancing African history studies, some of his more speculative ideas, particularly those concerning African influence in the Americas before Columbus, are not supported by the scholarly consensus. His contributions, while important, are often exaggerated and misrepresented by fringe theories to give their arguments a veneer of legitimacy. Dr. Ben was a well-known proponent of the idea of African played a major role.
10 minutes, sir, 10 minutes.
In Americas. While his work garnered attention within the Afrocentric movement, much of it is viewed with skepticism by the mainstream scholars. Dr. Ben claims often lack peer review evidence, and his assertion regarding African migration to the Americas before Columbus has been widely debunked. Like others in the blackology movement, he took a speculative approach using unsupported claims to fuel his narrative. Dr. Chancellor Williams is another figure often cited by pseudo scholars. His book, The Destruction of the Black Civilization, is important in the African-centered scholarship, but his work on pre-Columbian African contact with the Americas is seen as problematic by historians and archaeologists. Williams relied on selective reading of history, making assertions that are not grounded in reliable evidence. JJ 7000 has now reached the peak of delusion by claiming Ivan van Sertima was never debunked or refuted. This is not just false, this is the outright lie that shows he either hasn't read the critique or is deliberately ignoring them. Either way, his claims collapse under the weight of real scholarship. First, Van Sertima's theories of pre-Columbian African contact were directly refuted by professional archaeologists, anthropologists, and humanists. The most comprehensive academic takedown came in 1997 when Dr. David Ortiz de Montalino, Dr. Gabriel Hasle Vieira, and Warren Barbeau published Robbing Native American Cultures, Van Sertima's Afrocentricity and the Olmecs in a peer-reviewed journal, Current Anthropology. The paper exposed Van Sertima's errors, including misrepresentation of archaeological evidence. He cherry-picked and distorted data to fit his claims, saying what JJ is doing. Lack of primary sources. Its evidence was built on speculation, not documented history. Lookership, selective use of linguistic. You talk about linguistic, I know why. He made wild, unproven connections between African and Mesoamerican languages. False claims about African skeletons. There is no genetic or skeletal evidence of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. None. Second, Van Sertima never provided a single verified African artifact in the pre-Columbian American context. His claims about the Olmec heads were particularly ridiculous. He argued that their facial features were African, completely ignoring the fact that the heads resemble indigenous Mesoamerican features and that similar features appeared in other Native American artwork. This is nothing but the racist, they couldn't have done it themselves argument, repackaged in Afrocentrism. Finally, even Van Sertima himself admitted that his work was speculative. In later interviews, he acknowledged that he had no definitive proof of African voyages to the Americas before Columbus. But of course, Blackologists like 7,000 conveniently ignore that. So let's set the record straight. Van Sertima was refuted decades ago. Real scholars in real academic journals. JJ 7000 claimed that he wasn't debunked. It's just more fraudulent nonsense from someone who wouldn't know legitimate research if it slapped him in the face claiming he did his own research. At this point, JJ isn't just defeated, he's humiliated, have dismantled his fabricated sources, exposed his fraudulent use of real scholarship, and annihilated every pseudo-historical claim he'd thrown out. But like all desperate pseudo scholarship, he keeps clinging to the same tired nonsense, textiles, yam, and the ever-persistent delusions of Blackology. Let's be clear. Not a single claim he has made hold up to scrutiny, like his textile argument, debunked. The patterns and weaving techniques he tries to link to Africans are found across multiple ancient cultures, including indigenous American civilization that developed them independently. There is no African textile influence in pre-Columbian America. Just another baseless assumption he hoped nobody would fact check. His yams argument utterly destroyed. As I already explained, yam have indigenous species in America, and there's zero genetic, archaeological, or historical evidence that Africans introduced them. This is just another classic case of Blackologists pointing to a crop and screaming, Africa! Without a shred of supporting data. It is lazy, ignorant, and flat out wrong. And Blackology itself, nothing more than a conspiracy-laden cult of historical delusions. These pseudo-intellectuals operate like religious fanatics, bending history to fit their agenda while ignoring actual evidence. They rely on cherry-picked sources, outdated methodologies, and outright fabrications. And hoping that repetition will make their lies true. But history isn't built on wishful thinking. It is built on evidence. JJ has spent the entire debate running from evidence, distorting real research, and shifting the burden of proof because he knows he has nothing. Pseudo always dies as its source, and every single fraudulent claim that he's made has crumbled the moment real scholarship is right. He can double down all he wants, but the reality is clear. His arguments are worthless, his sources are fake, and his credibility is non-existent. This debate is over. Don't forget, though, he was never equipped to have it in the first place. Time.
Damn. 3 minutes and 12 seconds left, brother. You want to give all that up?
At this point, it is useless. He's just blabbing his mouth. He's been discredited from every aspect. He's totally disrespecting the audience. We've been here long enough. I mean, at this point, what is there else to do? Listening to him try and discredit real scholarship because emotionally they couldn't sail over here. You can't provide any evidence. You just run in your mouth. Even your presentation is putting the audience to sleep. You're an embarrassment. You shouldn't be on the stage with me to begin with. He can have the
all right. Let me reset the time to 20 minutes. JJ, this is your third and final round, brother. Time gonna start when you start.
Yeah. All right, hold up for a second. All right, hold up. Give me 30 seconds here. I'll be ready. Yeah, man. All right, okay. Go ahead and start my time.
Time starts.
All right, y'all. Man, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry y'all had to sit through that. JJ this, JJ that. Come on, bro. We're finna get into it. All right. So now, as y'all see, during this debate, I have built my steps, my cases showing this side of the argument and then going against his side. And Cedric has been up here. He hasn't showed you any side of his scholars. I just presented my scholar last time, Bertollia. He didn't address them. So, also, we're going to get into, let me rebuttal him real quick. Renuka Rashidi has not been debunked. You know, he's written extensively on the history and culture of Africa and American diaspora. He's known for his work in Africa and written several books. You know, so, I mean, that ain't the argument, though. So I ain't gonna waste time enough to get into this. Now, he has to prove that these people, haplogroup, is here. Columbus, he ain't even told you what group he belonged to or none of that, right? So Columbus haplogroup, this is what I came up with, right? That I've researched. Research suggests that Columbus belongs to the Italian haplogroup R-M269. RM269. In America, studies have found that R269 is present in America, but in low frequencies than Europe. Now, here's the important part, y'all. The late arrival of R-M269. Genetic studies indicate that RM269 arrived in America relatively late, around the time of his voyage, his so-called voyage. I don't even believe he really got here. But anyway, ancient DNA studies in America, study of the ancient DNA in America has found that the majority of Native American population belong to haplogroups A, B, C, and D. Absence of R-M269. Ancient DNA studies have not found R-M269, the pre-Columbian and pre-Columbian American population, but we can find the M2 and the L in indigenous population. The RM269 is in European settlers. The RM269 has been found in European settlers who arrived in America after Columbus. When are you going to prove that Columbus even got here before any of these Africans? That's your job. That's your job. You shouldn't be up here with me. Let's keep going, man. Now, implications. The RM269 in America. The presence of RM269 in America is a result of European settlement, not an earlier migration. The indigenous American origins. The origins of indigenous American populations are distinct from those of European populations. The genetic legacy of colonialism. The genetic legacy of colonialism is evident in the presence of European haplogroups in America, meaning it came afterwards. Here's a detailed breakdown. Look, origin, West Europe, Spain, Italy, and France. This is the haplogroup that Columbus come from, which I've asked him to show us. He didn't want to show this because he know that according to your records, if this is who you think this person is or who he belonged to, why ain't you showing them being here before an African haplogroup? That is a race. You haven't proved the story to be legit because you ain't came up with no documents, no proof of the Santa, meaning of Santa Maria, or whatever you call that, right? And this spread throughout Europe during the Neolithic era, absent in America until the late arrival of the Americas. The pre-Columbian area, 0. Look, in the pre-Columbian area, 0 R-M29 samples found. 15,000 years of DNA records. Post-Columbian area, 1492 onwards. Now you see the appearance of this RM269 in the Caribbean. Yeah, 5% of the modern population. And in Central America, 10%. South America, all after 1492. You ain't debunked nothing over here proving that Africans haven't came here before that. Now, African ancestry in pre-Columbian America is estimated at 2.3%. The source, Smithsonian, 2018. Native American population descend from 3 key migrations. Data point, 2.4 plus 0.8% African ancestry in pre-Columbian Brazilians. I mean, what is this dude doing, man? Just pointing fingers. Ain't quoted that one source. He ain't brave enough. RM269 accounts for 7% of modern American ancestry. Source, National Geographic, 2020, Gene Legacy of European Colonization in America. Then goes to the data point and ancestry of modern and Central America. Let's keep going, though. Let's keep going. Here go to more sources. Look. And then don't forget, we got the Trans-Pacific contact between African and Native Americans 3,000 to 5,000 years ago. I don't even want to get off into that. That's for another time, another place. But that's been proven. The Trans-Pacific contact when they went the other route. Well, here goes some sources, bro. When are you going to bring up the supplemental table? Breaks it down. You see? Look, African ancestry percentage in pre-Columbian groups. Brazilians, 2.4%. That's about 1.5 million of that population. Caribbean Tainos. What is he showing? Before. Where's your people? The RM269 subtype. Colombians are air settlers brought mainly RM269 subtype R. 80% of the American RM269. Indigenous Americans still dominant. African and Asian DNA also found in Americans post-Columbus and pre-Columbian. Look, the Kenwood man, that's been debunked. All that. But we talking about Columbus, y'all. That's what we on. Look, the late admixture of post-Columbian RM269 European admixture arrived around 1492. Contained 5 to 10% modern American DNA. Highest in Central America, 10% European DNA. South America, 8%. Where's your numbers? Where's you showing the domination of these people that you representing? They numbers beating us here. You see what I'm saying? We know the transatlantic slave brought millions. That's when ours went up to 10 to 20. But before that, it was at 1 to 2%, which equaled out to 5,000 to goddamn also 1 million Negroes or near 1 million Africans running through here. Before Columbus, now let's get to the sickle cell. Before Columbus, right, the sickle cell gene was present in Brazil, specifically in San Salvador, where Africans from West Africa, mainly the Bay of Beijing region, had settled. See the little numbers next to it? This is where you can find the sources, y'all. Mesoamerica, medieval Mexico, you shouldn't have got the ring with me because you didn't have a case. You ain't brought nothing to the table, sir. Medieval Mexico had contact with African traders from Mali, known as the Mandingo traders, who brought their culture and possibly their genetics. How about in the Caribbean, implied by African presence and cultural exchange in the region? Although direct genetic evidence before Columbus isn't specific in my sources, these findings suggest pre-Columbian African presence and genetic exchange in the Americas. Let's keep going, man. You see, he didn't do nothing. 3 rounds of nothingness. You see all the ad hoc judges? Make sure y'all take note of that. Now, see, now I did my correction found. Yes, I found credible sources suggesting sickle cell gene present in America before the transatlantic slave trade. I'm going to ask that. I'm going to ask them to cross-reference. I'm going to ask them to vet the sources. A 2018 study pre-Columbian presence of sickle cell gene in South America, published in the American Journal of Physical Anthropology. See the little number next to it, sir? Right there. All right. Found sickle cell gene in a 1,000-year-old Brazil skeleton remains. When are he going to show his side of the story, y'all? What source has he brought to the table to defend Christopher Columbus coming here before anybody, judges? Now, the 2000 research, Ancient DNA reveals African presence in pre-Columbian Mexico, published in Cell Reports. Discovered sickle cell genes in a 13,000-year-old Mexican genetic samples. 2017 study, sickle cell trace in pre-Columbian Ecuadorian monkeys, published in PLOS. PLS, that's where you can find it, sir. Huh? Let's keep going. Let's continue. Let's continue, sir. What have you brought to the table? Nothing. Look at this, y'all. 2020 paper, pre-transatlantic slave trade, presence of sickle cell in America, published in the Nature of Communications, confirms sickle cell gene present in pre-Columbian American population via ancient DNA analysis. These sources suggest that sickle cell gene present in America before transatlantic, somebody mute their mic, please. A slave trade would be, excuse me, in America before the transatlantic slave trade. And then my chat or asking me questions. Would you like to dive deeper more to these findings? You don't use this type of chat that I got going. You see? You using a chat GPT that ain't even designed for academic research and studies. Now look at this. Yes, look what my chat engine said. Suggests that sickle cell gene is present in America before transatlantic slave trade. Here we go. We got the ancient Brazil skeleton, 750 to 1250 AD. Sickle cell genetic markers found in bones, excavations, 2011. Pre-Columbian Mexican codices, 900 to 1521 AD. Already beat your time. We here. We've been here. He ain't showed no trail or nothing. Just running his mouth. And sit here and did all them ad hocs. You can do that. That's not going to help you with this information.
10 minutes, JJ. 10 minutes.
10 minutes or more. This educational butt whooping that he's going to continue to get. Symbols depicting sickle cell-shaped cells in ancient medical texts. Genetic analysis of ancient Peruvian mummies. Look at the year, y'all. 550 to 1450 AD. Sickle cell trait detected in DNA samples from 2018 study. African pre-Columbian symmetric links in South America. 500 to 1500 AD. Suggests African present and potential sickle cell genes introduction. We've been here. Native American. He want to try to, Christopher Columbus said on the ocean blue. That's what you was talking to the kindergarten. You grown now. You shouldn't be believing in fairy tales. Is that what you told the Christians and the Israelites? Now it's your turn to get a taste of your own medicine. And look at this, y'all. Native American Genetic Studies 2018 revealed African DNA admixture in some Native Americans. But he got up here and said there's no conclusive evidence of any admixture of Africans before 1492. Now you got to deal with that. You got to show us the facts. I heard what you said. Hope the judges is listening too, because he ain't gonna be able to show nothing. Let's keep going. Keep on. Now, verifying the sources with extreme scrutiny, verification results ran these sources through multiple verification checks, cross-check with academic databases, PubMed, Google Scholar, JSTOR, Science Direct, verified the fact-checking website, Snopes, factcheck.org. Yes, sir. So I ain't trying to hear you cry about that. Check publication credentials, publisher replication, peer review process, author credentials. Yes, let's keep going. Results for each source. Now, I'm just going to give you results for each source. American Journal of Physical Anthropology 2018. Authentic, verified through PubMed and journal website. Y'all see that? Here go the little numbers for you. Article title, Pre-Columbian Present Sickle Cell Gene in South America. Here go the dot number, DOI 10.1002/a JPA 23744. Take a picture and go look it up. You ain't been showing us nothing but your mouth, your coon lip. That's what go one and two. God dang it. These goddamn islanders come over here and try to tell us our history because they've been brainwashed by them Europeans over there still wearing white wigs. Let's keep it going, man. Authentic, verified through Science Direct and journal website. Article title: Ancient DNA reveals African presence pre-Columbian in Mexico. Yeah, they go to numbers again. Let's keep going. You ain't showing nothing on the screen. Here goes some more. Here goes some more. There you go. I don't want to hear nothing about JJ ain't check nothing. That's out the window now. That's out the window, sir. That's out the window. Here you go. Detailed breakdown of sickle cell gene present before Columbus in Brazil. Time frame around 1,000 to 50. These are checked sources, sir. You in some trouble. Just like you can't defeat dental morphology. If I had time to get in that, you definitely can't defeat the sickle cell gene. You know, Europeans bring it over here. Huh? Time frame around 1,000 to 1,500 CE. Location, Salvador, Baja region. Y'all notice I had brought different sources. He hadn't brought any. He just want to try to keep debunking something, bringing up sources that I didn't even bring in this round. Y'all notice that? Judges, pay attention. African origin, African specifically. They have been in region, present day Nigeria, Benin, and Togo. This is the sickle cell gene. Mali Empire traders and migrants. Genetic evidence. Here are more of the source. 2018 study published in American Journal of Physical Anthropology. Sickle cell gene found thousands of years before Brazil's skeleton remains. 1,000-year-old Brazil skeleton remains, sir. It's not that hard to get to Brazil from Africa. Stop it. Mesoamerica, Mexico, time frame. Here go the sickle cell, still floating around, sir. Around 1200 to 1500 CE. Location, Central Mexico. Valley of Mexico, present-day Mexico City, states of Veracruz, and Tabasco. African origin, West African traders from where? The Mali Empire. Mandinka people, genetic evidence. Look at the study. Wait, what is he talking about? We can't even say that you brought unverified sources because you haven't brought any. You haven't even stated a case. You haven't proved to us anything. When are you gonna show us the day Christopher Columbus left and his map and his people and how his gene has been here forever, making a mark? When I'm showing you that the gene came late, then I'm showing you our stuff. He hasn't done that in this debate. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Let's trust me. We're gonna review this. Look at this. Hispaniola has present-day Haiti and Dominican Republic. Let's keep going. Jamaica, African origin. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Here you go. Summary and findings. Sickle cell gene presence confirmed.
5 minutes, JJ. 5 minutes.
I got you. African specifically, Brazil, Mexico, 1,300 years, predates transatlantic slave trade. Evidence suggests sickle cell gene arrived in the Americas before 1492. African origin and migration implicates African migration to Americas, the Atlantic before Columbus. And like I say, they also had a trans-Pacific migration route or trans-Pacific route that they use as well to do trading. See? Authentic verified sources through academic database, fact-check websites, publication, credentials, and expert consultation. Let's keep going, man. When he go? Where's your methods at, bro? I mean, you ain't showing us nothing. You know, man, damn. What the hell going on? Now, implication rewrites history, challenges the traditional narrative, validates oral tradition, confirms some African diaspora communities, oral histories, and pre-Columbian presence in America. Because there is a lot of oral tradition that these Eurocentrists like Cedric are trying to to say it ain't real. Look at this. That's more on the sickle cell. My time is running out. Let me get a look at. Look at this. What evidence supports the presence of Africans in Brazil before the 1500s? Here go my answer. Archaeological findings, genetic research, and historical accounts from European explorers confirm African presence in Brazil before 1500. How about this? Here go questions from their side. How did African traders and migrants from Mali Empire interact with indigenous Mexicans before Columbus? They established trade routes, sir. They shared cultural practices and possibly intermarried, leaving genetic and cultural legacies. Is he going to tell us about this Christopher Columbus character? What are the records of African presence in Caribbean islands prior to European colonization? Where are their records? Yes, implied through archaeological findings, genetic research, and accounts for indigenous people in the early European settlers. Let's keep going. This dude got into a fight he can't win. What role did transatlantic trade routes play in African migration to Americas before 1492? They facilitated African travel across the Atlantic via Canary Islands, the Caribbean, enabling pre-Columbian migration. You see that, y'all? You see how I'm showing y'all how this shit happened? Excuse me for cussing. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Huh? Okay, hold on. Let's keep going. Run out of time. Look, these are questions that Cedric. Look, how does ancient DNA analysis reveal African presence in pre-Columbian Mexico? Ancient DNA studies detect African genetic signals in Mexican samples dating back 1300 CE, confirming pre-Columbian contact. Look at this. What percentage of modern Brazil? We don't even need to do that. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Look at this. Can genetic research trace specific African genetic groups to pre-Columbian American population? Remember, he said that they couldn't do that. Yes, studies link Brazilian population to Yoruba, Nigerian ancestry, and Mexican population to the Mali and Gambian ancestry. But he wants to steal that away. How do sickle cell gene distribution correlate with African migration patterns in America? Sickle cell gene present mirrors. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, man. I know we're running out. Look at this. Weapons found in America before 1492. The Kubala Achille. I already went over that. You know, I still got more. Look at this. Look at that. I showed y'all weapons, daggers, African style throwing axes. He ain't debunked none of this. Look at this. Cross-reference sources. We did that. You know what I'm saying? Here go the methodology used. You know, careful digging and removal of soil, artifact analysis, chronological dating. We use that in our studies. Cedric hasn't showed any study. And look, no one has debunked him. Ain't nobody debunked Ivan Van Sertima. I don't care what you say, sir. Stop it. Stop trying to tear down our people. Let's keep going, man. Vetted process of peer-reviewed excellence is relevant field. Verification of sources through multiple academic databases. I said that. So detailed elaboration, cross-reference sources, check twice for accuracy, validation of methodology, step-by-step explanation. This is what we did in the geochemical analysis of pre-Columbian weapons, African origins confirmed. Here go. Look. Did the minerals found in the pre-Columbian weapons in America originate in Africa? Yes, geochemical analysis will reveal African mineral signatures. I don't know what he's talking about. Gold tip spears and none of that. He ain't done none of the studies. He ain't even presented up here the studies to debunk these studies. Here, cross-reference sources, check twice, journal articles, chemistry in African copper deposits. Now, look at this. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. When is he going to bring something? He didn't through the whole goddamn debate. You hear me? Through the whole debate. Let me take it off there for a minute. Can I stop sharing for a minute? Let me get the last second word.
You got 20 seconds, bro.
Hold up. Okay, hold up. Let me get back on point with y'all. Like I said, man, y'all see who brung what in this debate. Y'all see who wasn't crying and complaining. Y'all see who defended their side, but also attacked their side. He has no offense. None at all. To make you think, that Christopher Columbus did the Americans trying to turn.
That is time. That is time. And now, family, we are at the most exciting part of the show. This is what I call the chin check session. Each one of these men will have 10 full minutes to get as many questions to their opponent as they can. If their opponent stalls, they can simply say, next question. They can stop their time up to 3 times, but that is it. After 3 times, the 10-minute will continue to run. If their opponent continues to try to stall or gets stagnant, myself or Wendy can step in and stop the stagnation. But it is up to the person asking the questions to a particular question. They have the option to move on, to stop their time, to ask us to get involved, etc. But it's they 10 minutes to do with what they will.
DMG, I need to use the restroom real quick. I'll take a leak.
And while the brother is going to do what he has to do, we're going to do what we got to do. Hashtag Get Ranked. The Versus series is live in 2025. We're going to show you our top 6. We moving the top 8 starting in April. I suspect one of these debaters going to be up in here. Go ahead, Ratchet.
No, I'm just saying it depends on our next.
You went out, bro. You there, Rex?
All right, he gonna come back. He gonna come back. Everybody hit the like, share, and subscribe, man. Everybody hit the like, share, and subscribe, man. Powerful bills only. Just to get a little refreshments, man. Put them 7s in the chat if y'all think JJ doing this thing. Hey man, put them birds in the chat for Uncle Sid if y'all think Uncle Sid doing his thing.
Yeah, show that. And we're gonna show y'all our top 6. Again, we moving to the top 8 starting in April. Hashtag Get Ranked. Here we go.
Yeah. Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a fuck, that's what they don't understand. I'm back
again like flu season. I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving. Don't give a fuck, I don't care. Did the for my lonesome. No wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run. All I really want is my share. Get on my gut, I might tell them it's nothing. In the discussion, for them feelings, I throw all my pain on percussion. It's disgusting. I hear them bragging about that they did, and it do not move me. Not
Hashtag get ranked. Come to the Versus series and get ranked. If you're tired of your moderator and your host all in your debate, making it about them, overshadowing you and your information, if you're tired of your opponents whining like babies, if you're tired of people putting down your demonstration, trying to minimize your platform, 1 minute your platform too small, the next minute they over here, come to the Versus series, Paradigm Shift TV 314, hashtag get ranked.
Hashtag get right, nigga. Get right. All you niggas. You got yourself a debate to get right.
Super wavy. Super wavy.
Before Super Wavy, I promise you I'm let Super Wavy. I just want to get some politics
Ratchet,
together.
you is an interrupting Negro tonight, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I just want to say, based on Cedric went first in this the debate round. Yeah, you going first, right? JJ 7 times. You going first.
We're keeping it the same order. We said at the beginning.
No.
Now go ahead.
No, you can't have it totally your way. You been, bruh. Y'all gotta stop this shit. What y'all doing right now?
Ratchet.
You going first in the question and answer.
Ratchet. Let me rock. Check it out.
I'm gonna let you rock. My fault. Yeah. Forgive me for I haven't seen you, DLG. I have seen you. Forgive me.
Yeah, check it out. The person who go first in the round session go last in the Q&A, but you still gonna close out last.
Okay.
So
I got him on the hot seat for 10 minutes. Okay, bet.
10 minutes.
Okay. All right. Let me
Time start when you start asking questions.
Let me get my questions lined up on the screen. Hold up.
All right. Time will start when you start asking. I'm gonna put the time up on the screen as well.
No, I was trying to start.
Hey man, what is this?
Hello. Okay, my fault.
Bro, you come on. It's two hosts.
Ratchet, what's going on? What you got for us, man? What you got?
I just wanted Super Wavy because I cut out Super Wavy. I just wanted him to get his analogy on the debate so far.
Actually, I was gonna tell Super Wavy. Super Wavy is about to host because I got to step away. But Ratchet, we got it from here, brother. We got it.
Yeah.
I'm about to leave out. This is my quick lead, y'all.
All right. Peace out. We're going to see you on the after show.
All right. Okay. My first question, Cedric. Yeah, I'm ready.
You got a Super Wavy?
I got you.
All right. Peace to y'all.
All right, you got the clock. You got the clock up. All right, Cedric. What's the name of Columbus' diary?
Diario de Abordo.
Can you prove that that's authentic?
Yes, it is in the museum. It is in the Archivio de las Indias in India. It is in the Indias in Seville, Spain. There's a fragment and remnants of it, but it was transcribed prior to it being destroyed. So there's There's literal fragments of it. Not to mention the fact.
Okay. That's enough. This is
what we call primary.
No, that's enough. G said that's enough. Are there any inconsistencies in the Columbus diary?
What inconsistency are you talking about? The fact that the diary.
No, you don't ask the question.
The diary exists already established in the Americas. So there might be inconsistencies, but you would have to elaborate.
Hold on, Uncle Ted. Hold on, man. What are we doing? Let him clarify. Go ahead, Uncle JJ.
Yeah, man. Now, there are inconsistencies in the Columbus diary, but you say they're not, so I'm gonna prove that wrong. What is the letter? What is the letter of the sovereigns?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Another sovereigns document written by Columbus. Supposedly it was 1493, but we also know that is not real. So
Columbus didn't write the document. Yes, you're claiming.
Where can we find this document?
What are you claiming?
Where can we find this document?
You're making the claim about the document. I just said you don't know. But if you claim that Columbus write the document, you're providing us with yet more substantiation.
Where can we find the document? Hey, this ain't how you buy it. You tell them to be quiet during the time. You don't ask me questions, Cedric. Now, as you can see, what is the Toscanelli map? What's that, sir?
I don't know, JJ.
Okay, with this map, it's allegedly sent to Columbus by the Italian cartographer Poco Toscanelli, who supposedly showed him this route. See, so if you can't even prove none of this, I'm gonna keep it with questions. Can you prove Columbus' route to America?
Can I prove it? It's documented.
Okay, next question. All right. What is the capitulation of Santa Fe?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, the capitulation of Santa Fe is a document that outlines the agreement between Columbus and the Spanish monarchs. You're supposed to be, listen, be quiet. You're supposed to be providing evidence, but it's not authentic, bro.
Just for the evidence.
Uncle said, relax.
Hey, judges, pay attention to this. Pay attention to this, how I act during my time when it's time for me to answer. All right? Now, so he don't even know what so look at this. Okay, all right, hold up. You want more Columbus questions? Okay. Is there any evidence that there is a Columbus map? Is it authentic?
I wouldn't know why there would need to be a Columbus map.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. There's no conclusive evidence of this Columbus map, but we'll keep going. Why is Columbus buried in 3 different places?
That would you assume. I would never think someone is buried in 3 different places.
Okay, well,
I would have no idea why you would claim that.
Okay, so now I'm claiming it. No. Okay, so now I got to educate the audience. The Cathedral of Seville has them in Spain. They got them over in Havana in Cuba, and they got them in San Domingo, in the San Domingo Cathedral in Dominican Republic. So let me ask you this. Did they split his body up in 3?
Again, you're making a claim. Okay. I wouldn't make those suggestions. So I don't.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Did you prove that there was conclusive evidence that Christopher Columbus came to the Americas before Africans in this debate?
I think you did. We established, first of all, what a primary source is, which is Columbus's diary, which you made reference to yourself. I indicated where it is. It was transcribed. We have evidence from people on the ship, the medical doctor, Albert, who documented the expedition. This is firsthand. You referenced just now the documents.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's good enough.
And Columbus. These are firsthand accounts.
Hey, super wavy, bro.
Columbus being an actual
Bro, that's good enough. All right. So where is this authentic document located, Cedric?
Which one of the documents?
Give me a location.
Which one of the documents?
Okay. Let's skip that one. He said they're authentic. Okay. All right. Did you in this debate prove that the Columbus haplogroup was here before 1492?
This question is indicative of your utter ignorance.
Okay, that's enough. If you're going to answer this, are you going to answer it? Yes or no?
I'm answering your question. So
Okay, that was it. Okay.
there would be no way.
Right.
You asked me the question, allow me to answer.
Bro, that's it. You call me hey, judges, look how he's acting during the question and answer round. He's doing ad hoc. Now, how about, did Europeans have a concept of ocean depths before Africans? Yes or no?
What was the question again?
Did Europeans have a better concept of ocean depth before Africans?
Of ocean depth or depth?
Depths.
The question is irrelevant, even if the
all right, thank you. Did they? All right. So did they have thorough knowledge of ocean currents and patterns, Europeans, before
prior to them being able to get around the horn? No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard that. No. All right, let's keep going. All right. Which haplogroup is older, the EM2 or the RB1? The African haplogroup in America or the European? Which one was here first?
The African haplogroup and the European haplogroups all are post 1501. That is coincide with the commencement of the African slave trade. So
whoa. So are you saying in front of the audience that the African haplogroup and the Christopher Columbus haplogroup came here at the same time? No, that's not what this is about. So I'm asking you, which one came here first?
Do I need to repeat my answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the first African presence in the Americas is noted at 1501, an individual named Juan Querido. He was with the Spanish as part of their expedition. That is the first known African in the Americas.
Sir, I asked you listen. I'm gonna ask you again. Which came here first? I'm representing the EM2. What happened? Here's my question. What haplogroup are you representing for Christopher Columbus? Which one for this debate?
I have no idea what that question is.
Oh, okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, which story is more valid? How about this? Which story is more valid? The Christopher Columbus voyage, or the story, the tale that Mansa Musa told about Abakari II? Which one would be more valid to you?
The one that has the evidence, because there's no.
Okay, Scott. All right, thank you. What evidence have you brought?
We have already.
Listen, bro. Hey, bro, get him. What evidence have you brought to prove that Christopher Columbus came to the Americas? Where is the ships? Can you tell me where the ships are located?
There is no need for us to replicate.
Yes or no? Can you tell me where the ships are?
Yes.
Where?
So a ship of that age.
No, where's go ahead.
Primarily from wood would have decayed.
No, where's Christopher Columbus' ship? Nina, the Pinta, and the Santorina. Where they at?
Of course, these ships.
No ship, no goddamn voyage.
These ships were destroyed in the voyage.
Tell me where they were destroyed at. Where? What location?
What location?
There.
In the ocean. In the ocean. That's where ships are destroyed.
Okay, so you can't tell me where?
In the ocean, I just did.
Where in the ocean?
In the ocean, the Caribbean.
Next to Elvis and SpongeBob? Where in the ocean?
In the Caribbean Sea.
What? Where?
In the Caribbean Sea.
Okay, where? Okay, so in the Caribbean Sea, ladies and gentlemen, can you disprove that the anchors they found over in the Americas, in Brazil, these anchors that belong to the Mali Empire, can you prove that they were not connected to the Mali Empire? But what methodology would you use?
First, you would have to point me to a location where we can.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on, I got one more before.
We have a museum, a
particular location. You're right. Now, give us a location. Hold on. Now, give us a location of the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Give us one. Where they capsize at? Go.
If you expect wooden ships to exist after 500 years, that's an indication of your ignorance.
So can you tell us once again, did you prove that Europeans, Columbus haplogroup came to the Americas before an Afro haplogroup? Go ahead.
Again, that is a very ignorant question to assume that a haplogroup that came with a particular individual you would find prior to that existence.
All right, Tom. All right, Uncle DMT, you there? All right.
I'm here.
All right, Uncle Sid, we're going to start when you're ready.
Okay, JJ. I'm going to start with your last question. How would you expect to find European genetics before Columbus came to the Americas? Prior to Columbus coming to the Americas, there was no new and old world contact. So how would you expect for there to be a shred of evidence for something that would not exist?
Okay, thank you. All right. So, am I still on? Can you hear me? Let's see y'all. Can you still hear me? Listen.
We hear you.
All right, I want to turn my camera on. Hold up. All right. So, how we find out dates and times is called geochemical analysis, radiocarbon dating.
Stop. You're getting into the question.
He don't want me to get into it, y'all.
So I'm going to reiterate my question.
Reiterate, sir.
European genetics arrive in the Americas at the point that Europeans arrive. You are asking us to present Europeans prior to Europeans you're asking us to present European genetics prior to the European genetics being in the Americas. How is that even a relevant question?
Okay, so the narrative, ladies and gentlemen, okay, let me rephrase it right. The narrative is did Europeans come to the Americas, or Columbus come to the Americas?
Well, again, okay, thank you. That means stop. It's my time to ask the question. We're not answering the question. So what I just illustrated is the ignorance in even asking that question, because you wouldn't be able to have European genetics prior to Columbus, because it's pre and post Columbus. Now, JJ, can you point us or indicate to us in which museum we can find artifacts like the anchor you're speaking about?
Okay. No, I haven't researched the anchors, but I have researched like they do have in a museum. I didn't look that up as part of my debate.
Stop. So you made stop. Okay, thank you very much. So you made a claim about anchors, and you actually have no evidence for where these anchors are located, which I indicated during my debate that these are fabricated sources.
Did you ask the question, sir, or you just keep talking?
Shush, it's my time. So I'm doing what I want with my time.
No, you got to ask questions.
JJ, don't interrupt him. It's his time.
So we've established that there's no credible evidence for that either. You made a claim about yams, about food. Now, we've totally dismantled that claim. How do you stand behind the claim of yams when we know by genetic evidence that which yams are indigenous to the Americas and when West African yams were brought to the Americas? We have scientific evidence for that fact. So how do you continuously make that claim?
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during this debate, I mentioned food, coins, textiles. I never, if you go back and retry, I never specifically in this debate said anything about yams. Once again,
in his opening slides, you can clearly see the food source he was referencing was yams. You realize that he has no evidence for the yams. Now he's running away from that claim, which was actually presented. Now, JJ, you're making claims of African clothing and material in the Americas, yet you present us with no evidence for how this transoceanic voyage could have been made. Present us with some actual evidence, archaeological evidence, and a source where we can find the means by which this transatlantic slave voyage was made.
Okay. All right, we're going to do, okay, so can I share my screen, or are you just going to cut me off before I share my screen?
No, you don't need to share your screen.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to answer the best I can. I see what he's doing. He don't want to hear me talk. So I can't even share my screen to answer his question, right? But through the Canary Currents, there's possibilities of them following
Stop. I didn't ask you for a possibility. I asked you for archaeological evidence of the means by which this transoceanic voyage could have been made. So then yet again, you start on some non sequitur which doesn't support your arguments. You made the claim and double down after I demonstrated by peer-reviewed sources how Ivan van Sertima was debunked. He himself made it clear that his whole work was based on speculation. Why would you lie to the people still and tell them that his work has never been debunked or refuted?
you gotta unmute your mic, Uncle JJ. You gotta unmute your mic. Uncle JJ, we can't hear you. You gotta unmute your mic.
JJ, unmute your mic.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so now I can pull up my phone and show you Ivan Van Sertima, Renuka Rashidi have been challenged.
Yes, stop. Okay, good. You're wasting the people's time. Stop. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do not need you to insist on lying. Everybody saw clearly, right, that he has been refuted and debunked by peer-reviewed academic work and by multiple sources. It was clear on the screen for everyone to see, where you admitted you do not care what I say. So do not make that regurgent claim. That is completely dishonest. You're intellectually dishonest. Now, you present your work in such a ridiculous fashion by presenting these sources, Bartoli, as if his work has been confirmed. Do you, can you provide us with a peer review source for his work?
Yes, I can provide that. But
not the sources.
How do you ask me to provide it and you cut me off?
Stop, because I know you're lying. We just need you on record. We just needed you on record having committed a lie, because what you presented was the claims he made, and in your own presentation it stated clearly that his methodology is flawed and his work is not peer reviewed. In my opening, I addressed the fact that you are disqualified from doing such. Why did you insist on still bringing a claim that is unsupported by peer review work? Why would you be disingenuous in this debate? That's my question to you.
You gotta unmute your mic, Uncle JJ.
I got this. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as you can see, for me to be disingenuous in this debate, that means I would have to be off topic. I addressed my situation as far as proving African DNA has been over. He has not proved anything about Christopher Columbus. All those questions I asked about Christopher Columbus, you should have been knowing these.
Okay, stop. Okay, thank you very much.
The lack of intelligence to process the information.
Thank you very much. Do you know what genetic noise is? Can you explain to the audience what genetic noise is?
No, I don't know that right now. Go ahead.
Okay, so you make claims of EM2 genetics in the Americas, and you actually put the percentages up there, which are between 0 to 2%. Do you understand what genetic noise is, and how shared genetic ancestry can contribute to those minimal numbers in a genetic profile? The misuse of that data proves your disingenuousness when you did not even know what genetic noise means. So go ahead, answer the question.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers that I put up were markers and indicators.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Of genetic information.
I do not need you to speak any further. Again, you even don't know what you're presenting to the people. This is the disingenuousness I'm talking about, because you present numbers and you do not even know what genetic noise represents. And now that you've been caught out there naked, you're laughing, hey. But again, this is a testament to your disingenuousness, right? Now, my final question to you, why would you sit up here and lie to the people presenting sources that are not vetted, don't exist, or either incredibly false? Why would you insist on presenting a commentary like sickle cells when in my first round I proved that the work by Dr. Clyde Winters is not accepted widely because the same genes does not prove shared haplogroups, and we know that environmental pressures can produce the same genetic outcome? Why would you lie to the people and tell them that that was not already disproved? Go ahead.
Okay. Now, when you say I lied, that's speculative. You haven't proved anything in this debate. You already said it. You can't even believe him. He said this is his last question, so now I get to run out this 30 seconds. As y'all see, ladies and gentlemen, in this question and answer round, who reigns supreme? Who's superior? Who addressed good questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I told you. You said you would be quiet.
Thank you. Stop. Be quiet. So you notice that he couldn't even answer this simple question honestly. In my opening round, I addressed, you can't use the word from Dr. Clyde Winters. He tries to sneak it in at the end of the debate. This is completely disingenuous.
And that is the time. Damn. Listen, this was a hell of a debate. At this time, Super Wavy, I am really going to completely leave it over to you, my brother. Please introduce the judges and all of that good stuff. Let the people know where the after show is. Gentlemen.
We don't get a close out.
We get a
5-minute closing.
Yeah. Listen, I'm just making my exit and giving my man some final instructions. Y'all still gonna do y'all thing. So I want to thank both of y'all for coming on. As y'all know, it is the late night hours, and everybody who watch my channel know what I try to do in the late night hours. My queen is awaiting. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all coming in. Y'all showed up and showed out. It was live all night. To the judges, I appreciate y'all. One in particular who've been ostracizing me for years. And hey, Super Wavy, you know what it is, my brother. Appreciate you. It's on you. Gentlemen, great debate. We'll see you on the other side.
Already. Hey, man, appreciate everybody for tuning in. Like, share, and subscribe. Powerful debate like always. We about to get this closing out the way. It's 5-minute closing, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who going first?
I'm going first, man.
All right, let's get this money.
Let me shut this up. Let me know when my screen is scared. Chat.
All right. Ready when you're ready.
All right, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of this debate, and frankly, it has been an absolute massacre. What we've witnessed here is not a clash of ideas, but a public execution of pseudo-history, fraudulent scholarship, and sheer stupidity. JJ 7000 has spent 3 rounds flailing, grasping at debunked claims, misrepresenting real research, and making a complete fool of himself in the process. This wasn't a competition. It was an intellectual mugging. Let's go down the list of this clown's failures. First, in round 1, he comes out swinging with a laughable claim that we can't prove Columbus was in the Americas. That alone should have disqualified him from any serious discussion, while I provided actual primary sources. The very historical records that detail Columbus's voyage, kept in the General Archives of the Indies in Spain. I showed how historical consensus backed by physical evidence, documentation, and archaeology makes his denialism a joke. Instead of engaging, JJ tried to shift the burden of proof, a classic move of frauds who have no case. Then when it became clear that his Columbus denial was a dead end, he pivoted to his genetic claims. But here's the problem. They were fake. He fabricated sources. He twisted legitimate genetic research, especially the work of Skerb. Trust me, he couldn't mention Skerb because he knows that cut him off. And he tried to pass it off as African presence in the Americas. I ripped this apart immediately, showing that Skerb's real research, actually confirmed Native American descended from Siberian population, not African. Pseudos always dies as its source. And JJ was dead. JJ died with it. Then came round 2, where he doubled down on outdated debunked science like dental morphology. Newsflash, anthropologists haven't relied on tooth shape to determine ancestry in decades, but modern genetics has rendered it obsolete. But JJ 7000, stuck in the intellectual dark ages, still clings to this embarrassing relic of bad anthropology. His desperate attempt to make arrowheads and random artifacts into proof of African contact was another pathetic reach. Nothing but pseudo-archaeological garbage with no controlled excavation, no peer-reviewed confirmation, and no real evidence. Where's the museum, JJ? I didn't know. I didn't study that for the debate. But you're talking about the anchors. Just pure speculation, just fraud and more failure. And then came round 3, where he pulled out the blackology nonsense full force. First, the absurd claim that textile prove African contact. Really? Weaving techniques in the Americas developed independently, just like everywhere else in the world. But in JJ's fantasy, if two cultures both know how to make clothes, make cloth, it must mean that they have contact. This is the level of stupidity that we're dealing with. Then we got to his yam argument. No, I didn't talk about yams, yo, because you couldn't say nothing about yams, but you talk about food. Which food, yeah, JJ? Is the yams, which was a laughable to belong in a comedy sketch. He actually stood here and argued that because yams exist in both Africa and the Americas, that means that Africans must have sailed across the Atlantic and brought them. Wrong. Yams are a species in the Americas. No African contact required. This was nothing more than a botanical ignorance wrapped in historical delusion, not archaeological sites, no genetic markers, no controlled translation, just another blackology fairy tale. So what has JJ proven in the debate? Absolutely nothing. Every claim he has made either fabricated, misrepresented, or outright debunked. Every attempt at scholarship collapsed under the scrutiny, which every bit of pseudo history he spewed died at its source. And it all brings us to blackology, the disease at the heart of his nonsense. The entire worldwide is based on history fantasies, fraud, and wishful thinking. Blackologists don't engage in research. They engage in conspiracy theories dressed up as history. They cherry pick sources, ignore actual evidence, and when confronted with facts, they either double down on their lies or retreat to victimhood. But this isn't just stupid.
All right, Tom. All right.
Yeah,
Uncle Mandinka, let me reset my clock.
Yeah, man. I put me on the big screen, bro. I'm finna talk to my people. I ain't got time. All he did was mimic and read through the whole goddamn debate.
All right, I'm starting your time.
Yeah, start my time. Ladies and gentlemen, man, what y'all seen in this debate was a massacre. A beatdown. The brother didn't prove or even make a case for Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus rolling over in the pseudo, but one of them 3 graves they got him buried in. You ain't even addressed the scientific aspect of this because there's 2 stories. The Mali story and the European story. So you don't believe mine, I don't believe yours. So knock those 2 stories out. Now you got to start giving us tools, weapons, maps, clothing, textiles, because you cannot prove that this European and his marker came here first. So you out of your league. You lost miserably up here trying to defend a goddamn pseudo-scientific racist myth that perpetuated colonialism and slavery. He's still stuck back there. This is the same guy who said we ate chips and monkeys. This is the organization that he come from, tearing down Black scholars. And if y'all notice, y'all can't name. And then look, he brought up Sure and all these other people that I didn't even bring up. That is called a straw man argument, sir. We can't see 3 sources that Cedric provided to this audience to prove his case. Not one. This guy, like I said, he has outdated information. You didn't debunk my scholar. You didn't debunk any of the information about all those weapons I mentioned. You didn't do none of that. We still waiting for you to give us some information on Christopher Columbus. Y'all seen what I did through this whole debate. Remember, judges, he was using straw man arguments in his very first round. You cannot make arguments for me before I even go. That ain't what I brought to this debate, but that's what you were preparing for because I left you out there. I threw the bait out there for you to talk about something else that I wasn't even going to be talking about. You didn't debunk dental morphology. You didn't debunk the sickle cell. You didn't debunk the EM2. You didn't show us that this European haplogroup got here first. You didn't show us no European artifacts. You didn't show us how they could navigate the celestial stars before African or shipbuilding or none of that. You didn't prove the documents. Where are the documents at? Where's the diary? You see how miserably he failed to answer any question that I asked him in the question and answer round. And when I tried to answer the question, he's cut me off. He started doing ad homs and calling names. Ladies and gentlemen, man, I want y'all to go back, and this was a long debate. A lot of information was put out there by me, not by him. And I want y'all to go back and reevaluate. Put all the biases aside. I don't like you, you don't like me. That ain't what this is all about. You know, I see a couple of guys in the audience that I beat. You know, yeah, goddamn right you're going to be in there crying. It's okay. You know, but he brought up a lot of, like, he tried to discredit Ivan Sertima. You know, he has not been debunked. You read something. You didn't show the methodology of how they did it. You didn't show the scientific method. You didn't show nothing. You didn't show the scholars that agree with the person. Who was this person? You never even mentioned his goddamn own name. But this is your mission. This is your goal, to tear down black information, black scholars, and he called us Afrocentric. So he has separated himself from us because the conscious community is about us being conscious of who we are.
1 minute.
Like I say, ladies and gentlemen, y'all see who brought out the real information. This debate won't just be seen on this channel. I'm going to take it to other channels. We're going to put up polls. We're going to put up judges. We're going to take it to 3 or 4 different platforms to show who really brought out the information and who didn't. Man, like I say, man, this dude did not prove Christopher Columbus came over here. He didn't debunk anything that I brought, man. That being said, I yield my time, man. And a lot of time in the debate, you see 3 minutes he gave up. You don't give up those 3 minutes in no debate. I'm done.
All right. All right. Hey, man, hey, I appreciate everybody that tuned in. You know what I'm saying? We got the queens still here. We're going to hear from the queens, man. We got Honey in the building. We got Tiffany in the building. And we got Sage in the building. Y'all can introduce yourselves. And we definitely want to hear y'all input. These are the judges for tonight. Let's hear from the judges. Honey, Sage, and Tiffany, whichever one of y'all can go first. It's up to y'all. Yeah, y'all gotta unmute y'all mic. Y'all gotta unmute y'all mic. All y'all mics muted. Hey man, I ain't gonna lie, man. This chat is amazing, man. I never seen the chat so 50-50. The chat is riding with both sides. All right, Honey, you got the floor. You there, Honey? You gotta unmute your mic again. The chat was crazy, man. I got the chat saying Uncle West watched the first round, then he blocked Cedric. Man, we got a Sar Car and Sabio going back and forth. But okay, so we got Sage. Sage, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right,
can you hear me? Good. I would just like to say thank you, gentlemen, for coming here and debating. Thank you all for participating and putting your best foot forward. First and foremost, I would like to get into like the opening. I think that both of y'all did pretty well with presenting to us what you were like going to debate, what points you were going to touch on, things like that. With the rounds, I feel like sometimes the topic wasn't always like touched on like fully. Like Mr. Ortega, I feel like at times instead of arguing were Africans here pre-Columbus, you were like debating like were Africans like Native Americans or something, and I just don't quite think that that was like the topic all the way. And I just felt like both of you could have used your time more wisely to present more information. about the evidence that you had. Like y'all would like touch on it, but y'all wouldn't really expound on it. Like I would have liked to see more about like the journal of Christopher Columbus. I would have liked to see more about what else was it? It was the journal and something else. Oh, and the settlements that were left by like Columbus's expeditions over here. JJ, I've noticed, or Mandinka, sorry, I noticed that you have brought up like the church, the Catholic Church and religion a few times as like a component of like what your opponent should have considered in his debate, but you didn't like expound on like what you wanted to see from that or what that like was about. It was kind of like mentioned maybe briefly twice or whatever, but I just would have liked to see more. Overall, I think this debate was neck and neck. I do think y'all each stood y'all grounds when it came to the Q&A. Like no one really backed down, but I feel like neither one of y'all were answering each other's questions in its totality. So I guess based on, I think just based on like debate organization, whose debate was more easy to follow and like concepts were easier for like the audience to follow along and grasp through all like the tangents and stuff that some y'all went on here and there. I think I will give the edge to Mr. Ortega.
All right. We like to hear that. I like how you explained yourself and then you broke it all the way down. All right, Honey and Tiffany, whichever one of y'all want to go second.
Oh, but I will like to say, I got to dip. Got to put my kids to bed. Got to get ready. So everyone, y'all have a good night. Stay blessed.
I really appreciate you for your time.
Appreciate you.
Right.
Thank you for your input. Thank you very much.
All right, Sister Tiffany or Sister Honey, y'all got the floor. Y'all got to unmute y'all mic.
I can go next. This is Tiffany, Random Info. I also think it was a good debate. I agree with Sage on a bunch of the stuff that she said. I feel like with Said, sometimes you were going off into something that JJ didn't say at all. And JJ sometimes was going on a rant as well. And some of the information, the sources weren't clear. But you both did a good job on both sides. So I kind of see it both ways. So it's hard for me to pick, but I'm going to have to give the edge, I guess, to Said as well.
All right. Appreciate that. Honey, you there? All right, you got the floor.
It's my turn. All right. So I think it was a good debate, kind of. Cedric, you showed like what pseudoscience is, what claims sound like, right? You showed like that Native Americans aren't African and all that other stuff, but none of that is like what the debate was about. It was supposed to be about Columbus coming to America before Africans. And you mentioned it was like a side note though, like you never actually showed us him coming here or anything, using the journals, using anything, any primary sources, nothing to show Columbus coming here before Africans, or like, you know, him, what he saw here, what happened, like nothing. We got none of that. We got mostly just that you think that Mandinka is pseudo, but you didn't actually prove anything. And then Mandinka Mali, you said a whole lot of things. Like you brought a few sources that you quoted, but most of your debate, you didn't show the source for the stuff that you brought. You was just saying stuff. And a lot of questions you asked, like referring to the Catholic Church and the Spanish people Spain being behind Columbus, like you didn't even address that. You just asked those questions and they moved on. You never went back to it. So even though I literally know, I know that Africans were not here before Christopher Columbus, I would have to give the debate to JJ because he was on topic. You know what I'm saying, with what he was saying. And a lot of his like stuff that I think is pseudo went unchecked. There you go.
All right, hey, appreciate that, honey. Appreciate your opinion. Hey man, we got a couple, and that was our judges right there. So that was our judges. Now we want to hear from the people. Before we hear from the people, Uncle Sid or Uncle Mandinka, do y'all want to say something real quick to what the judges said?
Yeah.
Real quick.
First,
hey, bro.
If you're making the claim that there's African genetics here, I'm going to establish that is a completely false claim when you're trying to prove that Africans were here first. So you establish by genetic evidence that there's no evidence for that. That was fundamental to JJ's claim. Furthermore, if we have a consensus which is established, if I can indicate the primary sources, where they are, what they are, I was not here to give a history lesson in Dhaka, going through the steps of Columbus actually being here. We have established evidence at every point you can reference that we know that African and European genetics begin to present themselves post-Columbus, which is post-1501. Columbus's arrival is established fact. There's no need for me to go, he saw the Indians and they look like this. This is just more documentation of an established fact. At this point, that would be a high school history lesson. So the consensus was established from the beginning. This was part of JJ's strategy, which was to put the burden of proof on the consensus science. This is rational. The consensus is not up for debate. JJ's claim is up for debate. JJ is claiming that Africans are here pre-Columbus. He
never brought the consensus.
All right, hold on.
Can I go? All right.
Hold on real quick. Hey, I'm gonna let Honey go and say what she gotta say, and then go ahead, Uncle Mandinka. Go ahead, Honey.
No, I was saying he was bringing, like what Cedric is saying, that's exactly how he debated, as if everybody knows the consensus and that everybody knows. Some people only know what JJ would bring it, right? So to you, it might be a high school history lesson, but in the debate, you have to bring it so people know this is the fact. When he's saying it's not, you can't assume everybody just knows the facts.
All right, hey, the room is full right now. So once you see it's 9 people up here, once you see somebody drop off, hurry up and click that link and we're gonna get you in. All right, JJ, you got the floor.
My turn. All right. So, like I say, man, I ain't gonna complain about it. The 3 judges that judge, I got 1, you got 2. Even though one of the judges fell off, I addressed that during the debate. Fell off, wasn't there the whole time, but we're gonna leave that alone. When y'all go back and watch this debate, you're gonna see who brought the information. You're gonna see. But hey, congratulations, you won on Paradigm Shift. But I know when we replay this on different platforms, the vote gonna be different. Are you?
All right. Sister Juju, click the link first. Aunt Juju, click the link first. Aunt Juju, you got the floor.
Nobody's on. Yeah, so yeah, this is wow. So I think I'm not gonna give him, of course, to me, Cedric took that debate because I think he proved the genetics. He definitely debunked JJ's claims of genetics. There's people in the chat that are smart that knows. We know how to fact check on point. JJ didn't show any sources. One source, and that source by Bortolini, and she's a woman, not a man. And JJ said it was a man. So I don't even know if he really even read the source thoroughly because the source didn't prove his claim. So I don't know. I understand the debate is about making a good argument, but are we dealing with facts here, or who gives a better show, or both? That would be my question to the
Can
judge.
I address her?
No.
Go ahead.
I'm not done.
Go ahead.
Yeah, she said go ahead and say your show.
I'm not
Mute
done.
her. Yeah,
I'm not done. I'm not done speaking. Why would I be muted?
Oh, hold on, JJ. It's not done.
God,
yeah, I'm gonna get you.
And the point was Africans over here before Columbus, not if Columbus existed. The goalpost was moved. I think that's a problem. You know, it's validated facts, and Cedric gave that to you. He gave you dates and he gave you primary sources with correct links for those sources. His references were correct. That's how you source up, you know. You can't just throw a name and say that's the source. That don't work like that. Like, you can verify these sources. If you verify these sources, you'll know that JJ lied on the sources. That's a problem. That's intellectual dishonesty. But
all right,
either way it goes, shout out to Cedric.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Juju. Go ahead.
It's all about the title of the debate. I don't care what y'all talk about before the debate. You cannot honestly get up here and say that Cedric proved that Christopher Columbus came here before Africans. What source did he bring? You proved my source. We ain't seen no source that present his case that say Christopher Columbus did this and did that.
You proved it.
For any of you to get up here,
Lucifer, I got you, hey, hold on, Uncle JJ. Hey, Lucifer, I got you, gang. I'm gonna let you speak. I got you. Trust me, I got you. Go ahead, Uncle JJ.
You sitting up here because you wrote the script for him. I know that part of it. Okay.
No, I didn't.
But anyway, I'm still talking. I let you talk.
Yeah, but you don't gotta lie. I didn't write anything.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Hey, he didn't show any methodology of how Christopher Columbus. Hey, meet your mic, bro. Thank you. He didn't show any methodology of how Christopher Columbus came over here.
That wasn't the debate. The debate was Christopher Columbus before Africa.
I can help do that. I can get this real perspective. Right, chill out. You didn't debate. Let me address what you said, and then we move on from you.
Right, because you don't want to debate. You ran to Cedric.
Oh, ma'am.
You call me a
get out of here. I'm gonna let you respond. Chill out. You all three of y'all had a chance. Now we're gonna take this debate to other. Listen, we're gonna take this debate to other platforms. Hey, what the judge that fell off gave you a vote? No, hey, remember when the judge fell off when you was on my platform? Remember, I said, guess what? Now we gotta take an audience. You remember? That's how you. That's okay. It's okay. I'm not mad about it, but what I'm upset about is the disrespect that Sister Juju's coming on here, the ad homs that you threw all through the debate. Cedric, you didn't make a case. You were supposed to prove. I thought we judged by titles. You didn't prove Christopher Columbus did anything. And I want you to answer this, Sister Juju. What source did he bring proving Christopher Columbus came over here before Africans? What?
In his opening.
His journal. In his opening.
Motherfuckers don't be paying attention, man.
Nobody is paying attention. I don't think people really
Fragments.
understand the
Fragments.
Hold on. A fragment? A fragment.
Hey, hold on, JJ. Hold on, JJ. Hold on. I don't want JJ and Aunt Juju going back and forth. We got too many people on the panel. Let's relax. Hold up. We're gonna bring you some backup. Uncle Larrell, you got the floor.
Hey, yo, what's up? It's your boy, Larrell Burns, also known as Anukat Correct, Naga World representative. Y'all know how we get down. Okay, so I watched this entire debate from top to bottom. I've been waiting on this debate, and so I thought it was a real good debate. It was fiery. It was real fiery. Here's the problem I have. First of all, JJ falsified he falsified Cedric's sources from the beginning. I guess nobody paid attention to that by bringing up the fact that most of the information that it was that he's bringing out that he could bring out about Columbus was already falsified because they were pseudo racist scientists, pseudo scholars back then. He had already falsified that. So that never got rebutted. When when it comes to a debate, I be looking for the rebuttals of what the other opponent says. Okay, the debate was never about if the Native Americans were Africans. That just wasn't the debate topic. The debate topics was, did Columbus come here before Africans, right? So there's enough circumstantial evidence to prove that there was an African presence here, regardless if that was 1,000 years ago or if it was 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago. There's enough circumstantial evidence to prove that. Now, whether it's concrete evidence is debatable, but it's still enough circumstantial evidence to raise reasonable doubt. You know what I'm saying? And so, like I said, in the end of the day, a lot of the things that JJ brought out in his debate was never rebutted. They were never rebutted. Now, I heard a lot of ad homs on both debaters. You know what I'm saying? And what would a good debate be without ad homs, right? But at the same time, the debate topic is what it is, and I still was looking for something concrete because I'm under the impression too that the whole Columbus story is a myth. We don't know if the shit real. We don't know if he actually is alive. How do you know if this is just another Santa Claus story that's baked up? I'm just saying we're dealing with people who have traditionally lied to everybody on the planet.
Oh man!
And so the fact that y'all will sit here and negate the traditional history of these people, the same people who made it illegal for you to learn, for you to have an education. And for some odd reason, you don't think that it is an agenda to push their neo-nationalistic ideologies. And you don't think that that's a real thing. So, I mean, like I said, I thought it was a good debate. Me personally, I thought it was a tie. I would rather see, another go at it because there was way more information that needed to be expounded on, bro. So I'm gonna just leave it there.
Hey, I appreciate your opinion. Uncle Sid, do you want to respond to him?
That there's a lot to unpack here. Again, first let's start with the claims. If from the opening round you're presented with his diary, you're presented with the records from the medical crew, you're presented which JJ affirmed the documents between the Spanish crown and Columbus himself. If illustrating that's the primary, you don't get more primary and unfiltered than these individuals' handwritings themselves. If that isn't sufficient to establish the fact of a 1492 to 1493 journey, nothing will be. Again, we needed to establish the consensus, which we did. I established the consensus. What is the consensus? Science says this: Columbus first contact. That's why nomenclature used in the debate, which JJ used, pre and post Columbia. What is pre? Prior to Columbus reaching the Americas. What's post? After Columbus reached the Americas. You're using that nomenclature in the debate, yet claim that is an established fact. This is retardedness. We established that clearly. Now, you're making the claim of genetic evidence, which JJ alluded to, the M2, which we understand is genetic noise. However, when we pull up the actual work of the geneticist, a claim JJ made, none, zero support his claim of a pre-Columbian migration. Maybe the information was a little bit too hard, but you dismantle his claims with actual evidence. Dr. Skur is an actual geneticist who done the work on the genetic makeup of the Americas. He's claiming in the Caribbean XYZ. Yeah. So you look to what does the genetic evidence indicate. He's bringing up genetic noise. He's bringing up genetic noise
We're not debating that.
Because there was no
You just running your mouth.
Yet,
genetic
hold up, bro. So is this
hold on. Mandinka. All right, Uncle said, land your plane.
Now let me go.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Relax. It's a line. Relax. All right. Uncle said, can you land your plane? Can you land your plane?
So again, when you're engaging in a debate, if someone makes a claim, they need to substantiate it. He makes claims of genetic, but yet shows nothing to substantiate it. I prove that there's no genetic markers or ancestry in the Americas. How do you do that? By exploring the people that are here. They would have to prove genetic admixture. Why we know that? Because post-Columbian presence, we have the evidence of genetic admixture. If we talk about the archaeological evidence of a settlement in Hispaniola, I do not need to further go and talk about the excavations and when they were done. We have the evidence. The claim is there is none. And
all right. Hold on. JJ, mute your mic, brother.
Yeah.
Hey,
let me finish.
Uncle Lareal. Hold up, no, brother, relax. Uncle Lareal, do you want to respond to what Uncle said just said?
Yeah, again, JJ, like I said, he falsified that for you, bro. In the beginning, he pointed out, like, if we could rewind back the tape, if we could rewind back the recording, you could see in the beginning of JJ's debate, he told you and he expressed that this stuff is pseudo and it's been cocked up by these scientists. And
hey, can y'all hear me? Hold up for a minute.
You know the exact information. And
read it real quick, Grim. All right, hey, Silent K, tell the world what you saw. Here we go.
What I saw, I mean, to me, I think you brought more information. I think, you know what I'm saying, you brought about the genetic, the haplogroups, you know what I'm saying? You couldn't prove that the African, that the European was here before the African.
Right.
He said the first African to ever touch soil on the United States was 1501. You see
right.
what I'm saying?
You
know, just what you said about Columbus, about the Columbus being buried in 3 places.
Right.
Which is something I just learned for the first time. Like, you brought new information. You see what I'm saying?
What are the needing the Peach and the Santa Maria? You got to show. If you say he came over and show that. Where's the proof of these documents? I asked him in the rebuttal round. I said, "Is there any proof of this diary?" He said, "No." All the stuff that I asked about Columbus, no. You see what I'm saying? I'm not trying. Hey, you know what? Congratulations to you. You won over there. I don't know why DMG went off like that, bro. I was main one. I'm looking on this brother platform. His Facebook, he ain't promoting your debate, your channel, none of that, bro. Would you want to act like that? Come on, bro. But you know, just what these guys do, they get you in debates where you got to go on the road and it's not neutral. I'm not complaining. I chose to go over there. I've been all my debates I've been in, not 98% of them, they've been on the road. So yeah, it's good. But like I say, we will review this information. And he said that he got a primary source of Christopher Columbus' journal. I already went over that in the debate, and I asked him in the question round. You see?
He said it was some fragments.
Fragments!
He said it was some fragments.
Come on.
And then you asked him about the contradictions, the inconsistencies.
Yeah.
You pointed out 3 of them. He said, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, and I don't know about that. I was like, damn, you won.
And how about this part? When I tried to answer his questions, what did he do?
Would you ask him what?
When I was trying to answer his questions, what did he do?
Oh, he said, stop.
Stop.
That's why I say really nobody really won the Q&A, but you won. I think you won all 3 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
I think you won the rounds. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say you won.
I want to know where did he prove that Christopher Columbus came over here? We talking about general consensus. Now, this is supposed to be about your own research and studies. If you can believe the Christopher Columbus narrative, but you can't believe the Mansa Musa Abakar the second tale.
Yeah.
What did that say about them over there?
Man, they had an agenda. It seems like to take down black black historians and black authors who brought that information to us that may have been wrong some places. They just want to tear him down. He called it Eurocentric and blackologist and all that, you know, and just uphold, I guess, what is he, whiteology? What is
Eurocentric. He would be Eurocentric.
He Eurocentric. So, I mean, shoot. He used all Eurocentric arguments, Eurocentric talking points. You see what I'm saying? You being innovative, bringing new information that ain't nobody talking about.
He ain't ready for that.
Need to be a new conversation. Why was Columbus buried in 3 different places? Where's he at?
Where at? They just chopped his body up, put him in 3 spots.
I'm not even against Columbus being able or being historical or not, but you know, you brought a new argument, so, and he didn't address it.
He didn't address nothing about the sickle cell.
He didn't address. You dropped like 30 sources on that. He didn't even address it. He just pontificated and just talk his regular talking points. Just a bunch of word salad, lip service.
Yeah,
and Cedric good at that. You know what I'm saying? I like Cedric. You know what I'm saying? I got nothing but love for the brother Cedric. You see what I'm saying? Honestly, I think you won the debate. You know what I'm saying? Because it's probably a whole bunch of other places you could have went.
Right.
You didn't go. So
you know. And then, you know, I asked before the debate, I said, well, who the judges? Oh, they want to do wait until the day comes. I said, well, one of these might be my ops. And sure as shit think Tiffany, I just got it. She got mad because Kamala Harris didn't win, and me and her just got into it. And I say it, and you just gonna keep her. I left her up there because I want to see if she's gonna be, you know, right. So I'm not complaining. That's my fault.
I'm finna pull that to a roar.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call it in a few minutes, bro.
All right, bro. Yep. All right, man. Like as y'all can see, man. Hey, what up, man? We got Silk in the building. What's going on, all right? What's going on? I'm live right now on Lions Den.
You still online?
Man, ain't over there, man. You see how they start trying to act, bro. I'm not, bro. After a while, like, no, okay, I see this. Now you letting all this flunkies come up and talk shit and super wavy with the program. Oh, hold up, JJ. Hold up. Why you letting Juju, all of them interrupt? Now, where's his primary source that said that he showed that Christopher Columbus' diary? I asked him about that. I asked him in the question and answer round. He didn't know nothing about none of that.
Like you had already falsified that shit.
Right.
I'm like, how y'all?
Yeah, it's like watching it. I saw it the way Honey saw it. That's what I saw. It was like JJ. It was like JJ pulled a classic Gaga move. You know what I'm saying? It had Cedric attacking everything they was arguing about in the back chat.
Yeah.
He didn't bring none of that shit to the debate.
Right. This nigga was, hey, look, it's first round, ladies and gentlemen.
Niggas don't understand like the debate shit. Like he straight pulled the motherfucking roping up on you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, JJ pulled the roping up on you, and he had you swinging at teeth. He had you swinging at all type of shit.
Man, you know.
I know what the fuck I just saw. And I'm not a dummy. I know how to read that information. And again, it's too many. And I tell these motherfuckers this shit all the time. If it's such concrete evidence, then why are they still debating it? If it's concrete fact, why are they still debating it?
All right. Mm-hmm.
Do they usually debate concrete facts?
Right.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like that shit gonna always be debated because the timelines is too skewed, right? And it's like, for the Barren Strait crossing don't match the evidence for the timeline of the people. You know what I'm saying? So it's always gonna be debated. And then they always try to make it like it was just one wave of migration in here coming across the Barren Strait, which just don't fit the actual truth. You know what I'm saying?
So let me ask you a question. When did this migration of these Europeans come over here to make their admixture relevant? When? I said you can't even show that before 1492. That's what I said. And he tried to twist it up to something else. Go ahead, bro.
He can't show it before Columbus for no Europeans.
That's what I told him.
And it's like, it's like
the genetic trace is irrelevant because it you know what I'm saying. Motherfucker could have popped up here and never fucked nobody, never stuck their dick in shit.
Okay, so if we skip that part,
but not only that, look, that's not what genetic noise is, neither.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I picked up on that when he said that shit too. I just didn't say nothing because I was pressed for time and there was a bunch of people.
Right.
But said a whole bunch of shit that sound intelligent, but to a nigga who understand words and understand synonyms, nigga, you wasn't saying shit.
That's a fact.
Yeah, because when he said that shit, I inboxed JJ. I Googled this shit and inboxed it to him so he could see the Google AI of how I laid that shit out. You know what I'm saying? It's like, nigga, if you'd have got that shit beforehand and you would have asked him, you know, how many different types of genetic noise is there and which one genetic noises are you talking about? I bet you couldn't answer the question.
Yeah, man. And I'm like, nigga, his first round was a whole crash out. Nigga,
it was
an entire crash out.
His
Nigga,
opening.
Had nothing to do with nothing JJ was talking about at all. That first round was fucking nothing, nigga. The third round, he actually tried to come with some information, but still none of it actually proved Christopher Columbus' voyage. And like I said, at the end of the day, it's still just a narrative. Like, we don't know if Christopher Columbus is real, nigga. So as far as we concerned, he just as real as Abu Bakari.
Right.
I mean, from my perspective, I mean, shit.
That's what I said.
It's just as much evidence of Abu Bakari as it is of Christopher Columbus.
That's what I said.
Christopher Columbus must be rolling over in one of them free graves. He buried it in the dog out there for 30 minutes.
But like I say, man, hey, look, I'm not even mad with this decision or nothing like that. You know,
it was a little exhibition and shit.
You know, I'm not even mad about none of that because I know different crowds gonna see it differently. Different judges gonna see it differently.
But bro, I think you should rock out with that shit, dog, until somebody can really prove it wrong, because it got a fucking crowd. I mean, if you're trying to you're trying to get your brand to take on right now, them niggas got a crowd, and that's all they talking about on TikTok, every social media platform. That's what they talking about.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's Africans versus Americans, and it's like, bro, I had to unfriend an African host, nigga, and I'm pro-African behind that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like when they hear shit that trigger them, they automatically try to lump you into the pretendium box when you're not even on the shit they own. You know what I'm saying? They saying they're not African. They saying they're not African. We saying, look, we African, but to deny this shit is a part of our culture, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sister Kina, right? You take it with a grain of salt. Hey, hold on real quick. You know, hey, no, hold on real quick, because we lied. Like I said, you know, it's all, you know, the understanding of the information. Some of this information they just weren't ready for. You're gonna get so much out in a 20-minute debate. You know, I addressed and touched a lot of topics.
The way Honey called it, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no matter how factual the shit Cedric was bringing or how incorrect the shit was that you brought, it's like, he ain't rebut shit you said. And it's like, bro, a lot of the shit he was arguing, he was making straw man argument. It was like, damn, I don't remember JJ saying this in the debate.
Doing that from the beginning of the debate.
That shit in the back check. But it's like, nigga, you gotta actually rebut the arguments that's being made in the debate.
All right, you can't.
And if you are attacking arguments that your opponent not making, then I can't say you won a debate, because it's like you created a debate in your head. The debate is yourself.
And apparently the judges didn't see that. I pointed that out as a seasoned debater. You know, you know, each round he was trying to be ahead of me and thinking I'm gonna bring this scholar up and this geneticist up that I talked about when we didn't even get in the ring.
Nah, he got hit with the classic rope dope. Nigga, he had you swinging at Ghost and shit like that, and you fell for it. Like nigga JJ, nigga, that's what I saw it, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Classic Naga shit right there.
I seen it, bro. I'm like, man, this nigga doing the classic Naga move because he arguing all this shit that he ain't arguing nothing JJ brought. Right. It's like you all the shit y'all arguing the bag check.
Right. Hey, I've been doing that, man. Putting out information, you don't had to prepare for that. He was bringing those sources. Right. Man, come on, man.
This debate 101. This is one of the first tricks you heard.
What'd you say, Sister Honey Clark?
AJ definitely capitalized on the fact that Cedric don't know how to build an offense.
Yeah.
His whole debate was on debate debunking something. He's supposed to be proving something. Not debunking. And then they telling me like, well, he proved that. I said he said himself he didn't prove it. When he talked back to me after I said that, he said, well, I didn't bring that because that was already common sense. That's just already known. It's not known. You're supposed to bring that in this debate. That's the shit you're supposed to bring. All the evidence that's on your side, you brought none of it.
He said he had a primary source of Christopher Columbus' diary. I asked her that in the question round. Where it at? Did we forget that fast? I can rewind it right now. And you can see that I asked him that question. He said he don't know where it's at. Come on, man. You know.
All he did was say he knew the name of it. And that's what I'm saying. You said that you knew the name of it. You didn't read from it. You didn't say, well, when he got here, it was this, that, and the other. Whatever. You brought no claim. You brought nothing. So that was the only thing. Like, I totally disagree with JJ's stance. But if I'm only judging on the debate, on what's being brought, you didn't bring shit.
That's right.
To show what
you may not agree with my stance. Hey, but goddamn it, who performed the best? Goddamn it, who? Yeah.
Huh?
Go ahead, Anu.
Oh no, you performed the best. You was the best debater.
What you just described, honey, is the perfect way to judge a debate. You know what I'm saying? For real, that's what you judging the debate off of. The argument that's presented. It's like, bruh. First of all, the title was "Did Columbus come to the Americas before Africans?" That means that you have to prove not only did Columbus come to the Americas, that he came before Africans. You know what I'm saying? And it's like that's two things you gotta prove. And the fact that you agreed on this title feel like Africans came. You know what I'm saying? Now, and it's like then they put the onus on you to have
something.
The circumstantial evidence that they're gonna bring, that he can bring forward to the table to prove that Africans came here that predate Columbus. You know what I'm saying? It's like the more that mount without you refuting or even touching that shit.
To me, that's where the dagger was at. It was like, okay, he bought out the textiles, he bought out the weapons, he bought out the metallurgy analysis about the fucking the artifacts. Nigga, you never touched on that shit.
None of that.
Never rebutted shit. And in a debate like that, that's most definitely some shit you supposed to shoot the fuck down. I'm just saying, like, to me that was critical.
What DMG do? Oh, hey, man, you can't talk about my debater. My judge that fell off. All right, shout out to Sister Karima. Hold up, real quick. Yes, you can. Every debater's going to see, man, wait a minute, this person fell off. What the hell we doing? Uncle West even... Come on, man.
Arguing that Native Americans ain't, we're not Native Americans. That's not the argument being made. You know?
Yeah.
That's not the argument being made at all. So it's like, that's how I saw the debate. It's like you try to make the argument that we wasn't Native Americans, so we wasn't here before Columbus.
Yeah.
But he not, it's not the Native.
You broke up, Ruben.
I'm saying the debate is not centered around whether the Native Americans came before Columbus, nor whether or not African Americans are Native Americans.
Damn right.
Or whether JJ was pseudo or not.
Yeah, whether it's pseudo or not, that's just not that's not what we're debating in this with that title.
Well, goddamn it, Cedric was pseudo. Hey, when did he show us anything about Christopher Columbus? Where? When?
Not at all. Not at all.
Not at all. Even if I had a little pseudo in me, that y'all say my peers said I had a little pseudo. Goddamn it! What did he bring? Goddamn it! Not a goddamn thing. And then for me to get cussed out because I said something about the judge at the end, it's bullshit. I ain't even mad at you, DMG. Hey, brother, I still love you. Thank you for letting me be on the debate.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I hated for it to go there because DMG, bro, he do try to make it as fair as possible. I ain't gonna lie.
I just said the chick fell asleep, and I pointed it out. I pointed it out to my wife. I said, "Damn, she out off the stage. Where's she at?" It's all good though, you know. And then she was one of my ops, you know. I ain't gonna lie. Me and her just got into a heated thing about in the back chat a couple of times about Trump and Kamala Harris. Come on, man. Stop it, man. Hey, we gotta pick better. We gotta pick some better. Hey, we need to pick some elders of the community to judge debates like this. That's all I'm saying.
Judging based on a debate.
I accept my loss. I accept that. That just make me a stronger debater.
No, that wasn't judging based on a debate because if they was,
hold on, let Sister Creamer go.
If they was judging based on
real quick, we got let Sister Creamer say something.
If they was judging based on the debate, then they would have judged fairly and still would have said you won based on the fact that it's supposed to be proven that he was here before the Africans, which he did not even touch grounds on. He made his debates really about you. And if they was judging clearly, you know, they would have been like, at least you stuck to the topic of, you know, proving that Africans did exist somewhat up out here. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's what
how this shit just magically poof, get over here. Nigga, come on, man. And then you ain't show no European tools before 1492. No, nothing. Nigga, we want to see something from you. And we didn't get to see that. Go ahead, Craig. We got what's his name?
Yeah, but I just felt like, you know, don't put that on DMG and Paradigm Shift because he always try to make it as possible as
I never did, bro. Bro, listen, I never did, bro. But what I'm saying is, I would like it more elderly type people in the community. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And especially not nobody that just got into it with. That don't. I said fuck it, let it go. I said fuck it, let it go. So that was on me. But really, I wanted some you know, more people as well studied in this. I see the community as judges because this is an important debate to me. You see what I'm saying?
It is an important debate, and it's a debate that's gonna keep being had because everybody try to attack the argument that, you know, from this. They try to attack it the same way Cedric do, and it's always like it's never addressing the actual argument. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's never addressing. It's always addressing. Oh, y'all not Native Americans. Okay, that's not the claim that's being made. It's always addressing where Columbus came. Oh, we know that. That's why is it whether or not he came before the Africans. It's like y'all want to deny all of this circumstantial evidence. Not even deny. Not even address the circumstantial evidence. Not even address none of it.
It just completely negated. They don't even.
Yeah, it just completely negated.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's true.
That part.
It's like,
come on, man.
You gotta at least address that in order to defeat the argument. You gotta address all of this circumstantial evidence.
I feel like I did all the work and didn't get rewarded.
There's reasonable doubt present that the Africans came before Columbus.
And that's all I'm saying is once
it's already and the reasonable doubt is already established from that. Like all for common knowledge. If you like these niggas claim to be the pseudo killers and scientists, well, you should know that the archaeological evidence of human habitation predate the Bering Strait crossing. You know what I'm saying?
Talk about it.
Yeah. So if the archaeological evidence of human habitation in the Americas predate the Bering Strait crossing than who was here before the Bering Strait crossing.
Yeah, I think they fell asleep on the sources. I think all the judges fell asleep.
I don't know who picked the judges, Marquise. You know
They
they.
were not aware of the information that he was
Hold on,
presenting.
Kareem talking real quick. Hold up. I got
think-
y'all on the phone. and then I'm on the.
I think
if
the
y'all want to jump
judges
on the
fell
link,
asleep.
we got a link over in the lines there if y'all want to jump on. But
I think the judges fell asleep when it came to the sources because
Huh?
the sources went over their
You
head
got
because
the link?
they couldn't even really cite the information.
yeah, go ahead, Sister Kareem.
They couldn't even recite the information that you was presenting. It was like, okay, you were saying all this, but this information that he was saying was pertaining to his case, proving that the Africans did exist over here before them. So it's like, what is they judging? But Honey, the only one that actually kind of stick to the fact and seeing that like truly, you know what I mean?
Hold on, so I'm gonna drop the link so y'all can jump on.
I mean, not only did he present reasonable doubt of whether or not the Africans beat him over here, he presented reasonable doubt whether or not Christopher Columbus exists.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
Man, this is why they call me 7,000, man. I'm 4,000 light years ahead of Andre. They ain't ready for that type of
Question whether or not this
information.
nigga a man. It's like, which one of them? He might be on to some shit, nigga. Where he at? I'm going to
I mean, they gonna look.
I'm going to look it up and see which one of these three graves this nigga buried in.
They in three different spots.
No, clearly they kept saying that Cedric didn't prove anything. So how did he win?
Yeah, even the judges say he didn't prove nothing, but they voted for him.
To prove your case in order to win. He just can't prove it just because you're friends with him and he sounds good and he's articulate information, all good. But if he did not prove his case, then he did not win. And it came out of each judge's mouth that he did not prove it. So therefore he should not win. You know what I mean?
I don't know what type of judgment's going on there. I don't know. Hey, when I judge the debate, I'm going to show you. This is what he did in the first round, ladies and gentlemen. Even when I'm hosting a debate like I did with Tazariak and Sarnetta, I was writing down their battle points. But this is what he said. And this is what he said. Not these characters that call themselves judging an important debate like this. You hear me?
Yeah, I mean, you had too many haters on that one, bro.
Oh man.
She said she was taking down notes of your stuff, JJ. She claims she got 2 pages of words. I think she lying.
I said, bro, I ain't gonna lie. You know what? Our voice came up there and showed you love, bro. And he kind of made.
What did he say?
Man, the way she was flipping them pages, she didn't have nothing on them pages. She didn't have enough information on them
Hold
pages.
on, 2 of y'all talking at a time. Hold up, Ruben, real quick.
Agree with your stance.
I can hear.
Hold on, let me. Hey, look. Let me get y'all on the panel. Yeah, Kareem, I'm finna send in the link. So y'all keep talking.
Okay.
Eric, go ahead. Go ahead, mad scientist.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick. Because whoever said that she had enough information, I heard her flipping them pages. And if you had enough information on them pages you was flip, it wouldn't be flip. It should have been flip, okay, read some shit, and then flip again. She was flipping and talking. No, we don't do that. Hello.
Hey, yeah, we know the setup. Hey, Eric, mad scientist, go ahead and talk so I can get these guys on here.
Yeah. I ain't been on here for long, real quick.
What you think?
Yeah, I want to say, man, you won. I'm gonna say I don't understand how you can judge and say a person didn't stay on topic, that a person didn't prove anything, and then say he won, right? Secondly, the questionnaire, I think you destroyed them in the questionnaire because you was asking them to prove certain things like the votes. You was asking them to prove. I like how you asked them the Columbus and the Mansa Musa thing to show that he actually choosing European science and history over Black history.
Yeah.
I agree that they was trying to dismantle all Black scholarship,
right,
and push the European scholar. Even the dude in the I guess it was the dude in your shoe, like he said elf the elders. This is what this man said to
Yeah,
Trump. He said
that's
elf them.
how he be in the back
You
chat.
see what I'm saying? And
Because he's mad. See, listen, let me say something real quick. He's
yeah.
mad because, it's what's called that PTDS. After, he was thinking he was part of the 12 tribes of Israel, and he was running around claiming that he's from the tribe of Issachar. Then he found out that, Hispanics and Mexicans had their own culture. They doing something different. They ain't got nothing to do with nobody over there in Israel. So he been hurt ever since and been trying to attack Black scholars. Just like Unc, Garfield, Cedric, Juju, they all have an agenda.
Yeah.
They are Eurocentric fanatics.
And to point out that I believe Christian Columbus is a straight myth, because where I'm from, you know what I'm saying, I try to tell people, man, they still teach. I even talked to a school teacher, and I was like, they still teach that Christopher Columbus came to North America, and she was like, "You're right. We still have to teach that in elementary school. So they already set you up in elementary school for myths on this man that he came out with." I had to argue with a dude that went to college that Christopher Columbus didn't come to North America. You see what I'm saying? So, and like you said, I'm glad you pointed out that he was in 3 different spots, because I had just read that today. Actually, they found his body, and there's 3 places that's trying to claim that they got him. that
3
they got
different
his
spots,
body in the
y'all.
grave. You see what I'm
Come
saying?
on,
So
man.
yeah, like all that shit is a
Yeah,
myth,
she
man.
came
They
around
trying
and said,
to
I hate
push
my
it.
gums because they Black. Look at that.
Exactly. And people got to understand the laws they pass. They got to understand a lot of stuff. You'll believe in these same people who put you through a lot, who change laws to destroy your nationality, to not get you to understand who you are. You think now today they will start telling you everything about yourself and where you came from? This bull. You see what I'm saying? So we had to start keep listening. We had to listen to our elders and listen to the new people like us that's coming out trying to get the right information, and stop letting them tell you, don't listen to them, go listen to these Europeans that been lying to us the whole time. And that's what we got to not do, because we fall into that, man, they're going to erase our history, and we ain't going to have no history. We going to have anything.
None.
It could just be what they tell us. They already doing it right now. They already erasing Indian history. They already erasing. They trying to erase. They trying to take 9 Black major figures out of history. They took I forgot what it's called. They took race theory out of schools. So I'm trying to tell you, they're trying to get rid of all that shit. They trying to make it seem like slavery didn't. I mean, the slave trade didn't happen. Slavery didn't happen. None of that stuff. The Native Americans, shit. They taking everything away. You know what I'm saying? They trying to push their own narrative. And we got to understand how they whitewash a lot of stuff. They doing it all the way to. When I talk about, let's go to Australia. When I talk about people about Australia, nobody knows about them Black people that's indigenous in Australia. When the first thing they think is Europeans, because this is how they set the
Pacific
history to be.
migration routes.
Yes, you see what I'm saying. So I'm proud of you, man. I love the information you put out. You know what I'm saying. Keep doing it. Just don't, you got to watch the platforms you're going. I always tell people, I tell y'all said the same thing. You got to watch play. I can feel the environment when you went in there. I can see every time Cedric stopped, they was like, damn, like they was trying to make it seem like he was, more forceful with his stuff. I can see it, you know what I'm saying? So I already knew it was gonna happen from the beginning, but so long, peace, so long, man.
Hey, what you say? You already knew what was gonna happen, family. I missed that
I mean,
part.
I already knew that it was. I mean, I don't want to say it. I only.
Yeah, it was a
kind of felt
goddamn
like it was a
setup.
set. Kind of felt
The
like it was a
GOAT,
setup, man. I
the
mean,
champ. Goddamn right it was. I ain't
that's what
mad.
it felt like. I mean, I
Hey,
can
I ain't
feel the
mad at you,
environment
Auntie
every time Sid
Craig
stopped.
and Super Wavy. You know what?
Yeah.
Because well, none of you chumps debate me on a goddamn other platform besides that little goddamn eggshell over there.
Yeah, I mean, every time I seen Sid stop, you could just go back. You could hear DMG say, "Damn," he gonna do that shit the whole time. Like every time Sid stops his presentation, he's like, "Damn," and try to push it. And when you do it, he don't do that. And I can tell. And I just seen little certain things like that, how they was pushing certain things. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. A couple people I beat up over there, Sean and Corey. They all kumbaya together over there. I see you over there in the audience. Jashub, he's a runner. You know, all that little click over there, man.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, come on, bro. Juju.
But yeah, like again, I don't understand. Like as a judge, like if I'm judging, you know, because I don't judge Planned Parenthood debates, man. And as a judge, if I tell you you ain't proved nothing,
how you vote for them?
You was off topic the whole time.
How you prove
how
for
the
them?
hell do you win? Like how do you say I still choose you? I just don't understand that.
Mm-hmm. I ain't mad about it. I know my information was way better than his. Go ahead, Indigenous Black Man. We got him on the phone. Go ahead, bro.
Peace out, though, man. I'm about to go. I got to work in the morning. All right, peace.
Peace, brother. So what's going on, everybody? Here we are again dealing with the monkey-minded nincompoop.
Right.
Who, you know, really don't know history, like talking about it. You know what I'm saying? You know, if we would have brought up St. Augustine, you know, the first settlement in America was by the Spanish. Wasn't by Columbus. That was in Florida. That's the first settlement. The second settlement came in North Carolina on the island. Third settlement was Jamestown. You know, some people will start at Plymouth Rock not knowing their history because, see, we don't have a lot of people out here teaching true history. So when we get to boats and ships and shipbuilding, we're talking about Hannibal. Okay, Hannibal had boats and a navy. Rome didn't even have a navy at the time when Hannibal was fighting. So when they defeated Hannibal, they took Hannibal's shipbuilding skills to create their boats. So, you know, like I said, you have people, you always want to big up the colonizers as you put our ancestors down, like I always been saying for years. I told these guys, you know, we fight for theirs and kill our own. That's what they want to do.
Right.
They want to fight for these people. They want to fight for theirs and kill ours.
Right.
You know, put us down and have us fighting against each other when there's no accountability for these wicked, whitewashing, racist, scientific, and systematic racism that they're promoting, like Darwin and
eugenics
and all these things.
Talking about Margaret Sanger, it was a hero. These are the type of individuals we dealing with over there at the pseudo killers.
Right.
And they little flunky, subgroups.
That's it. That's it. And it's a bunch of pseudoscience with no real science backing it up. When they're telling, you know, and this is what I'm saying when you're talking about the boats. How could Hannibal, the Phoenicians, let's just say the Phoenicians, okay? The Phoenicians were sailing the oceans, and I guess they were just, you know, how were they navigating? You know what I'm saying? They were navigating by the stars, like you were saying. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But for these guys to come in and what? Shit. You know, 200 BC, when they first finally start getting boats, Rome, you know, the Catholics and all them, because ain't that where he comes from? Rome. So they took their boat building skills from not only the boat building skills, but the alphabet too. But, you know, I mean,
and then she said, yeah, I want to hear more that you said about the Catholic Church. What? That ain't I threw it out there. Why do I gotta keep for what?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Poor judgment. Yeah, your judges suck over there. Now I said it, except Honey Clark. Them other two, I don't know where the hell you found them. Yeah, go watch it again, Mac Tip. You'll see.
They had the time to, you know, group up and set a plan to where, you know, they'll have more people come into the chat, you know, because you know, I mean, I know, JJ, you very influential and you have a following, but when it comes, you know what I'm saying, to, you know, showing up for the debate, they, you know, they were organized. But you could tell they were organized behind this. The Juju and Unc and all them came.
Yeah.
And ain't none of them really got nothing to say.
They try to set me up like I was young Dolph. That's what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not blaming DMG. I'm blaming the pseudo killers for their actions.
No, I'm blaming DMG for how you try to come at me at the end, bro. Because I said something about the chick fell off. She was off for at least a good 5-6 minutes. We gonna show it. I don't care about she watching. Now that's an old trick. Hey, Uncle West, when you and Tahuti debated over here, and he won, one of the judges fell asleep or something like that. I said, okay, Tahuti won the judges, but okay. So, but you complain about that. We went to a poll vote, and you won that one. So both of them won that debate. I acted like I'm Solomon. Split the baby. You didn't see me cry. I just said, she fell off, bro.
Well, you can't expect them to act like us, JJ, because they have an agenda.
Yeah, they got an agenda.
And like I said,
all that shit was planned.
After all these years that people have been telling you that is some bullshit, it's scientific racism, it's systematic racism. I've been telling them, you've been telling them, other people has been telling them for years. And they continue on with that same narrative. So it's like I said, they're like Puff Daddy. Can't stop, won't stop. They ain't gonna stop the lies. They ain't gonna stop promoting the colonizer. They ain't gonna stop putting the colonizers over top of our ancestors when it comes to the knowledge that they went and sat at the feet of our ancestors to learn through the Greeks.
Yeah.
With their philosophy bullshit. You know what I'm saying? With their, in psychology, because psych is a new word, so you know what I'm saying? But they'll try to throw all this out there, all these isms that they're so far in love with.
Hey, did you see how he got destroyed in the question round, bro? He didn't know nothing about Columbus. Can we rewind that part and replay that real quick? You ain't gonna be able to play my stuff on your platform. As to that, look, I shared that debate to every one of my friends on my friend list. Everyone got it. If you got it, everybody got it. Then I went to the Lions Den. Then I went to the all my groups on Facebook, all the back chat groups. Only to try to get set up by these niggas who've been hating for a long time. Oh, bro. Ain't no competition.
Plans for your black ass.
Yeah, I don't got a plan. You can't replay it neither. Oh, man, come on, man. DMG, don't be like that, man.
When I heard Tiffany and Juju and Unc, I was like, oh, shit, this is
come on. You ran for me. Juju, stop it. You didn't want the debate. Unc didn't want the debate. What's his name? Then they got people taking over and trying to silence me during the after show and all that. Man, get up out of here. Get up out of here, man. Hey, you got all through some of your rankings, you got old Lions Den debaters over there.
Yeah.
Your top ranking, Neo Love. Come on, man. That's Lions Den over here, bro.
They mad at JJ. He got this old Lions Den people over there that got grudges against JJ. So
not Neo, but maybe the rest of them. Well, they got Neo number one. Look, you can't even breed your produce your own number ones, nigga. Get up out of here. You paid homage. You said you mimicked the way we did shit over here. Well, guess what? We don't do shit like that at the end of the debate. Somebody got to complain with it. Hey, I said, okay, well, one of the judges fell off. Like one time, Terry was good for falling asleep. I said, God damn, Terry, you done fell asleep? Now I got to go to some kind of poll or something. You see? Yeah, come on, man.
Well, see, like I said, this is what, this is the same stuff that I've been dealing with them when over there on biases. I had the deal. I had to fight against him, Sosa, Sheffrin, Google Scholars, 2Ps, all of them, all the time. And I would just beat them up because, like I said, all the stuff that they say don't hold no weight. If you really do, put some time and research in, like you said, there was a couple things that you could have added. You know what I mean? You could have just washed them. But, like I said,
you know what?
You had it down to a science to where what you wanted to do, and that was perfect because, like I said, you went over a lot of things that he couldn't explain. Or he would say, their favorite saying is, it didn't exist.
Right.
That's their favorite saying.
Now, hold on. Well, stop. It didn't stop. Now, what did he present to me that I can be like, well, damn, I can't explain that? What?
don't even remember anything he presented that you could really look up.
And then here come the cleanup team. Yeah, JJ didn't bring swords, and they want to let her try to talk jazzy to me. Don't want to let me address it. All that is part of the plan. This blueprint been out, so I never started that blueprint.
Sway the audience the way
Come
you
on,
want
man.
to go.
Stop playing with us. I've been dealing with that.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
That's it.
And then, like I say,
in this community, you got to be used to it dealing in this community, because any platform you go to, it seems like they have their followers, and you know they're going to vote however the host says, regardless of whether the person was wrong or right. If the host, the person that they're following, whether it be Sidnet or DMG or the pseudo killers or whoever show it is. You know,
you trying to hold on? You disrespected paradigm shift, bro. We already got past that. Where we been into the past, we come to this agreement to do this debate, and now you back on that shit, bro. But if you really want to know the truth, your promoters over there suck. You suck as a promoter, nigga. I got 60 people can see them goddamn debates that you have. I can get that many people going to fucking sleep on Facebook, nigga. Fuck wrong with you, man?
And I was going to tell Solar come get his shuckle up. That last round that y'all did, the questions, I thought he was going to, you know.
Yeah, he did, yeah. You see him? Come on, bro. He called this the huckabuck. He didn't call it the hucker pear buck, whatever, man. Come on, bro.
The knuckle tuck.
Goddamn chimps. G playing, bro. Don't try to. He running. How the fuck I'm running? I'm trying to talk. You niggas steady running your fucking mouth. Nigga, get the fuck up out of here. Not for be a part of that clown act. No, that's not how you do debates. That's not how you judge them. You got people falling asleep. You got them not explaining why they did this and what each round. No, but I knew that was expected. I'm gonna be honest.
They were just icing on the cake at the end.
Marquise, ain't nobody made up with no goddamn Takori. Takori is a
JJ lost. Hold up, to push that message that JJ lost further to their, you know, contemporaries or their followers or whatever you want to call them. You know what I'm saying? They're making sure that message sticks.
Well, guess what?
JJ lost.
But guess what? All we gotta do is replay the information.
Yeah.
That's all we gotta do.
What do I always say? The truth does not have to be validated to ignorance. Just because your stupid ass don't believe it, don't make it any less true.
Yeah.
And that's what it is with
hey, if you was Takari Marquise, would you try to, you'd be mad at me too if you got beat up 79% to goddamn it, whatever percent he got over there.
21.
Nigga, go ahead, man. Takari is a troll.
I don't even know. I hear him going off sometimes. The last time I heard Takori, I stopped in listening to Judah, and he was talking about I don't know, he shut a certain platform down. He's the one who did it. He's the one who's
he be snitching.
You know, the top platform.
He calling police and making false reports. Why you take that dude serious, man? But like I say, man, I want to replay. Hey, Kareem, can you back up the tape? I want to replay this question round, and y'all see this.
But let me say this. Let me say this real quick, JJ.
Yeah.
That's beef tube. That's beef tube shit, man. Is that seeking into the conscious community now?
What's that?
We're gonna start doxing each other and calling each other's jobs and trying, and trying to mess up their life. Is that where shit's going? Because
he started disrespecting my wife in the audience over there today. I told him, just block that dumbass nigga. He ain't got nobody.
You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah. I said, babe, just block him. It's Corey bogus as hell, man. Like
taking it way too far. He got shit to do with
nobody else but you. Don't be mad at us. Don't be mad because most of us men got some kind of woman to support them. The fuck?
Yeah.
Nigga, you got destroyed and beat up. Bad. All right, let's go back to the question rounds. Since I started first. Now watch how he handled this.
Peace and love, Kareem. Thank you, Kareem.
Hey, it did black man.
Goddamn well. Hey, Cedric got his ass whooped. Hey, Kareem, start the question round. Watch this, y'all. This nigga could answer shit.
Yeah,
you call back and hang out.
JJ said, this is my clean lead, y'all.
Come on.
All right, peace out. We gonna
enough. He said that's enough. Are there any inconsistencies in the Columbus diary?
What inconsistency are you talking about? The fact that the diary
you don't ask the question.
The diary exists already established.
Bro, stop there real quick.
So there might be inconsistency.
You don't ask me no questions, that nigga, in the question round. The hell going on? All right, go, Kareem. Please and thank you. Oh, bro.
But you would have to elaborate.
Hold on, Uncle Ted. Hold on,
man. What are we doing?
Let him clarify. Go ahead, Uncle JJ.
Yeah, man. Now, there are inconsistencies in the Columbus diary, but you say they're not, so I'm gonna prove that wrong. What is the letter? What is the letter of the sovereigns? What's this?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Letter of sovereigns, a document written by Columbus. Supposedly it's 1493. But we also know that he know nothing about how you supposed to be defending it and show. These are questions that need to be answered if you're trying to prove that Christopher Columbus did anything, sir. Come on, bro. Come on, man. I keep going, Sister Kareem. It's not real. So
Columbus didn't write the document. Yes, you're claiming.
Where can we find this document?
What are you claiming?
Where can we find this document? Oh, stop there. Stop there. Now, where can we find this document? Now, remember at the end, he said he got a primary proof of this document. You see what I'm saying? Hey, Takori, I do take that L over there. I ain't gonna have a mental breakdown like you, but I'm still gonna review the information to the people. Yes, the three out of the three judges, one voted for me, two didn't. I get over it. I move on in life. Unless he want to continue with this kind of conversation and take it elsewhere, and then we continue to build on the information. That's all it is, bro. I don't have meltdowns like you and start doing falsifying information and getting disrespecting people, women, and all this type of goofy shit you do. Let's go, Kareem. This is Kareem. Go ahead.
Don't know, but if you say that Columbus write the document, you're providing us with yet more substantiation.
Where can we find the document? Hey, Wavy, this ain't how you moderate. You tell them to be quiet during the time. You don't ask me questions, Cedric. Look, now, as you can see, what is the Toscanelli map? What's that, sir?
What's that? JJ.
Okay, stop. This map. Stop, but he don't even know nothing about the maps. How are you supposed to prove your guy came over here? You can't even show the evidence of the map. Is it authentic? None of that. Oh, let's go, Kareem. This guy is full of bullshit. Columbus by the Italian cartographer Poco Toscanelli, which supposedly showed him this route. See, so if you can't even prove none of this, I'm gonna keep it with questions. Can you prove Columbus route? Watch this to America. Look.
Can I prove it? It's documented.
Okay, next question. All right. What is the Capitulations of Santa Fe?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, the Capitulations of Santa Fe is a document that outlines the agreement between Columbus and the Spanish monarchs. You're supposed to be there. Listen, you're supposed to be providing evidence for it. But is it authentic, Cedric? These are some of the things that you're supposed to be presenting to the people. It's not authentic. Let's go. Let's go, Kareem.
Bro, just for the evidence.
Quiet. Hey, John, just pay attention to this. Pay attention to this, how I act during my time when it's time for me to answer. All right? Now, so he don't even know what so look at this. Okay. All right. Hold up. You want more Columbus questions? Okay. Is there any evidence that there is a Columbus map? Is it authentic? No. What's this?
I wouldn't know why there would need to be a Columbus map.
Stop. I wouldn't know. Well, how you if you don't know that there's an authentic map, how the hell are you up here trying to defend this? But I guess the judges must have fell asleep on this part. I brought up more about this Christopher Columbus situation than he did. Inquiring minds want to know these certain things, Cedric, when you're trying to defend that this mythological character came over here from any African president. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Go ahead, Sister Karima. Okay, all right, thank you, sir. There's no conclusive evidence of this Columbus map, but we'll keep going. Why is Columbus buried in 3 different places? Oh,
stop there. I would never think someone is buried in 3 different places.
Study the methodologies. Oh, you spit it. I think you might have passed it up. He didn't even know that they got him buried in 3 different places. What the hell going on? Hey, Mac, tell
as if his work has been confirmed. Do you can you question is indicative of your utter ignorance?
Okay, that's enough. If you're going to answer this, are you going to answer it? Yes or no? Go back a little bit more, Karima. Yeah,
Can I prove it? It's documented.
Let's show how ignorant this dude is. All right. What is the capitulations of Santa Fe? What's that?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, Capitulation of Santa Fe is a document that outlines the agreement between Columbus and the Spanish monarchs. You're supposed to be, listen, you're supposed to be providing evidence, but it's not authentic.
Just for the evidence.
Hey, Uncle Sid, relax.
Hey, judges, pay attention to this. Pay attention to this, how I act during my time when it's time for me to answer. All right? Now, so he don't even know what so look at this. Okay, all right, hold up. You want more Columbus questions? Okay. Is there any evidence that that there is a Columbus map? Is it authentic?
I wouldn't know why there would need to be a Columbus map.
Look at this guy. Thank you, sir. There's no conclusive evidence of this Columbus map, but we'll keep going. Why is Columbus buried in 3 different places?
That would you assume. I would never think someone is buried in 3 different places.
Okay, well,
I would have no idea why you would claim that.
Okay, so now I'm claiming it. No. Okay, so now I got to educate the audience. The Cathedral of Seville has them in Spain? Look. 3 different locations, y'all.
Allowing him to ask the questions, without really getting interrupted. Like the man wouldn't even let you speak. Like he wouldn't even let you get 2 words out without saying that out.
Right, but you see, I let him elaborate. These are my questions, and then watch his part. Right, watch his part. Oh. Yeah, watch this, y'all. To Korea, nobody had no mental breakdown, man. It is what it is. Hey, 2 votes to 1. Got him over in Havana in Cuba, and they got him in San Domingo in the San Domingo Cathedral in Dominican Republic. So let me ask you this: did they split his body up in 3?
Again, you're making a claim. Okay. I wouldn't make those suggestions. So I don't.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Did you prove that there was conclusive evidence that Christopher Columbus came to the Americas before Africans in this debate?
I think you did. We established, first of all, what a primary source is, which is Columbus's diary, which you made reference to yourself. I indicated where it is. It was transcribed. We have evidence from people on the ship, the medical doctor, Albert, who documented the expedition. This is first time. You referenced just now the documents.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's good enough. That's good enough.
And Columbus. These are first-hand accounts.
Hey, super wavy, bro.
Columbus being an actual
bro, that's good enough. All right. So where is this authentic document located, Cedric? Watch this, y'all.
Which one of the documents?
Give me a location.
Which one of the documents?
Okay. Let's skip that one. He said they're authentic. Okay. All right. Did you in this debate prove that the Columbus haplogroup was here before 1492?
This question is indicative of your utter ignorance.
Okay, that's enough. If you're going to answer this, are you going to answer it? Yes or no?
I'm answering your question. So
okay, that was it. Okay.
There would be no way. You asked me the question, allow me to answer.
Bro, that's it. You call me ignorant. Hey, judges, look how he's acting during the question and answer round. He's doing ad-hoc. Now, how about, did Europeans have a concept of ocean depths before Africans? Yes or no?
What was the question again?
Did Europeans have a better concept of ocean depth before Africans?
Of ocean depth or depth?
Depths.
The question is irrelevant, even if the
okay, all right. Thank you. Did they? All right. So did they have thorough knowledge of ocean currents and patterns, Europeans, before
prior to them being able to get around the horn? No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard that. Stop there, Karima. All right, let's keep going. Stop there. All right. Stop there. Rewind that a little bit, yo. Rewind that just a couple of seconds. Listen to him. He just admitted they didn't even have this technology. Listen.
Which one of the documents?
You might want to too far, but that's okay. It was like a 4 minute. So are you saying in front of the audience that the African haplogroup a little bit Kareem, like 3?
So a ship of that age.
No, the African haplogroup in America or the European? Which one was here first? Watch this.
The African haplogroup and the European haplogroups all oppose 1501. That is coincide with the commencement of the African slave trade.
So he said that the African and the European came at the 1501 because he's trying to say. What'd you say?
At the same time.
Oh, you understand? Yeah, Karina. Listen, Karina, I ain't see you up there. Sakina Rod. Come on now. Look at this guy. Did you hear what he said? I will laugh at him too.
Peace, Queen Karima. I want to say that first.
1501. Yeah, said you need a cough drop. God damn it.
Peace, sis.
What do you think about that answer? They both came at the same time.
At the same time, and I want to say that's what he had to say, right? Because if you want to, because DNA came at this part, right? And to prove Columbus and DNA, and that's why I said what I said, because in order to take it with a grain of salt, that's either you salty or you ain't salty enough, right? And so are you mad or no? And that's what salty is, right? And so when you hit on the trans-Pacific slave trade, this is something that they don't say.
Trans-Pacific migration. Before, this is before, Not the slave trade.
Listen to me. Yeah. What you talking about, that was not a trade. You talking about a migration. That happened, but after that happened, right, there was a slave trade. So what you talking about was before Columbus, and then after that happened, when people already got here, because what you're talking about, that also incorporated what they call Native Americans. And so if you have Native Americans as well as Europeans, then again, who was here first? Because this was not the Americas. So if you had Africans coming over and other Native or indigenous people, then everybody here coming this way was not from here. So that included us. So everybody that came here one time or another. Some stayed. So yes, that was, and you proved that. So before the Europeans got here, yes, you answered that. So after that, there was a trans-Pacific slave trade. Then there was the transatlantic slave trade. You hit on all of that. And this is the underplay for the overlay that they don't even know about, or maybe they just flip it under the rug and you hit on it. And this is where people get disgruntled, because if they don't know, then you slow. Right. So congratulations to you one more again.
And peace to the panel.
Peace to you. And so when you don't stay in one Bible, you know, and this is one thing I love about Sister Karima, when you don't stay in one Bible and you travel outside of that and you be in all these different religions and carrying on, you find out something. And then when you find out something, you can't say it didn't happen over there, because now you outside your square. And when you outside your square, you're in a bigger circle. And then you find out everybody in your circle ain't in your square.
Well, guess what,
Now,
Sister real quick.
Let me go next after you, brother.
Hold up, brother, real quick. I went into his science circle, and he don't respect science.
Right, but then you find out that everybody in your circle ain't in your square. And what's your square? That's your house. And the circle is this global world. So everybody in your circle ain't in your square. Now you outside your square, right? And you're in the circle. Just keep that in mind. And with that, I'm going to say, I love y'all. Shimmy Hotep. I've been up all night with y'all.
Oh, you didn't give us the assessment. Oh, you did say who won today. Yeah.
Yes, I am. I'm old. And I can't keep up with y'all. But I kept up long enough, okay? And so I'm going to try to get over here more, right? But I just got my voice back. I just got over a cold. And I got to work on some stuff for my own channel. But I love y'all much.
All right, peace.
Love you too, sis.
All right.
Love you too. Thank you.
All right. Peace and blessings.
Yeah, the blueprint. Yeah.
And respectfully, one thing I know the sister just left, but I did want to correct one thing. There were actually, there is evidence of Aboriginal Americans that are indigenous to the Americas, such as the Luzia woman, that's Luzia woman, and Naya, Niai. And these two particular remains were found of Aboriginal Americans that have no traces to Africa or Asia or Europe. They are indigenous to the Americas. So it's inaccurate to say that there were no indigenous people in the Americas and that all of the people in the Americas are the result of migration, respectfully.
You know, that was a debate topic, right? We understand there was indigenous people here, but we trying to figure out it was the race. Was Africans had more earlier contact with them before these Europeans? That was the title of the debate. And
Yeah,
also said Christopher Columbus.
Of course.
So now,
well, brother, let me address that part. Well, I was addressing what the sister said before she left. Now I'm gonna get you the debate topic. With all due respect, brother, the reason, in my humble opinion, as a viewer, the reason I think that you lost is because you didn't focus on the Moorish navigators that assisted Columbus in getting to the U.S. You didn't bring up, and I'm saying with all due respect, you didn't focus on Astabanico, who literally translated for the Spaniards. He translated for Columbus. If you would have stood
about
on
navigation, bro. Did you not pay attention?
But that's my point. But you ran
I did
around
a whole
though.
55 minutes on navigation.
But you're not listening, brother. You should have stayed right there. Because the question is,
cover, bro.
Well, I'm not trying to argue with you, but let me just say this. This is how you would have checkmated them. All you had to do was ask them repeatedly and didn't let them run from this. All you had to do was ask, all right, if the Europeans arrived in the Americas before Africans, then why is it that the Moors literally were the translators for the Spaniards? How did the Moors learn Native American languages if they had never been here to the Americas?
Okay, let me retract for a minute. In the debate, did I not talk about Europeans being late to navigational techniques, and I showed earlier techniques of Africans, and so I mean, we all know that the Moors, you know, taught the Spaniards, you know, different stuff, bro.
Exactly.
We
The
know
point
that.
is, you should have stayed there, though, brother. You
I had
shouldn't
to
have
stay
made.
there, man. Okay, so what about
All
what
right.
about the test that, you know? I mean, if you think I should have, man, maybe next time when I
Yeah,
get
you
in one
should
of
have
these
stayed
debates.
there, brother.
Okay, now let me ask you this: what source or reference did he bring up to prove his case about Christopher Columbus coming here?
Brother, I'm not even making the claim that he proved anything. What I'm saying is, you didn't prove your case because all you had to do was stay on that one particular point. If the Spanish arrived in the Americas before the Moors, then why were the Moors the navigators that assisted the Spaniards for getting here? If the Spaniards, all right, go ahead, make your point. I can tell you
ask
want
you
to talk.
this. Let me ask you this.
Wait, hold on. We're not gonna brush past the question that was asked. First of all, hold on. You just asked him because he just said you lost. So when you're making a statement saying somebody lost, it's not based on what you wanted him to present. That's dead. And how many times you hear what you should have brought? No, this is not your debate. It's their debate. So you have to focus on the information that both parties.
And the result was that he lost, right?
Hold on.
Yeah, that was a result over there.
Don't get the interrupted me. You had your chance.
That was a result.
To troll. So let me continue because that's all you just did. You ain't present no real argument about what he lost against besides what you wanted him to bring.
Right.
Okay. And then you sit there and you didn't even say anything about his opponent because when you saying somebody lost against somebody, you're basing your opinion off of the information that was brought, not your biased opinion about what you already know. Okay, because that's not what the debate about. Bring what y'all already know. No, you're supposed to set that aside, even though it, you know what I mean. You might have won on what you would have did wrong or what you would have debated on, but that's not the case. You're supposed to come up here judging what both parties presented and what what they should have stick to on their arguments, their presentation, whatever. Not what you should have brought and what I would have did and all that. No, that's not. I mean, it's okay to say, you should have brought this, but you're making an argument and saying he lost based on the fact that he brought what you wanted to bring.
No, that was the judgment.
A whole hour's worth of my information, and I lost the debate because I didn't bring up about the Moors enough. Even though I touched on it, I didn't bring up enough in his eyes. I'm asking him. No, I'm saying. So what did Cedric prove to him, showing Christopher Columbus came here?
Right, and that's my last thing.
What science did he use, sir? Go ahead.
And that was my last thing.
Yeah,
you can't brush past that. You came in here with your feelings about what he should have present, but let's stick to the topic at hand and what both of them, what he lost to him on and what he brought to the table to win on. That's what you're supposed to do.
You never respond.
Thank
all
you.
right. And it's not about my feelings at all. They voted that he lost. It has nothing to do with my feelings.
It is because if you said they, then that's not based on you. Okay. So you just brought in somebody else's feelings about what somebody else did. So there you go again. So let's not be sarcastic for you get kicked off and let's deal with it. Because you're not gonna,
I want him to.
I don't know because we're not gonna play these games and be sarcastic and all that because I know who I'm dealing with right now. This is a typical come up here and play games type of person. And I try to allow him for once to come up here and try to be fair and judge fairly. But I see that's never going to happen as long as I bring them to the table. Like, come on now. And what you're not going to do is go back and forth with me.
Yeah,
you're going back and forth with me.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you what I observed of what
bro,
you just said.
Ride out so we can go, bro.
You definitely going to have to. This is he trolls every time. He always against everything that comes up here. And it's always about migration and what he wants and he always wants us to speak on what he wants to bring to the table. That's always his conversation. It don't matter what the topic is. He always wanted to bring up his topic and his argument some type of way. Continue.
All right. So let's continue with this as he failed miserably in the question and answer part. Watch this.
He felt miserable when he got to talking about they said that you come on now.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah. All right, good. Okay, whoa. So are you saying in front of the audience that the African haplogroup and the Christopher Columbus haplogroup came here at the same time? No, that's not what this is about. So I'm asking you, which one came here first? Watch this.
Do I need to repeat my answer?
Yes, sir. Watch this.
Okay, the first African presence in the Americas is noted at 1501. An individual named Juan Jorido. He was with the Spanish as part of their expedition. That is the first known African in the Americas.
Sir, I asked you the African haplogroup. No, I'm gonna ask you again. Which came here first? I'm representing the EM2. What happened? Here's my question. What haplogroup are you representing for Christopher Columbus? Which one for this debate?
I have no idea what that question is.
Look at this. All right. Hold up, gentlemen. Hold up, sis. Which story is more? I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. These people are supposed to be the epitome of science. You see? Well, Mulatu rights activist, bro. You cannot come up here and say somebody lost, and then we ask you what did he bring out, and you say, well, you didn't talk enough about the Moors. I didn't talk enough. I might have pointed it out, but it wasn't enough for you. Which I'm cool.
No, he did not say, he just say that. He said, I don't want to, he brushed that off. Like he brushed that conversation off like that wasn't the topic, and him discussion about the other brother win is irrelevant. Like, come on now. The freak is wrong with this fool?
Yeah. So, you know, we always got to recap, slow the information down, and see what was really presented. You know?
He said, they said. He said they. So his judgment is based off of what they said. Come on now.
Yeah, all right, let's keep going.
Yeah, he's a troll. He comes up here and just try to change the topic, change the narrative. It don't matter what discussion it is. That's why I try to really not have him on the show. But, you know, I'll be trying to give him a fair chance to at least try to be on the topic at hand. But this brother would never.
Yeah, Mulatto, you win some, you lose some. I'm not crying about it. But what I'm doing is just let's look it over. Let's look at the information. The whole thing is about a certain learning experience, and the whole thing is about look how he performed.
You ain't even say much. Now you crying. See, he's over here regurgitating everything he hear on some negative side to regurgitate it to you. So don't pay attention to him.
Let's keep going.
This brother can't even state his reason why he feel you lost for real. Besides what he feel you should bro. No, y'all didn't come in here together. I don't believe y'all had a discussion before the show talking about bring this and present this. And he can present it. Okay? The frick is wrong with you?
Hey, bro. If you go look at this before the debate, I already mentioned that stuff, bro. I already threw that out there. Say nothing, you know. That's keep bringing. Everybody bring up the Moors. I'm bringing up a different there, but everybody, come on, bro. We know that's a fact. We get you on that, but I mean, come on. All right, Chris, let's continue. Valid. How about this? Which story is more valid? Christopher Columbus voyage, or the story to tell that Mansa Musa told about Abercrombie II? Which one would be more valid? Stop there for this guy.
The one that has the evidence.
Is that not connected to the Moors? The Moors and the Mali Empire? Is that not connected? There go another point I brought out about him, sir. Huh? Let's see which one he say. All right, thank you. What evidence have you brought?
We have already.
Okay, listen, bro. Get him. What evidence have you brought to prove that Christopher Columbus came to the Americas. Where is the ships? Can you tell me where the ships are located? Stop there. Stop there.
There is no need for us to.
Look, yes or no? Can you stop there? There's no need. Mulatto rights activists. There's no need for him to show where these ships should be in museums. And then he said they got destroyed in the sea. Where? There's no proof of that. Where? Let's keep going, Karima. Tell me where the ships are.
Yes.
Where?
So a ship of that age.
No, where's okay, go ahead.
Primarily from wood would have decayed.
No, where's Christopher Columbus ship? Nina, the Pinta, and the Santorina. Where they at?
Of course, these ships.
No ship, no goddamn voyage.
These ships were destroyed in the voyage.
Tell me where they were destroyed at. Where? What location?
What location? In the ocean. In the ocean. That's where ships are destroyed.
Okay, so you can't tell me where?
In the ocean, I just did.
Where in the ocean?
In the ocean, the Caribbean.
Next to Elvis and SpongeBob? Where in the ocean?
In the Caribbean Sea.
What? Where?
In the Caribbean Sea.
Okay, where? Okay, so in the Caribbean Sea, ladies and gentlemen, can you disprove that the anchors they found over in the Americas, in Brazil, these anchors that belong to the Mali Empire, can you prove that they were not connected to the Mali Empire? But what methodology would you use?
First, you would have to point me to a location where we can.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on, I got one more before my.
We have a museum.
That's cool. Location. You're right. Now, give us a location. Hold up. All right, Karima. Now give us a location. Yeah, keep going. Of the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Give us one. Where? Where they capsize at? Go.
If you expect wooden ships to exist after 500 years, that's an indication of your ignorance.
You have. So can you tell us once again? Did you prove that Europeans, Columbus haplogroup came to the Americas before an Afro haplogroup? Go ahead.
Again, that is a very ignorant question to assume that a haplogroup that came with a particular individual you would find prior to that existence.
All right, Tom. All right, Uncle DMT, you there? All right.
I'm here.
All right, Uncle Sid, we're gonna start when you're ready.
All right,
okay, JJ. I'm gonna start with your last question. How would you expect to find European genetics before Columbus came to the Americas? Prior to Columbus coming to the Americas, there was no new and old world contact. So how would you expect for there to be a shred of evidence for something that would not exist?
Okay, thank you. All right. So, am I still on? Can y'all hear me? Let's see y'all. Can you still hear me? Listen.
We hear you.
All right, I want to turn my camera on. Hold up. All right. So, how we find out dates and times is called geochemical analysis, radiocarbon dating. Stop.
You're trying to answer the question.
He don't want me to get into it, y'all.
So I'm going to reiterate my question.
Reiterate, sir.
European genetics arrive in the Americas at the point that Europeans arrive. You are asking us to present Europeans
right there. Stop right there.
To Europeans in
stop right there, Karima. We know this, that they came around European colonization. I'm showing you that they came late. You have to prove that your European markers came before the African European markers. And that's how you prove who come here first. I mean, what are we doing? Karima, what are we doing?
I don't know what we doing. Ask Mulatto. The fuck?
He's talking about the Moors.
Since he won.
Yeah. I mean, if you go look at the audience when it was on, some say I won, some say he won, but according to the judges, it was 2-1. I accept that.
Yeah, you definitely can't win if you're not proving your point and you stick it to another situation. Okay.
Yeah, but it is what it is. That's how you
Yeah,
know.
they're doing exactly what he's doing, which is just voting because they like a person and they dislike a person. Because there's no way if we just basing it off of information, there's no way.
I mean, come on. I need to see some of the. He didn't know none of the Christopher Columbus questions. He never heard none of that.
His debate was about you, okay? He made a whole presentation. He made a whole presentation.
Like,
his
sorry.
arguments was about you. His presentations was about you and your information. He even made you the source. Like, let's be real.
All right, let's keep going. Look at this guy. Watch this.
You're asking us to present European genetics prior to the European genetics being in the Americas. How
and
is
you can't do
even
that.
a relevant question?
Okay, so the narrative, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let me rephrase it right. The narrative is did Europeans come to the America or Columbus come to the Americas?
Well, again, okay, thank you.
So
That means. Stop. It's my time to ask the question.
Right.
Not
you don't want that. Come on, man. I'm not doing like well, I never. If I didn't hear it, but I'm trying to elaborate and get into my answer. Let's keep going, Kareem.
So what I just illustrated is the ignorance in even asking that question, because you wouldn't be able to have European genetics prior to Columbus because it's pre and post Columbus. Now, JJ, can you point us or indicate to us in which museum we can find artifacts like the anchor you're speaking about?
Okay. No, I haven't researched the anchors, but I have researched, like they do have in a museum. I didn't look that up as part of my debate.
Stop.
But,
So you made stop. Okay, thank you very much. So you made a claim about anchors, and you actually have no evidence for where these anchors located, which I indicated during my debate that these are fabricated sources.
Did you ask the question, sir, or you just keep talking?
Shush, it's my time. So I'm doing what I want with my time.
No, you got to ask questions.
JJ, don't interrupt him. It's his time.
So we've established that there's no credible evidence for that either. You made a claim about yams, about food. Now, we've totally dismantled that claim. How do you stand behind the claim?
Stop right there. I made a claim about yams during the preliminary. I said foods. I didn't bring up yams. I didn't say that once in the debate because we already talked about that before the debate. And they tried to say, well, there's two different types of yams. One is here and one is over there. Well, the research I did, the ones that they looked at come from over there, like okra and things of that nature. So now I'm seeing to the point where it's getting to the point where, okay, I see what I'm doing. JJ is his time, all that. Let's keep going.
I'm asking you a question. I'm being sarcastic. I'm not really asking you a question, but I'm doing what your boy doing, just talking, because that's exactly what the freak he was just doing, talking. So I'm not really asking you a question.
Of yams when we know by genetic evidence that which yams are indigenous to the Americas and when West African yams were brought to the Americas. We have scientific evidence for that.
Right there.
So how do you continue?
Okay, now did you show your evidence of your so-called indigenous land yams to America? Even there's something I didn't even argue about. I didn't say nothing about yams. I said there's different foods that we got. You never heard me mention that. Through the whole debate, when he started off, he was making arguments that I didn't even make. And I pointed that out. Let's keep going.
Continuously make that claim.
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during this debate, I mentioned food, coins, textiles. I never, if you go back and retract, I never specifically in this debate said anything about yams. Once again,
in his opening slides, you can clearly
see. I pointed out all through the debate the arguments that you're making. I haven't even mentioned, and now he wants me to stop. All right, let's keep going.
see the food source he was referencing was yams. You realize that he has no evidence for the yams. Now he's running away from that claim, which was actually presented. Now, JJ, you're making claims of African clothing and material in the Americas, yet you present us with no evidence for how this transoceanic voyage could have been made. Present us with some actual evidence, archaeological evidence, and a source where we can find the means by which this transatlantic slave voyage was made.
All right, we're gonna do. Okay, so can I share my screen, or are you just gonna cut me up before I share my screen?
No, you don't need to share your screen.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna answer the best I can. With I see what he's doing. He don't.
Right. See, what I noticed is you presented an argument in a preliminary, right?
Yeah.
And kind of like a decoy. You presented an argument for him to touch down on. He made a whole presentation on this argument.
I know.
And then you basically derailed him because that's not where you what stand you presented tonight. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like,
yeah,
it's crazy where he didn't even notice that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Or the judges didn't notice it. It's okay. Let's keep
they
going.
didn't care about none of that. They already had they
oh yeah. Well, I seen Tiffany up there. Oh, okay. This
they already had it.
They already had it, and oh boy had it. I'm gonna tell JJ off at the end. All this shit. Let's keep it going. I won't let me talk. So I can't even share my screen to answer this question, right? But through the Canary Currents, there's possibilities of them following Stop. They asked me how did they get there, and I'm trying to tell him about the Canary Currents, and he continues to say stop.
Is the reason why he keeps saying stop is because your answer is lining up with facts. You don't want anybody to actually hear, the information that's based on it. He don't think you know, but when you start with the information, he see where you're going with it. He wants you to stop because he don't want anybody else to hear it.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go.
I asked you for archaeological evidence of the means by which this transoceanic voyage could have been made. So then, yet again, you start on some non sequitur which doesn't support your arguments. You made the claim and doubled down after I demonstrated by peer-reviewed sources how Ivan van Sertima was debunked. He himself made it.
Right there, Karima. Now, he brought up Ivan van Sertima before I even brought him up in this debate. And then he never proved who debunked Ivan van Sertima. Who? What part of his research? You just lying. His work has been challenged, but not debunked. Renuku Rashid's work has been challenged, but not rebuked. There's several people building off their studies and their research. Let's keep going, Karima.
Clear that his whole work was based on speculation. Why would you lie to the people still and tell them that his work has never been debunked or refuted?
You gotta unmute your mic, Uncle JJ. You gotta unmute your mic, Uncle JJ. We can't hear you. You gotta unmute your mic.
JJ, unmute your mic.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so now I can pull up my phone and show you Ivan van Sertima, Renuku Rashidi have been challenged.
Stop. Okay, good. You're wasting the people's time.
How can I answer the question and you're not even letting me elaborate? When I asked you questions, the first thing that came out of your mouth, I don't know. You came with ad homs. You came with, you didn't even try to get into it, bro. All right, go ahead, Colonel. Please. Thank you
very much. Thank you very much. I do not need you to insist on lying. Everybody saw clearly, right, that he has been refuted and debunked by peer-reviewed academic work and by multiple sources. It was clear on the screen for everyone to see. Where you admitted you do not care what I say. So do not make that regurgent claim. That is completely dishonest. You're intellectually dishonest. Now, you present your work in such a ridiculous fashion by presenting these sources, Bartoli, as if his work has been confirmed. Do you, can you provide us with a peer review source for his work?
Yes, I can provide that. But
Not
the sources. I just asked me to provide it. You cut me off.
Stop, because
look at this. He cannot shut up. If you ask me a question to provide and I say yes, what's the next step in this situation? Are you supposed to keep running your mouth, or are you supposed to wait for me to present the source, the peer review article? Let's keep going, Kramer.
No, we ain't about to keep it going. Yeah, the judge based on this right here. Yeah. She judged based on this, talking about no, you shouldn't even spoke on this part right here. You shouldn't even made this part of a decision, which you laughed about it and really didn't touch down on it. It's because you couldn't, once you noticed that the party that you agreed won really was acting a fool in this back and forth. And I don't understand why the person that's running this didn't give y'all at least enough time to, present it, like 30 seconds or something like that. Why was it just, like this? I'm not understanding.
I said up to 1 minute. I said, can we at least get up to 1 minute to answer? You see?
Yeah, 1 minute, something. Why wasn't that? That was ridiculous. That was.
Then you had Wretched Craig coming in, and can we exit, quit one round, and sounding all drunk. Like, come on.
He was interrupting you when you was asking questions, constantly interrupting you, and you have to ask whatever his name, Wavy,
Super Wavy, yeah,
a couple of times, getting control of him.
You seen that? People seen it. I'm gonna re-show this somewhere else. We're gonna see. Everybody's seeing your nonsense, bro. You didn't even handle this part right. All right, Chris, let's go.
Because I know you're lying. We just need you on record. We just needed you on record having committed a lie, because what you presented was the claims he made, and in your own presentation it stated clearly that his methodology is flawed and his work is not peer review. In my opening, I addressed the fact that you are disqualified from doing such. Why did you insist on still bringing a claim that is unsupported by peer review work? Why would you be disingenuous in this debate? That's my question to you.
Watch this.
You gotta unmute your mic, Uncle JJ.
Watch this. Got this. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as you can see, for me to be disingenuous in this debate, that means I would have to be off topic. I addressed my situation as far as proving African DNA has been over. He has not proved anything about Christopher Columbus. All those questions I asked about Christopher Columbus, you should have been knowing these.
Okay, stop. Okay, thank you very much.
The lack of intelligence
process information. Thank you very much. Do you know genetic noises? Can you explain to the audience what genetic noise is?
No, I don't know that right now. Go ahead.
Okay, so you make claims of EM2 genetics in the Americas, and you actually put the percentages up there, which are between 0 to 2%. Do you understand what genetic noise is, and how shared genetic ancestry can contribute to those minimal numbers in a genetic profile? The misuse of that data proves the disingenuousness when you did not even know what genetic noise means. So go ahead, answer the question.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers that I put up were markers and indicators.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Of genetic information.
I do not need you to speak any further. Again, you even don't know what you're presenting to the people. This is the disingenuousness I'm talking about, because you present numbers and you do not even know what genetic noise represents. And now that you've been caught out there naked, you're laughing, hey. But again, this is a testament to your disingenuousness. Right? Now, my final question to you. Why Why would you sit up here and lie to the people presenting sources that are not vetted, don't exist, or either incredibly false? Why would you insist on presenting a commentary like sickle cells when in my first round I proved that the work by Dr. Clyde Winters is not accepted widely because the same genes does not prove said haplogroup,
real quick.
and we know that environmental pressures.
Now, when I talked about sickle cell, I never brought up Clyde Winters' study on sickle cell. I brought up Bortonelli when he was crying about, JJ, you ain't bring no sources. I said, here go mine. Where's yours to help you with your case? He never done that. Go ahead, Kermit.
Can produce the same genetic outcome. Why would you lie to the people and tell them that that was not already disproved? Go ahead.
Okay. Now, when you say I lied, that's speculative. You haven't proved anything in this debate. You already said it. You can't even believe him. He said this is his last question, so now I get to run out this 30 seconds. As y'all see, ladies and gentlemen, in this question and answer round, who reigns supreme? Who's superior? Who addressed good questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I told you. You said you would be quiet.
Thank you. Stop. Be quiet. So you notice that he couldn't even answer this simple question honestly. In my opening round, I addressed you can't use the word from Dr. Clyde Winters. He tries to sneak it in at the end of the debate. That's completely disingenuous.
And that is the time. Damn. Listen. This was a hell of a debate. At this time, Super Wavy, I am really going to completely leave it over to you, my brother. Please introduce the judges and all of that good stuff. Let the people know where the after show is. Gentlemen,
we don't get a close out.
We get a
5-minute closing.
Yeah. Listen, I'm just making my exit and giving my man some final instructions. Y'all still gonna do y'all thing. So I want to thank both of y'all for coming on. As y'all know, it is the late night hours, and everybody who watch my channel know.
Can we get to the judge part?
The late night hours.
Let's get to the judge part because we gonna break this video down in different series.
We're gonna hear from the queens, man.
This is a lot of information that was out there.
We got Honey in the building, we got in the building, and we got Sage in the building. Y'all can introduce yourselves, and we definitely want to hear y'all input. These are the judges for tonight. Let's hear from the judges. Honey, Sage, and Tiffany, whichever one of y'all can go first. It's up to y'all. Yeah, y'all gotta unmute y'all mic. All y'all mics muted. Hey man, I ain't gonna lie, man. This chat is amazing, man. I never seen the chat so 50-50. The chat is riding with both sides. All right, Honey, you got the floor. You there, Honey? You gotta unmute your mic again.
Yeah, they was out for like at least 40 minutes.
Chat was crazy, man. I got the chat saying Uncle West watched the first round, then he blocked Cedric. Man, we got a Sarum Car and Sabio going back and forth. But okay, so we got Sage. Sage, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right,
Can you hear me? Good. I would just like to say thank you, gentlemen, for coming here and debating. Thank you all for participating and putting your best foot forward. First and foremost, I would like to get into like the opening. I think that both of y'all did pretty well with presenting to us what you were like going to debate, what points you were going to touch on. Things
Kareem,
like
stop
that,
right there.
With the round.
Sister, what did he present about proving Christopher Columbus came here? African.
That's just something normal somebody will say.
Where the hell they found you at?
That's just a normal start off. Come on now.
What in the hell? And DMG, you call these competent judges? You goddamn right I'm gonna say something. Now, she better show us a breakdown of why this and that. Not just on her feelings. Let's keep going.
Yeah, that's a normal intro that a person would say. Both of y'all did great, both of y'all, but okay, where's the but?
All right, let's keep going.
I feel like sometimes the topic wasn't always like touched on like fully. Like Mr.
Stop. The topic is, did Christopher Columbus come to the Americas before Africans, ma'am? How many times did I elaborate?
You kept making it known. You kept making it over and over known and kept sticking to it.
Yep. What kind of judge is this? DMG.
And we have to go over the debate too, because
oh yeah, we're gonna do that tomorrow. Right. Let's keep it going. Look at this judge, man.
Ortega, I feel like at times, instead of arguing, were Africans here pre-Columbus, you were like debating like were Africans like Native Americans or something.
Stop.
I just don't
Stop.
I think that
Stop. That was what he was saying.
no, that's and she's trying to make it seem like it was you. Like
I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. But yeah. Yes, Marquise, it was biased. It was a setup. We know this. We know this. We know this. Look. Come on. That's his point. What are you talking about? Let's go. This is ridiculous. Let's go.
that was like the topic all the way. And I just felt like both of you could have used your time more wisely to present more information about the evidence that you had. Like y'all would like touch on it, but y'all wouldn't really expound on it. Like I would have liked to see more about like the journal of Christopher Columbus. I would have liked to see more about
Stop. Who responsibility to bring the Journal of Columbus, ladies and gentlemen? Mine or Cedric's?
Cedric, her whole thing was more of Christopher Columbus. She wanted to see more of Christopher Columbus. That's not his case. So if you see more of the other, then maybe you judge wrong.
Man. And then you got the nerve to get on my case because the other one over here that voted with the R, she fell off during the damn debate for about 10 minutes. I'm gonna show that part. Oh, she showed me that she was watching. No notes, nothing. Man, come on, man, stop it. All right, let's go. Look at this judge, y'all.
Oh no, you're gonna hear the notes. You're gonna hear the notes, but you're gonna hear it passing over like she couldn't even read her own stuff. Like, watch, you gonna hear it.
That's the other girl, I think. I don't know. One of them pretending like you're supposed to show your note. Hey, you see me when I judge something, I'm showing it. Go ahead.
And something else. Oh, and the settlements that were left by like Columbus's expeditions over here.
Stop.
JJ.
Stop. Where is it? So that's my responsibility too?
Yes. Hold on. You should have let her finish first and then say stop, because she made it seem like you're supposed to present something about Christopher. Okay, let's hear this part a little bit and then say stop.
Notice, or Mandinka, sorry, I noticed that you have brought up like the church, the Catholic Church and religion a
You
few
go back.
times
You gotta go back a little bit,
as
Karima.
like a component of like your.
Yeah, because she didn't get to that part yet.
Yeah, not yet. You want me to keep going? Or you wanted to say something?
No, I was saying, yeah, I think you went too far back. I mean, too far ahead. All right, go ahead.
No, I just unpaused it.
Okay, go ahead. Look at it. Look at it. Look at this joke.
What your opponent should have considered in his debate, but you didn't like expound on like what you wanted to see from that or what that like was about. It was kind of like mentioned maybe briefly twice or whatever, but I just would have liked to see more. Overall, I think this debate was neck and neck. I do think y'all each stood y'all grounds when it came to the Q&A. Like no one really backed down, but I feel like neither one of y'all were answering each other's questions in like in its totality.
Wow. Wow.
Now that's what I wanted to say. Okay. How can someone answer a question when someone's stopping them from answering the question? You shouldn't have never said anything about that. When clearly you seen this dude was doing too much when it comes to letting somebody even answer the question. Okay. And then he said, I just want you to make yourself look like a fool. Like, at least let him repeat his answer and then say, okay, I want, he just already, asking questions just to stop you. So I don't understand why she even judged that part, because you was trying and he wasn't letting you, and you was allowing him to answer the question, but you wasn't allowing him to be ad homs and being sarcastic and doing all that type of stuff. So
right.
I don't think she judged that part right.
She ain't judged none of it right. She trying to judge me on some stuff that he supposed to provide, a journal, European
right.
European establishments. That's his part. This is why we had to slow things down, DMG. You call this a fair judgment? Come on, man. Let's keep going.
So I guess based on, I think just based on like debate organization, whose debate was more easy to follow and like concepts were easier for like the audience to follow along and grasp through all like the tangents and stuff that some y'all went on here and there. I think I will give the edge to Mr. Ortega.
All right. We like to hear that. I like how you explained yourself, and then you.
Stop it. All right. All this that you were looking for, young lady, the information that you want to see more was supposed to be presented by Cedric. All right. So next time you do a debate, make sure you know the person who's responsible for showing what information. But go ahead. We give these new people chances, but I don't think in a debate like this, these newbies should have even been up here. We don't even know. We don't see them nowhere on these panels doing presentations, talking about different topics. But it is what it is. All right, let's go to the next one.
You broke it all the way down. All right, Honey and Tiffany, whichever one of y'all want to go second.
But I will like to say, I got to dip. Got to put my kids to bed. Got to get ready. So everyone, y'all have a good night. Stay blessed.
I really appreciate you for your time.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you for your input. Thank you very much.
All right, Sister Tiffany or Sister Honey, y'all got the floor. Y'all got to unmute y'all mic.
I can go next. This is Tiffany, Random Info. I also think it was a good debate. I agree with Sage on a bunch of the stuff that she said. I feel like with Said, sometimes you were going off into something that JJ didn't say at all.
Stop. When you judge a debate, that carries a lot of weight because he's doing straw man arguments, Tiffany. Every round he did that. You didn't see me do that. What do you think about that part, Karima?
I mean, it was obvious you kept saying it and repeating it. So she couldn't help but to repeat that because you actually was trying to help him stay on point.
Right.
And you kept letting him know that he was saying things that you were saying. So she actually quoting what you said.
Right. All right, let's keep going.
And JJ sometimes was going on a rant as well. And some of the information, the sources weren't clear. But
do you hear the page turn? Okay. It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, she reading notes. We listening. Why she keep turning and turn? We supposed to be hearing something on these pages, okay?
Here's shit. Empty pages.
You both did a good job on both sides, so I kind of see it both ways. So it's hard for me to pick, but I'm gonna have to give the edge, I guess, to Ced as well.
Stop. What? You said this was your judgment.
Wait, you said stop in the middle of the page turning. Come on now. We heard 3 pages turning it off.
What kind of joke, man? This is the worst goddamn rigged debate I've seen in my life with these judges, man. Now look, she said, Cedric, you went off topic. Did she not say that? And then she said, JJ went on a rant. Okay. Did I rant off topic?
Turn 3 pages after that. Don't forget about that. Come on now.
Man. What are we really doing? Yeah.
That's down on the rant. Come on now. She could.
What rant?
He was doing this.
You said Cedric went off topic, but I went on a rant. So if we balance that off.
About what? Okay, at least say what it was. It wasn't about your topic. What's the rant about the African man in America? I don't know what. Come on, y'all better stop.
And this dude had the nerve to get mad because I said the judge fell off. And then this is her verdict. Cedric, hey, rewrite her verdict because it's so short. she turning pages like she took all kind of notes. Yeah, just pretend like you wrote it. They want to hear some pages turn. Watch it.
Honey, y'all got the floor. Y'all got to unmute y'all mic.
Africans or like,
what you far?
Him, what he saw here, what happened, like nothing. We got none of that.
On a rant as well. And some of the information, the sources weren't clear. But you both did a good job on both sides. So I kind of see it both ways. So it's hard for me to pick, but I'm going to have to give the edge, I guess, to Ced as well.
Horrible.
Yeah, that was 4 pages. Okay.
All right. Appreciate that. Honey, you there?
He said she had a whole bunch of information.
Wow.
All right. You got the floor.
All right. So I think it was a good debate, kind of. Cedric, you show like what pseudoscience is, what pseudoclaims sound like, right? You showed like that Native Americans aren't African and all that other stuff, but none of that is like what the debate was about. It was supposed to be about Columbus coming to America with Africans, right? And you mentioned it was like a side note though, like you never actually.
You see that, Cedric? You never addressed that, But let's keep going. Everybody knew that. You got it. Let's go, Grim.
I thought the first judge said something about what? I thought the first judge said something about you doing it, but
the first judge said something about
clearly said otherwise. So the other judge just, discredit the first judge. Come on now.
Yeah.
Showed us him coming here, anything, using the journals, using anything, any primary sources, nothing to show Columbus coming here before Africans, or like, him, what he saw here, what happened, like nothing. We got none of that. We got mostly just that you think that Mandinka is pseudo, but you didn't actually prove anything. And then Mandinka Mali, you said a whole lot of things. Like, you brought a few sources that you quoted, but most of your debate, you didn't show the source for the stuff that you brought. You was just saying stuff. And a lot of questions you asked, like referring to the Catholic Church and the Spanish people Spain being behind Columbus, like you didn't even address that. You just asked those questions and they moved on. You never went back to it. So even though I literally
right there,
I know that Africans were not here.
So when we dealing with Spain, okay, so I asked the question about this agreement, and did he know anything about it? I said something more about this Spain, this Catholic Church, or whatever it was, all connected. I said something about that. He said he didn't know nothing about it. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing? Well, go ahead. I don't see how that was really that major to say, well, I got to keep talking about the Catholic Church.
Yeah, how can you keep elaborating on something he don't know nothing about? You're supposed to move on. Like, I'm not understanding. See, a lot of them want what they actually wanted to hear, but it's not pertaining to the debate really. So even if you would have sticked on some of them topics that you want him to, but y'all missed the information that he was presented, talking about he ranting and ratting. That's the information. Like, maybe y'all need to really go back and look at the information that y'all thought he was ranting and ratting and not really touching down on, and really actually, study that. You might see that he was really actually just sticking to the topic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then, like I said, they not hold him accountable for any sources. Not one of them. Okay, well, where's his sources to prove his case? Where's it at? I didn't see it. Did you? I didn't see it. Okay, Kareem, we keep going.
Before Christopher Columbus, I would have to give the debate to JJ because he was on topic. You know what I'm saying, with what he was saying. And a lot of his stuff that I think is pseudo went unchecked. There you go.
All right, I appreciate that, honey.
Start right there.
Your opinion.
Hey, man. Tomorrow. But I would like to go to both of our 10-minute opening, and then we'll shut it down. So I want y'all to see that he didn't present a case. If we can do that, Karima, and then we'll get into our rounds tomorrow and break it down. All right.
You want to go to the first round?
The opening, both of our 10-minute openings.
Okay. Yeah, Honey familiar with judging, so she ain't no new judge.
All right, I'm all right with her, but them other two, especially the one that I had beef with, why we even got her up there? But
I mean, you actually have beef with all three of them. Let's keep it real. But at the end of the day, we already know that Honey gonna keep it real. Period.
Yeah, all three. But I said I don't even know that other one. If I had beef with her, I don't know that other one. But I'm not even blaming that. I want to see if they're gonna be honest on their evaluation and give me something. And in their judgment, they didn't give me anything to say, well, okay, this is why this and this and that. One of them said Cedric off topic. JJ went on a rant. I get the judgment I get a judgment to Cedric, right? The other judge said, well, you didn't show me European establishments. You didn't do this, this and that about more of the that's all the stuff that he was supposed to be trying to prove, not me. You see? And that's I did it. And just how DMG, he had a concern about the judges, how he started off like that. I could already tell that it was on some bullshit. You got damn right. Please put some qualify. If you want to establish your debate league over there, bring some good, unbiased judges who's been around and know some of this information. Not just two people that I'm just going to put them up there. And then, Cedric was off topic. JJ went on a rant. I get to Cedric. The other one asking me to prove Cedric's point. Come on, bro. That's not a definition of a qualified judge. So, according to these judges, yeah, I lost. According to those two. Not the audience, because it was split. All right, Kramer, let's go to the beginning, and y'all can see this dude's what do you call that? His 10-minute opening. And then my 10-minute, and then we'll close it. As soon as it's 10-minute opening.
It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Freed up, man. That was horrible. Transatlantic migration of African information about
some doctors based on all
5 minutes, Sam. 5 minutes.
Modern racial significant African genetic markers put forth by JJ 7000, fabricated source.
For this man called Columbus, Cedric says that's cap. We're going to see who's right and who's wrong. We got 3 judges on the panel that's going to judge this thing. We're going to get into who they are once the festivities are.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I sit here today before you to address and debunk the pseudo-historical claims made by Mandinka Mali 7000 regarding pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. These claims rely on fabricated sources, selective interpretation of genetic and archaeological evidence, and a fundamental misunderstanding of human migration patterns. My goal tonight is to show that these theories fall apart under the scrutiny of evidence-based reasoning and establish scientific consensus. Let's delve into the key points and demonstrate why these claims do not stand up to rigorous examination. Let me first provide an overview of the main arguments put forth by JJ 7000, fabricated sources. Now, stick with me, folks. These sources, the sources cited by Mandinka Mali 7000 include books and articles, are often unverified. When you search for these references, they either do not exist or cannot be found in credible academic databases. This is a clear red flag. These so-called sources are not legitimate references.
All right. So now, this is the part of the straw man argument I'm talking about, because you're talking about I'm bringing fabricated sources when I have yet to even go. But like you say, he's trying to debate something we had debated in the back chat. When I haven't even brought that to the debate. You're supposed to be debating what I bring to the debate, and also you're supposed to be making a case for your proof that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before Africans, which you're not doing. All right, Kramer.
Only serve to mislead audiences by presenting what seems like scholarly support, when in reality, these so-called sources are part of an elaborate fabrication. Misuse of genetic evidence. One of the key references often cited is Theodore Schur, whose work is misinterpreted in this context. Schur's research supports the idea that Native Americans have.
Theodore Schur. I haven't brought up Theodore Schur. There's another straw man. Why are we talking about Theodore Schur? If you go first, you're supposed to set the tone and state your case. All right, Kim, go. Please and thank you.
Of East Asian origins through migration across the Bering Land Bridge, not African ancestry. His findings are manipulated to fit a narrative that simply doesn't align with his actual research. Teeth and morphology. Another claim revolves around dental traits supportedly linking Native American populations to African ancestors. While it is true,
you cannot talk about dental morphology if I haven't even brought it up, Cedric. What are you doing? Marquise, come on, man. That ain't how you started off. All right, let's go, Clement. Please, thank you.
Two, that some dental traits are shared between various populations, including East Asians and Africans. These traits are not exclusive to African populations and certainly do not serve as solid evidence for pre-Columbian African migration to the Americas. African artifacts and arrowheads. Claims of African artifacts such as golden arrowheads are often presented as proof of African presence in the Americas. However, these artifacts are highly speculative. In many cases, they lack any credible scholarly support or verifiable evidence. Show me a museum. These so-called discoveries are often misrepresented or misidentified objects that do not hold up under serious academic scrutiny. Now, let us turn to overwhelming scientific consensus that contradicts these claims. Human migration studies, particularly those in genetics and archaeology, tell a clear story of Native American origins. Mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome haplogroups have been extensively studied, and these studies show no significant African genetic markers in pre-Columbian populations in the Americas. The genetic evidence overwhelmingly supports the idea that Native Americans descend primarily from East Asian populations that crossed the Bering Land Bridge more than 10,000 years ago.
See? We never said that Native Americans come directly from Africans. We said there is an admixture. Now we got to see which one admixed with them first. And then your source that you where's your source? Where's the person's name that does the study? Where's the methodology that they used? You just talking. And you think you want to try to discredit my sources? You ain't even get them for the name of this person? Let's keep going, Karima.
Not from Africans. These are your sources right here. Archaeological evidence. The archaeological records.
See, look. Stop. You see, these are your sources right here. Did he elaborate? Did he read? Did he say where's this being taught at? No. He goes to the next topic, archaeological evidence. Did you see that, Karima?
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
But look at his source. Look at what he's looking up and look at the question he's asking, and he covering all that. But he making it seem like it's your source. But his question is not even pertaining to asking did the African migrate from here? No, the question is the Native American. And the Native Americans, is they from Asia? Like if you look at it at the bottom, you will see that he's asking the wrong question.
Look at this.
And that's the reason why he's getting this answer.
Look at this, y'all. Code busted. This is why he didn't open it up. This is why he didn't tell who this person was. Come on, man. And nobody questioned that. And I tried my best all through the debate to get names, to give all that of my sources, and that still wasn't enough for y'all. But this get the slide? Native Americans and what does that to do with it?
You see what it says? Like, or did they not read what it says? Like, really see what he asking? It's not even pertaining to the debate.
Come on. Native Americans from Asia, not Europe. Look at this. You see that? Look at this.
Y'all,
hey, you see this? Look at the bottom of the TV. It says, this is source, y'all. Clovis people are Native Americans and from Asia, not Europe. That ain't the topic, sir.
No, it's not. And I'm glad I really actually was dissecting his information.
Come on, man. Are we gonna let him? Is this scholarly dishonesty acceptable?
Yeah, he was being disingenuous, and he tried to say he was being disingenuous
the whole time. Look at this, y'all. The closest people are Native Americans and from Asia, not Europe.
That's not a proper question to be asking to debunk anybody. What are your sources of debunking?
Look at the myth of the fabrication. Look, watch this. Debunking the myth of the fabrication of African presence in pre-Columbian America.
That's what he put at top, but at the
and then you go to ask about the Native Americans. Are they from Asia and not
That's
Europe?
what I was looking for.
Leading questions at that and not Europe. Man, you don't get your ass up out of here.
Oh my God, I'm too smart.
Look, he get caught with pseudonymous at the beginning of the whole damn debate, y'all. Do you see this? I gotta use the restroom real quick, Kareem. Continue to play if something you need to be stopped. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
What's this? The Clovis culture.
The Versus series.
Sources. Now, Mandinka Mali claims that a 16th century codex proves African contact with Native.
I'm back in time to wash my hands, everything. All right. Where did Mandinka Mali bring up a codex in this debate? These are pre-discussions before a debate. And then, okay, I brought this codex up, but then it was showing that Africans had contact with a certain, was it Mayans or Incas, one of them. But then I brought another one up during the pre-discussion of the Dresden Codex. That's dated earlier than this. So you can accept this information. Why you can't accept the Dresden Codex? Let's keep going, man. Well, and here's another straw man for the judgment. Mandinka Mali never brought anything about this in the debate. The hell wrong with you? The Wikipedia pre-Columbian trans-oceanic, man, come on, bro. Theories. Let's go. And then, like I say, where is you? I'm gonna let him go. Keep going. I'm gonna let him go. Arguing something I ain't brought up.
As a document created after Europeans' arrival cannot serve as evidence for pre-13th century events. These codices in question, such as the Codice Telaraño and the Codice Mendoza, primarily depict Mesoamerican history, religion, and tribute systems, not African visitors. The misinterpretation, lookership of dark-skinned figures ignores artistic conventions and lacks supporting genetic, linguistic, or archaeological evidence. But additionally, arguments based on all
5 minutes, Sam, 5 minutes.
Modern racial stereotypes rather than historical accuracy.
Stop.
Mandinka Mali 7,000 claims.
Stop. All right. Did he say who wrote this? Who's the guy that did the study? Even though I'm not even bringing this up, ladies and gentlemen. Did he do that? You got to hold him accountable for the same standards that you hold me accountable for.
He can't do that when he making it your claim and saying, you see how you title you, and he's making a claim saying, you saying this and you're bringing this and then bringing out all these sources that you did not bring out.
Right. Now, here's another one, y'all. Ships. Your opening is supposed to be proving Christopher Columbus came over here. Showing, yeah, here's just when the ships came. You know, we can prove this. You can't even prove the voyage. You can't prove the manifest. You can't prove the genetic marker of these European when they came over here. When they make it when they add mix with these indigenous people. That is the race. of this debate. Not no indigenous people are Asians and not Europeans. Now here's another source that he's trying to, another argument that he's bringing up that I haven't even said because I haven't even went yet. I guess he think he cut me off at some kind of goddamn pass. Hey, he think he cut me off at the pass, but you ain't supposed to argue something I ain't said yet, sir. Let's keep going, Kareem. This is nonsense.
That West Africans, particularly the Mali Empire, built ships capable of crossing the Atlantic is a pseudo claim due to the lack of archaeological evidence. There is no remains of transoceanic West African ships or signs of oceanic navigation tools. Mali's navigational technology was designed for ravine and coastal navigation, not long-distance ocean travel. Furthermore, there is no direct historical evidence or cultural exchange to support the idea of pre-Columbian contact between West Africans and Native Americans. Overall claim is speculative and unsupported by concrete proof. The fallacy in JJ's claim is primarily argument from ignorance and misinterpretation of evidence. The claim assumes that because
he's making these claims that I'm not making, but where is your source to prove what you're stating right now, Karima? Where's it at?
Your claims. I'm keep telling you.
Yeah, but I'm saying no. Even where's your source, sir? Where? The proving what you're talking about right now, even though I'm not even arguing this in this debate right now.
Your source debunking my claim, not me saying. Where is your source debunking my claims?
Oh man, y'all see this?
Yeah, but the whole thing is I thought it's supposed to be like, not really bringing out your information, really going over just by words, but not really just breaking it down like this. But even then, they judged off the fact that saying, he wrong this, but this is off topic. This is off of what they preliminary, which you not even bringing the information. Like I think you should have went second and then debunked the information today, not something that y'all discussed.
Right.
And he thought you was going with, because I think he messed up. Because clearly this is information that y'all discussed, but it's not information y'all discussed today. So he's not on topic.
He's not. What kind of judges you got over there, DMG? You got them right. I'm gonna say something in an important debate like this because you on some kind of revenge factor. You're gonna reel them in. Goddamn well, this debate right here, dude supposed to prove that Christopher Columbus came here before America. Why is he talking about stuff that I haven't even went yet? Ask yourself that. Let's keep going.
So the man saying Christopher Columbus came by himself first, and then he actually had everybody. No, that don't make sense when he actually needed to be guided. So who's the tour guide? Like,
not even that part. I'm just come on, man. He can't tell us where he landed. He can't. All the questions I asked him, he didn't know nothing about it. He didn't prove anything. Well, let's keep going.
Nothing that's dealing with him.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, all this debunk stuff should have came with rebuttal part, but your whole argument should have been more of Christopher Columbus, his travel and all that. Your whole argument should
primary accounts. Here's his journal, proving it's authentic. Come on, man.
Yeah, that should have been all up in there. Like your whole argument should have been mainly about how he came over here, how he did that, not more about JJ's information and his claim and trying to debunk that because you lost into just staying off a topic and trying to debunk his information and I present your case because that's the debate. The debate is proving your stand, not so much of trying to debunk the claim that somebody else is making. That automatically make you lose too.
There you go. Let's keep going.
There is no evidence disproving the possibility of pre-Columbian African voyages. It must be true. Dr. Clyde Windsor, sickle cell, how our work has been criticized by many in the academic community for speculative interpretations and lack of
All right, here's another one. Now, I never brought up Dr. Clyde Winter's work on his academic study of sickle cell, right? I brought another geneticist. So here's another straw man. Why are you arguing Dr. Clyde Winter's work? And then you're adding me in your bullet points, but where's your source? You just typing stuff. You got my name all in your source. This is how you know he made it up, y'all. Is he going to provide a source to prove that he can bump Dr. Clyde Winter done? Look at this guy. This is the definition of a pseudo. Look at this guy. Dr. Clyde Winters has been criticized.
He don't know which one it is. Molly, he don't know which one he debating at the end of the day, whether it's Molly or JJ. He's switching it
up. Come on, man. He got my name.
How can you say he presented a well thought of argument? This is what she judged and said. This is well thought of and well. No, this is. Come on now.
This is bad. Look,
this has nothing to do with the argument.
Winter's work as evidence.
How well and how clean and how proper he spoke. You know what I mean? You have to acknowledge that all that is irrelevant when it comes to the information pertaining to the topic in the debate. Like, come on now.
Hold on, Kramer. Look, this is a straw man.
Based on this, come on now.
He said, if JJ attempts to use Winter's work as evidence, it is important to highlight that these theories are controversial and have not been rigorously peer-reviewed or confirmed by the broader scientific community. So what you're doing here, sir, is another straw man, because you can't say you're supposed to be arguing over what I bring to the table today.
if for the fifth we all be drunk, but look at this. Dude said if you bring, so he debunking if like he's busy trying to stay on the topic, not worried about the topic. He's worried about what you gonna say if you do
say this. I put this up here if JJ say this, and all the other stuff I said if he say this. Oh man, let's see if he provide evidence that even though I'm not talking about Dr. Clyde Winters, let's see if he bring the evidence that's debunking him. Let's keep going, Kareem. Let me see who he bring up.
He uses genetic markers like HLA-B35 to argue for pre-Columbian African contact with the Americas. His conclusions have not been widely accepted or verified by mainstream scholars. If JJ 7000 attempt to use Winter's work as evidence, it is important to highlight that these theories are controversial and have not been rigorously peer-reviewed or confirmed by the broader scientific community. Peer review is a critical part of scientific process, ensuring that research findings are rigorously tested and validated by experts in the field. Dr. Clyde Winter's work, while presented as evidence for pre-Columbian African contact with the Americas, has not undergone the level of peer review that would lend it credibility in the broader scientific community. As such, any information drawn from his research should be treated with caution, as it lacks the verification and acceptance that peer-reviewed study carries in academic debates. The lack of Colombian African presence, there is no credible evidence.
Stop. As y'all can see, once again rambling. Where's the source to that? You didn't debunk Dr. Clyde Winter's work on sickle cell. You lied. You said at the end of the debate, yes, I debunked that. Why is JJ bringing that up? That's disingenuous for him to bring that up in his third round. What you mean? I can bring up what I want in my third round. But you didn't debunk anything, Karima. Am I crazy, or did he bring something up to debunk the sickle cell? Okay, maybe she stepped away. But he didn't bring up anything. Who? What's this person's name?
Yeah, what you hear? I didn't hear you. What you say?
I said, did he bring up? He said he debunked Dr. Clyde Winter's work when he talking about the sickle cell. I said, you didn't even show no source. You didn't show no nothing.
No.
And then I mean, come on, bro. You can't even debunk the stuff. I mean, you're arguing about stuff I ain't arguing about, but then you ain't even showing. You're not even showing his work was debunked. You lied. Now let's keep going. Look at this. No sources at all.
Archaeology or history to suggest that Africans made contact with the Americas prior to Columbus. While there were African explorers in the later centuries, such as the Portuguese and Spanish, there is no indication of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. With the scientific consensus established, now let's address the specific claims one by one, starting with the fabricated sources and the misuse of Dr. Skirt's research. We'll then move on to the argument surrounding dental traits, so-called African artifacts, and other fabricated evidence. As we break down these claims, I will show you how each falls apart when subject to rigorous scrutiny, and why the theory of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas is nothing more than a baseless and misleading narrative.
Hold up, Kareem. Stop.
With that, I yield the floor.
Look, he yielded the floor.
Right, let me pause your time. You had 1 minute and 32 seconds left. Do you want to yield all of that, or you want to keep going?
I yield the floor.
All right, y'all. Through his whole opening, he's making arguments that I'm not making in every point. Then he brings up a source when he did post it up there. It's talking about is Native Americans from Asia and not European. What do that got to do with the price of tea in China?
Exactly.
But you know, Kareem?
I said exactly. What that got to do with the price of tea in China? Nothing.
That is crazy. All right, now let's look at my.
I mean, the judges clearly wasn't paying attention.
No, they were. They were, because they said both of them said he was off topic. One of them said he's off topic, but JJ's ranty. I give it to Cedric. The other one was asking me, putting out there information that Cedric was supposed to be presenting to them and putting that burden on me.
Right.
Come on, man. There's some goofies, man. No disrespect to them sisters, but they wasn't qualified to debate. Judge the debate of this magnitude. You know. And then the way he got mad at the end about me saying something about the judge, that let me know.
Even though that
hey, it's a bootleg debate league with a bunch of disgruntled some of these lines there, people. That's just what it is, bro.
Yeah, you said something about the judge that came on, like the judge that the audience judge. That wasn't like it was already 3 judges. You said what you had, but the other judge who wasn't really a judge had more to say more than the judges.
Oh, you talking about Juju? You talking about Juju? Yeah, that's their clique. Cedric, Juju, you know, Garfield. She yeah. Because that's where this kind of started from her being disrespectful over there on Channel. And then when I called her out, she didn't want to debate me. She ran to somebody else. We already know this. We got it on tape. All right, let's keep going. Let's hear my opening. I'm gonna point out all the things that you know.
Oh, at this moment, we have much more stuff to get into. So with that, JJ can do his thing.
All right, I'll reset the time at 10. JJ, time will start when you start talking or you sharing your screen. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, put my screen up, man. That was horrible. Shit.
All right, are you sure?
Hold up, y'all. I apologize. Let me get my screen going, man. Yeah, share screen. All right. PowerPoint. All right, you see my PowerPoint?
I don't see it yet.
It is. Where should I begin? Still don't see it?
No, sir.
Okay, hold on.
You hitting present?
Yeah, let me try it again. Share screen. Okay. All right.
Yep, I still do not see it, bro. If you want to send it to me, and then I can share it, and you can just tell me when to go to the next slide if you want to do it like that.
I get it up. Do something.
All right. The brother said go to
I need my information.
The brother said go to a commercial break, and I do just that. While the brother is getting his stuff together, I'm gonna show you what we got coming up.
What about now?
All right, hold on. Let's see. And you told me to go to a commercial, I go to a commercial, and then you want to get it. You got it. Sharing your screen. Let me know when you're ready. Time start when you start, brother.
The screen up. No, ain't no commercial break going on. All right. Let me get to my first. All right, first okay, y'all see my screen. First of all, ladies and gentlemen,
time starts.
What this brother did, man, was get up here and didn't even state his case. You came up here and you started referring to sources and references that I didn't even bring up in this debate. Judges, I want you to note and document that. That's called a straw man argument from the gate, right? So the information that he put on the screen is not what I'm bringing to this debate. You're supposed to be presenting to the people your information about proof that Christopher Columbus came here to the Americas. I need to see navigation. Where's the ships? You need to be showing us that. You need to be authenticating his diary, showing us that it's real. You need to be proving up here why they got this dude buried in 3 different goddamn old places. Like you say, you up here, you might as well be defending Spider-Man and Jesus Christ. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this Christopher Columbus myth is perpetuated by pseudo-scientific racism. That's all this is. And you got the nerve to get in front of us and talking about, you're going to put Afrocentrics on trial. You ain't qualified to even question Ivan Van Sertima or Renuka Rashidi. You're not. Then he says, he brings up a 16th century codex that I didn't even bring up in the debate. Judges, note and document that. Bring that up when I didn't even make that argument in this debate. Then you brought up shipbuilding. I didn't say anything about shipbuilding yet. You see? Then he brought up Dr. Clyde Winters, which I didn't bring up. This is letting you know that he has no solid foundation. He has no case. That right there. But it's your job today to prove Christopher Columbus came to these lands before. Now you see all that I brought out of what he was doing? Point it out to these judges. Let you know you cannot judge me based off an argument that I didn't even make. That should be thrown out the window.
I made that very clear, and you're going to keep making it very clear.
Right.
And making him stay on point and topic, but he's choosing not to.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. No. 1492. It's your job today to prove his haplogroup, his R1b. You need to prove that before any African haplogroup entered the lands, and you're not going to be able to do it. I'm going to show you how this Johnny come lately. I'm going to show you that their navigation skills is Johnny come lately. I'm going to take you to the analysis of these metals that you want to discredit. I'm going to show you how I vetted my sources. He hasn't done that. He brought up sources with my name in it. How can you add my name to sources? And he didn't even vet them. You didn't show no cross-references, nothing. So you want to be the epitome of trying to criticize somebody in the information. What my job is to do is to show you, my thesis is to show you connection, and put the pieces together, and y'all add it up. Because we all know that this Eurocentric way of thinking, this pseudo-scientific racist ideology that he's pushing, the Charles Darwin, you're a monkey. Every time a black man say he's an Israelite, they pseudo. They say they're Kemetic, they pseudo. They say they Pan-African, they pseudo. This is the side of this is what I'm dealing with in this debate. A guy who hates himself. See, this debate is bigger than what this topic is. It's about getting pseudo-scientific racists up out of our community and stop getting the credit to these goddamn on white folks. Let's keep going. Now, did Christopher Columbus come to the Americas before Africans? Let's keep going. All right. Transatlantic migration of Africans' ancestry to the Americas, genetic and historical evidence presence before 1492. Anton Mandinka Mali, affiliation lines in the Academy of Education and Information, as you can see right there. Let's keep going. Now, this study confirms transatlantic migration of African ancestry to the Americas through genetic and historical analysis, establishing presence before Christopher Columbus in 1492. You better be getting up here establishing a presence of Christopher Columbus before any African came up here. Mitochondrial DNA, autosomal DNA, and historical records. You already made a mistake when you got in front of me. Make your arguments that I didn't even make before I got in front of the people. Judges, note and document that. Now, the African population contributed significantly to the modern American gene pool. Let's keep going. Man. Now, the ancient roots of EM2, the Americans uncovered in the genetic legacy of pre-Columbian migration. This is the introduction. The people of America is a complex, multifaceted topic that has garnered significant attention from researchers across various disciplines. While the dominant theory suggests that the Americans were populated via single migrations of Asians across the Bering Land Bridge, recent genetics, your studies is outdated. You're just a mockingbird. You ain't took the time to even analyze or do any of the goddamn research yourself. Recent genetic studies have challenged this narrative, revealing a more nuanced and complex history of human migration. The whole thing is about human migration patterns, and admixtures. And goddamn it, I'm gonna show you that this African
5 minutes, JJ. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Admixed with these indigenous people way before you're gonna find a European presence. The European haplogroup didn't come into goddamn around the 16th century. Then you start seeing their pottery. Then you start seeing their weapons. These dudes, they didn't know nothing about no celestial navigation. The hell's wrong with you? Now let's keep it going, man. This dude done got in the ring with me with this nonsense. One of the most intriguing and debated topics in this field is the presence of the EM2 haplogroup in the Americas before Columbus. What haplogroup you finna bring up here, sir? Huh? The EM2 is a subclade of the E haplogroup, which is found in high frequencies in many African populations. The presence of the EM2 in the Americas has been documented in several studies, Mr. Ortega. Why are you trying to deny that? Because you're up here pushing this pseudo-scientific racist ideologies. Well, we come from monkeys and we didn't do nothing. And we was too dumb until the white man told us. I'm here to dispel, and this debate is in the honor of our black scholars, Renuka Rashidi. This debate is in the honor of Ivan Sertima. Every goddamn February, you want to try to tear them down. You and these goddamn goofs over at the other channel. Excuse me for using the ad hom. Now let's keep going. Now look at this. In several studies, and some research suggests that it may have introduced to America through pre-Columbian migration. That's pre. That ain't just. He just want to paint the picture. The only reason we got over here is through slavery, because we were too dumb to get over here, and they was smart enough to understand ocean currents and things of that nature. I'm gonna show you that they wasn't in this debate. Hear me? I'm gonna show you a lot of things that you're not prepared for, sir. Let's keep it going, man. Let's keep going. How many minutes? Okay. Hold on. Now listen to this. Pseudo-scientific racism and the Columbus myth. This study of the people in America has been marred by pseudo-scientific racism and the perpetuation of the Columbus myth. This idea of the Christopher Columbus discovered in America in 1492 has been widely debunked. by historians and researchers. He got the nerve to get in front of us and try to defend this goddamn fairy tale. You might as well be defending Santa Claus came down your chimney last year. Huh? You had milk and cookies out for him, didn't you? Prove that. It's the same thing you're doing. You might as well be in front of me with that you're trying to do up here with this. There ain't no clear-cut, conclusive evidence that Christopher Columbus came over here before Africans. He talking absolutes. Now, this myth has been perpetuated by pseudo-scientific racists who have sought to erase the presence of indigenous people in America and promote the narrative of white supremacy. Now, what they do genetic extractions and digital morphology. You ain't qualified to even debunk digital morphology, but if you want to stay on that topic, I got plenty more for you that you're going to be needing to deal with. I didn't even bring it up. Now I did. Now, recent studies have used genetic extractions. Deal with the genetic extractions, sir. To study the peopling of the Americas. These studies have revealed a complex and nuanced history in the human migration and admixture in the Americas. You better show us these European admixtures before goddamn the 1600s. That's what you better be doing. Huh? Now, he have lack of conclusive evidence despite the widespread, except remember, his goal is to prove that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before Columbus, which he has not. I'm going to be using archaeology. I'm going to be using goddamn scholarly information from geneticists. I'm going to be bringing that. I'm going to be vetting, showing that I vetted my sources and cross-references. He's not. Right? Now look at this. So we already know he has an agenda because every time you say you're a black man and you involved in this, he says pseudo, but he will yet tear down these white scholars that's trying to tear us down. That's why I'm here. Let's keep it moving. The Americans in 1492, in fact, many Russians have questioned the validity of Columbus' accounts. You better be showing us valid goddamn diaries. You better be showing us navigational tools.
1 minute, JJ, 1 minute.
That's what you better be doing. Don't try to get in front of me trying to tell me what I need to do. I'm going to do my job. But ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself today, is Cedric Ortega going to do his job? Is he going to prove that Christopher Columbus? Matter of fact, this ain't even really the topic. You can't even prove he existed. They got him buried in 3 different places. Where's his authentic handwriting? Huh? So the research question is, what is the genetic legacy of the EM2 in the Americas before Columbus? And we're going to keep it going. He said, my time is all up. But how has pseudo-scientific racism and the Columbus myth influenced the study of the people of America? Not you. All right, Kareem, stop.
All right, you had about 13.
All right, hold on. Let me give him 13 seconds. I'll give a shout out to y'all. Let me give him 13 seconds, Kareem.
Seconds, brother. You done?
Shout out to the Lions Den at goddamn JJ7K TV, Black Jesus Minister Balling and Crawling. I'll be debating over there next week. We keeping it going. Let's go. Shout out to my queen, Jenny Hayes. Let's go.
All right, let me reset the time for 20 minutes because our brother Cedric Ortega is.
All right. Now, his opening, and you compare my opening. I just want your honest opinion. What do you think?
Somebody said you embarrassed them. At the end of the day, we already know you won. They don't know how to debate and judge, period. But I guess they working on it. But you clearly whooped his butt, you know. You whooped his butt so bad you had him thinking about the last argument you had with him instead of the topic. That's
oh shit. Oh man. It was bad. We're gonna go over the rounds tomorrow. Y'all seen the slaughtering, you know, the bad judgment, his swords. He talking about some did Native Indigenous Americans, did they come from Asia or from Europe? What the hell that got to do with anything? You got caught. Yeah, Karima. But, you know, this is expected when I go on these different platforms. You know, it took a while for even something.
I knew that.
You knew it was going to be set up?
I knew they were going to say you ain't going to win, especially when I seen the judges. I'm like, oh.
I see him too. I'm like, okay, this is what I'm dealing with.
All the
Okay.
people they got, and they pick these people. Yeah, I already know. You feel me? Because they don't. Every time it's the judge that don't really particularly know about debating in the debating setting, they don't know what to debate. I mean, they don't know what to judge on. It's basically, how they feel about a person, and they don't stick to the topic
What
themselves.
they've
So
been told.
it's always like that.
And then these new people that come out the war. That one girl I ain't ever seen in my life. That's the one that start with an F, S at the bottom. Sage. I ain't never seen her. But for you to put the burden of proof on me proving European establishments and all these other questions about Columbus, that wasn't my job.
I mean, you've been through this before. Remember the other brother when you was
Yeah.
you debated your mind? It's the same exact thing.
It's the same exact thing, man.
So when I heard that, I was like, oh yeah, okay.
But you know what?
Even the way the way they judge it, you could tell off top that you know what I mean. It's gonna be a biased judge, like just off top.
Mm-hmm. But you know what, Kramer? As long as we keep breaking the video down and showing, there's no way he could even think that he came close to even winning this debate. But
Right, and we do that off top, like we always recap the debate, so nobody's running here crying or nothing. And those that's familiar with the debate league knows that, and we recap other people's
we've been
debates
recapping for years.
Yes, yeah, we've been doing it for
gotta
years.
slow it down because everything happened fast in the debate.
Yeah.
And
for years you've been hearing you should have did this and you should have. How many times you didn't heard that where they particularly wanted you to debate the way they want you to debate. They want you to bring up what we done said in the back chat, and people didn't argue with him on what they want him to bring to the debate. So he done been there and done that.
Well, hey, what did they want Cedric to bring to this debate? I tell you what I wanted. I wanted some evidence. You said that he said that there's primary sources showing that of his accounts. He said he has the diary, it's authentic. All that you still got to bring up. This ain't over with yet, sir. Well, we've been on for 6 hours, 39 minutes, man. I'm glad y'all came out to support the debate. And like I told you, DMG, everybody on my friends list got an invite to come over there. Everybody. All in my groups. Sharing it on Facebook. Tagging 200-300 people at a time. I didn't see none of your promoters doing none of that. So for you to get up here talking about, you disrespected, I see you sneak dissing paradigm shift. Nah, bro, no, you see now you thinking about some stuff that happened between you and I in the past. And we can't, we supposed to talk about say, hey, you know what, we squashed that. But now them feelings came back up. All because I said, man, these judges, bro, this judge right here, man, she fell off. Before I even mentioned the debate, she was off for like 3 or 4 minutes, maybe even longer than that. Where the judge? And then she turning these papers like she got some notes, but then she goes and say, Cedric was off topic, JJ was rambling, my judgment goes to Cedric. The other judge said, hey, you know what? You didn't bring enough European stuff about Europeans. That ain't my job. Come on, man. Come on, man. With that being said, Kramer, you want to get up out of here with a song, man? I ain't heard that.
Sometimes you got to slow it down so you can see what they see.
Yeah.
Let's see what you see, because I don't see it. Maybe you need to see what I see first.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I already knew what was, yeah, they mad at me. They mad at me, Marquise. They always, everybody know what happened. Anyway, Kramer, again, let's get up out of here with one of them songs, man. And stay tuned tomorrow. Yeah, that's Cedric. That's Cedric on the ground getting knocked out. Come on, man. We already know what it is. Hey, trust me, we're gonna break some more down. With that being said, let's get up out of here.
I'll praise you, Most High. Yeah, that sound good, y'all. Hello. What we doing?
Hey, cook that up, Khalid.
We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this shit, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this shit, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. They said you got the call, they trying to blackball you. Play what they own, bro. You can't blackball a boss. The whole world, they hate Israel. The way you hate your neighbor, might as well pull the trigger on yourself. You know we get excited by the smoke. Every day we casting flesh. Say my treasure stored in heaven, we gon' blow the rest. They disrespected and we check. The bank that causing kept it still. They asking others about my business, but I ain't got no instant miss. See, I still deal with ox direct. Cause your person don't mean you respect. Your outlet don't get no credit if the ox ain't in it. Money answer all things and you got all these questions. Playing Vic. Look, I employ slavery. If you broke your say yo, them crews in the hood, Jews in the hood. I caught them clues, now I'm good. I broke it down, he understood my all to you. Filtered through, you found a few, I'm good. We what we sold, this here exclusive. They like, hey, folk, look what you doing. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. Most I told me, be still, give a room to work. Know my move, we work. Your faith ain't good, don't put the work in. In the spirit flexing, that my day job. Getting the mode out my own, I don't know what they are. Before I got the blueprint, and I'm too legit to quit. Let it spark in the dark, be a light, got it lit. Trying to map my movement, got my haters pondering. The odds set the question there, they wanna know if you still lit. It hit different, you authentic, a lot of odds pretending. We do it for the Lord, got my own motion, who are you to judge? Put most high first, none above. Tap in the spirit, we locked in, they'll come against your plot. You know Judas said, yeah, we spit them scripts, they barely not. Came on slave ships, then you not black. You know they tell you everything. Isaiah 30:20, yeah, we bad. You see what happened when they tried to rail the train up off the track. False witness, hypocrite. We throw shots back, now they feel heat. Must go get it. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still.
Yeah! The Lions is in the building. Get out to check that. That's right. Shout out to the game. We out.